stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
The road will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth. Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother
so quiet, the squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Heal the earth, heal the earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Hi, this is Dr. Mickey Mehta, your holistic health guru. Join in for a global online session, COVID-19, on healing our earth this Sunday, 11th October, from 12 noon till 7 p.m. BST at 4:30 p.m. IST. Check out the lineup on www.healingourEarth.com. I will be speaking on immunity for humanity, which is about immunity from stress, immunity from this mess, and to get immunized, to get illuminized, to get Mickey-mized. This session is brought to you by Healing Our Earth team and will broadcast live on Healing Our Earth website, Facebook, YouTube, and various channels. See you on this Sunday to get illuminized, to get immunized, to get energized, healing, immunity, maximized, to get you Mickey-mized.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Heal the earth, heal the earth.
A global namaste to you all, the wonderful souls. My name is Lalit Soda, and I would like to invite you all to join me on a free global online session on COVID-19 and the impact it's having on the economic, the medical side of it, the mental side of it, the psychosocial side of it. Join us on Sunday, the 11th of October, that's this coming Sunday, from 12 noon to 7 p.m. There will be several speakers on these matters. They are sharing their experiences and expertise from all over the globe. We have special experts lined on for this. To check them out, check our site on www.healingourEarth.com. I personally will be hosting the show from 12 noon to 7 p.m. on this Sunday, the 11th of October. This session is brought to you by Healing Our Earth team, and to check the line of speakers, www.healingourearth.com. This will be broadcasted live on the Facebook page, on the website, and several partners who are sharing with us this particular event. Let's get you there, get informed, get updated on the latest discoveries with COVID-19 and what we can do and the impact it's having us. Catch you there on Sunday.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see our earth together.
Heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the
so quiet, the squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Together we will rise from the ashes to be a strong human race. Together we will find new horizons and wake up to a new rising sun. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Hi, this is Dr. Mickey Mehta, your holistic health guru. Join in for a global online session COVID-19 on Healing Our Earth this Sunday, 11th October from 12 noon till 7 p.m. BST at 4:30 p.m. IST. Check out the lineup on www.healingourearth.com. I will be speaking on Immunity for Humanity, which is about immunity from stress, immunity from this mess, and to get immunized, to get illuminized, to get Mickey-mized. This session is brought to you by Healing Our Earth team and will broadcast live on Healing Our Earth website, Facebook, YouTube, and various channels. See you on this Sunday to get illuminized, to get immunized, to get energized, healing, immunity, maximized to get you Mickey-mized.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Heal the earth, heal the earth.
A global namaste to you all, the wonderful souls. My name is Lalit Soda, and I would like to invite you all to join me on a free global online session on COVID-19 and the impact it's having on the economic, the medical side of it, the mental side of it, the psychosocial side of it. Join us on Sunday, the 11th of October, that's this coming Sunday from 12 noon to 7 p.m. There will be several speakers on these matters. They are sharing their experiences and expertise from all over the globe. We have special experts lined on for this. To check them out, check our site on www.healingourearth.com. I personally will be hosting the show from 12 noon to 7 p.m. on this Sunday, the 11th of October. This session is brought to you by Healing Our Earth team, and to check the line of speakers, www.healingourearth.com. This will be broadcasted live on the Facebook page, on the website, and several partners who are sharing with us this particular event. Let's get you there, get informed, get updated on the latest discoveries with COVID-19 and what we can do and the impact it's having us. Catch you there on Sunday.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Heal the earth, heal the earth. He will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Hi, this is Dr. Mickey Mehta, your holistic health guru. Join in for a global online session, COVID-19, on healing our earth this Sunday, 11th October, from 12 noon till 7 p.m. BST at 4:30 p.m. IST. Check out the lineup on www.healingourEarth.com. I will be speaking on immunity for humanity, which is about immunity from stress, immunity from this mess, and to get immunized, to get illuminized, to get Mickey-mized. This session is brought to you by Healing Our Earth team and will broadcast live on Healing Our Earth website, Facebook, YouTube, and various channels. See you on this Sunday to get illuminized, to get immunized, to get energized, healing, immunity, maximized to get you Mickey-mized.
He will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
He will heal the earth, heal the earth.
A global namaste to you all, the wonderful souls. My name is Lalit Soda, and I would like to invite you all to join me on a free global online session on COVID-19 and the impact it's having on the economic, the medical side of it, the mental side of it, the psychosocial side of it. Join us on Sunday, the 11th of October, that's this coming Sunday, from 12 noon to 7 p.m. There will be several speakers on these matters. They are sharing their experiences and expertise from all over the globe. We have special experts lined on for this. To check them out, check our site on www.healingourEarth.com. I personally will be hosting the show from 12 noon to 7 p.m. on this Sunday, the 11th of October. This session is brought to you by Healing Our Earth team, and to check the line of speakers, www.healingourearth.com. This will be broadcasted live on the Facebook page, on the website, and several partners who are sharing with us this particular event. Let's get you there, get informed, get updated on the latest discoveries with COVID-19 and what we can do and the impact it's having us. Catch you there on Sunday.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Together we will rise from the ashes to be a strong human race. Together we will find new horizons and wake up to a new rising sun. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A good morning, a good afternoon, and a very good evening to you all wonderful souls, wherever you're joining us from.
A global namaste to you all. I'm truly delighted today to be hosting and welcoming you all on this 28th free global online session that is on COVID-19 and the economic, the medical, the mental, the psychosocial, and the social impact this COVID-19 has had. Let us start today by first chanting the most universal mantra on this globe, and that is the Gayatri Mantra. The way we're going to start this is first fold our hands, close your eyes, get into that state. Take a deep breath in and out. Now's the time to chant the Gayatri Mantra. But before we chant the mantra, let me also say you can chant any mantra. If you're not familiar with the Gayatri Mantra, any mantra to invoke that positivity, that positive energy in and around you. So fold your hands, close your eyes, breathe in and out. Om Bhur-Bhuva Swaha Tat Savitur-Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. Whoa! Isn't that energizing, ladies and gentlemen and friends? Doesn't that invoke that positivity, that energy within you to actually go ahead and listen to the most amazing outline of speakers that we have? I'm so delighted to be introducing our super awesome speakers today. However, before I do that, let me tell you one thing, that Healing Our Earth is a global community. It's a free event that the community channel delivers to the globe. No matter where you are, what lifestyle you come from, what nationality you are from, and whatever age group you're in, whatever socioeconomic status you're in. This is our channel, a free global online channel, Healing Our Earth. This is where we all want to connect, and you want to connect with us. Send us on www.healingoverearth.com. Send us a message, send us an email, send us a WhatsApp. The mission of Healing Our Earth is to bring love, unity, peace, harmony, comfort, and information at your doorstep. Ladies and gentlemen, the whole team of the Healing Our Earth, from the producer director to the facilitators, to the hosts, to the tech team, everybody is giving their service on a voluntary basis. This is where we are trying to connect and unite with the globe. So, without any further undue delay, I am truly delighted to be introducing the very first speaker today. And we are actually flying off to India. The first speaker is from nowhere but our Bharat Bhumi, which is called India, in the main city called Mumbai, right in front of the Indian Ocean, is where this gentleman resides, Dr. Mickey Mehta. Dr. Mickey Mehta is going to be talking to us on immunity for humanity. He is an extremely learned and an energized person. And let me say one thing. Before he starts, I want to share a few little things about him. Dr. Mickey Mehta is a leading global holistic health guru and a corporate life coach. For the last 39 years, he has been coaching Bollywood stars, top politicians, India Incorporation, and several Miss World and Miss Universe contestants. He has also trained police, army, navy, and air force personnel. An honorary double doctorate in holistic health and life sciences from the Open International University of Complementary Medicine. Mickey has won many, many awards and is the author of the bestseller, The Shunyam Quotient, and Lose Weight, Gain Shape. He is a speaker at the Harvard University on the IIMS, IIT, TEDx, and has conducted holistic health workshops globally. The author, poet, philosopher, the brand, the institution, the legendary Dr. Mickey Mehta, who gets you energized, naturalized, optimized, maximized, wellness revolutionized, and gets you Mickey-mized. And that is the catchphrase. We all want to get Mickey-mized with him. And the best contact for him would be www.facebook.com/Dr. Mickey Mehta, as in MICKEY all one word. Now, this super awesome gentleman is going to be sharing some super awesome stuff with us. So, Dr. Mickey Mehta, are we connected there?
Yes, of course. Can you hear me?
Sure. So, global namaste and a very warm welcome on behalf of the Healing Our Earth community to you from India, all the way from Mumbai. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Vasudeva Kutumbakam. We all are one big family. And of course, since we are a family, we have to heal ourselves. Heal thy, heal them, heal thou is the etymology of the word health. Organic unity of cellular community for immunity for humanity.
Amazing. Super. So we are going to be waiting to hearing from you with this connection, the Vasudeva Kutumbakam, the slogan that you started with. Share us some information. How are you going to get us energized, maximized, optimized?
You know, the mother principle of this whole creative phenomena is yoga. So yoga is a principle, but yoga should not be just confined to asanas or just meditation or just Raj Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Jnana Yoga. Yoga is the mother principle, like divinity is a principle and the byproducts of divinities are embodiments, we gods. So Krishna, Christ, Muhammad, Mahadev, Zarathustra, Zorba the Buddha, we are all born, Lalit and Mickey Mehta, we are all born out of this divine divinity principle and born to be gods. We are gods in seed form. We are here to climb on the ladder of evolution, and only a human potential can climb higher than gods or fall below animals because we have the free will to choose. Now coming to the point of yoga, yuj, yog, integration, unison, orchestration, and coming together of two energies of polarities. So when yin yang, Chandra Surya, Shiva Shakti, Ida Pingla, when two polarities come together, when Ganga from here, Yamuna from here meet at a point in Prayag, a new reality is born called Saraswati. Immunity is nothing but the birth of a new reality in your own physiology, in your biology. So the definition of yoga is also, it's very interesting, confluence of energies, congruence of your sacred geometry with the sacred geometry of the cosmos. So the circadian rhythm, your unit rhythm, when gets synchronized with the universal rhythm, your sleep-wake cycle, your food cycle, when gets synchronized with the universal rhythm, unity happens, immunity happens. So one is confluence of energies, one is congruence of sacred geometry, the third is consonance of our frontal vortex, and the fourth one is nothing but limbic resonance, resonance of our limbic brain. So when these four things are in place, yoga happens. When yoga happens, rhythm happens, flow happens, conservation of breath happens, preservation of the body happens, sympathy happens, empathy happens, compassion happens, philanthropy happens, heal the world, heal the world. And once again, immunity happens, because immunity is born out of rhythm and flow. Immunity is born out of liberty of flow. Immunity is born with regulated rhythm. And immunity is born with 70 billion cells when they orchestrate and throb together, non-locally, with infinite organizing capability, talking to each other 24/7, even when we are asleep. Immunity is born. And immunity remains that constant, which becomes a state and not a condition, because conditions keep changing. And we make immunity the state. And then we call that the state of equilibrium, homeostasis, swastha, swayam mein astha, स्वयं में स्थित, स्वयं में उपस्थित, स्वयं की उपस्थिति, श्वास से बने स्वर, श्वास से बने श्वास, श्वास से बने स्वर, स्वर से निकले सुर, सुर से बने संगीत, और संगीत से हम हो जाए तरंगित, immunity.
Wow.
And that's bioelectricity. And that's, so Vasudeva Kutumbakam is when 7 billion hearts will throb together. 7 billion minds will have one sankalp. 7 billion set of eyes in their collective consciousness will have one vision of healing this earth. Immunity of this universe will happen. And then we shall all rise like phoenix to get energized, maximized, optimized, synergized, synchronized, to get migimized.
This is just super awesome. The way you have linked everything, Dr. Mickey, this is just, how do we get it though? Share with that. How do we get into this, and how can we make ourselves this way?
It is quite simple. I'll tell you, what is paramount to life, Lalit? Breath. So sure. breath is the key. And breath is on which our thoughts, wishes, aspirations, desires, intentions, and sankalp, determination, rides. Thoughts. So thoughts, powerful thoughts. So thoughts, words, and deeds. Attitude of optimism. So I would say creative thoughts, productive deeds, and compassionate words, primarily. So when it comes to breath, conscious breath, I tell people, Lalit, that I eat breath for breakfast. I nourish myself with breath first, and breath is primary to immunity. Secondly, heat, thermogenesis, that which is responsible for life. Sun, Aditya, Surya Dev. So heat. So first thing in the morning when I consume breath, I also consume sunshine to the largest organ of my body, and the bioelectricity rises. Then when the sun, the rays of the sun, forget touching my skin, but when it touches my mastis, my pineal gland, above my pituitary gland, then my serotonin begins to secrete. My energy rises, so immunity happens. With the heat in the body, the radiance of the sun, and the vibrance of the oxygen around, my immunomodulators get secreted. My thymus glands, my T cells, my B cells begin to secrete. Immunity happens. With the joy of listening to the chirping of the birds, with the trees, with the bees, with the open expanse of the sky, where I see Akasha before me, the Akasha within me rises. Immunity happens. Then when I take deep breaths and the aroma of the green of the grass, the bark of the tree, the branches, the leaves, the clouds, and even though it's far, if I can pick up the sound of the ocean's waves, that brings energy into me. Immunity happens. So your 5 elements, when they get stimulated with the elements outside, when they get synchronized, harmonized, and become one, immunity happens. So we are made of 5 elements. So I spoke about the sun, I spoke about the breath. So we are 72% water, we are 12% earth, 6% air, 4% fire, and 6% ether. Now, Akasha is the primary element for evolution of mankind, for you and me to become God. And you and me are gods in seed forms. So if you give rise to Akasha in stillness, in quietude, where you're not sending out any dialogue, where you're simply listening to the universe, Anahat Nad, the primordial sound, the sound of the soundless, the sound of the very subtle vibration of this world, of this universe. And this, the modern science has captured with the quantum mechanics in our microtubulars in our brains. Even after the human being is clinically dead, those microtubulars fluctuate very subtly for 4 days, which is why our prayers are for 96 hours and they sever, because the micro fluctuations of the microtubular still connects everything with the earth and memory. Then our prayers in the Sanatan Dharma severs that memory.
Wow.
So with Akasha, with Pranayama, with Vyayama, with Yam, Niyam, Asan, Pranayam, Pratyahara, Dhyan, Dharana, Samadhi, everything translates into Rasa, Rakta, Mausha, Meda, Ashti, Maja, Shukra. And that translates into neutralizing the forces of entropy, Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mad, Maya, Matsara, and the forces of the universe, which brings disorder from order, time, matter, space, light, motion, mass, causation, effect. So, Ashta Anga of Yoga, पौष्टिक भोजन, अगर भोजन हो तो शाकाहारी हो वरना ना हो, जैसे मूछे हो तो नत्थु लाल जैसी हो वरना ना हो. So vegetarian food, intelligent, sensible, ethical choice of food. Then of course life oscillates from passivity to activity. So a deep night's sleep. You know, very wealthy people don't get sleep. But poor people who work in the farms, fields, mines, they get sleep because they work very hard. So, and then of course, most importantly, compassion. Love is the single most energy which when flows from you, it goes out, becomes Radha, and it comes back as Dhara. And goes out as Dhara and comes back as Radha. And the manifestation of this Radha Dhara, Leela, interplay, becomes Rama. And if you reverse the Rama, it is Amar, Amruta. And Amruta counters Amavish, which is the toxins of the body. A human being is designed to live forever, and I have mastered this art in Kaya Kalpa of Ayurveda.
Wow. That statement that you just used, for the benefit of our English viewers and listeners, you said you have actually, you just said that a human being can live forever.
Forever. Forever.
Explain that, if you may, because that's a very, very important statement you've made. We would love to hear that, so that for the benefit of our English-speaking audience, would love to hear that.
Okay. So when I say yoga, is chitta vritti nirodha. So chitta is your mind, vritti means your agitation, your thoughts, nirodha means neutralize. Now when we lead a life of discipline, I'm not saying control. Niyantran doesn't mean control. Niyantran means you are in charge. Control is aggression. Control is violence. Niyantran is you are in charge in your sajakta, in your chaitanya bhav, in your chaitanya man. मन से निकला मनुष्य, मनुष्य मरे मन से, मनुष्य अमर हुआ पुरुष से, जब वो पूरक बनता है, और जब वो पूरक बनता है वो पुरुषोत्तम बनता है जिसकी कोई मर्यादा नहीं होती है. So your regulated breath when done consciously, if you consciously keep breathing, nothing in your body will fail, right from organs to your heart. You will live forever. It's only the state of disorder, dis-ease, slowing down, decay will bring death. Death has no right on life. Death is the culmination of disease, and diseases are the culmination of your choices. Start living consciously. Choose evolution over entropy at every given point in time, and you will never fall a prey to disorder, dis-ease, decay, death. Why should we die to disease with pins and needles in the hospital? That's a disgrace of life. We can transmigrate, transform, reform by letting go our last breath consciously. And that in Jaina Dharma is called Santhara. Pythagoras, 6,000 years before Christ, when he came to India, he learned Jainism. He went back and spoke about Jainosophy. Santhara is a methodology where after 84 years of life, after you've fulfilled your mission, after you've accomplished the purpose, the meaning of life, after you've understood it all, and after you've attained Trupti and Anand, then you say, you take your family on board, then you stop eating. Because stopping eating severs your ties with the lust of food, lust for sex, and lust with attachments on this earth. Then after you attain that, after a couple of weeks, you are free of food. You don't need food anymore to metabolize. Your body is trained to metabolize air, sun, and water. You become a breatharian. Thereafter, you then consciously let go of all the thirst and all the quest of life. So you let go water. When you let go water, your body stops regulating in a normal way and then switches to the mode after 21 days and continues functioning only on breath and sunlight, breath and light, photosynthesis. Because we are born out of trees, our 94% of genes are trees, 92, 93%. So you get adaptable and flexibly you mold and become a tree where your roots get deeper, fruits get sweeter in your spirit. And you transcend. Once you overcome your thirst, you transcend your thirst from being away of your beloved.
Wow.
Your emotional connect gets severed and you become centered. And then you choose a moment to transmigrate, transform, reform, and to exit. And this exit can make you choose to become fragrance of flowers, sweetness of fruits, the color on the wings of the butterfly, or simply disappear into the thin air and become a witness to this whole eternal dance of Shiva. Or you choose to come back and do Seva Bhav. And you choose a womb. You choose a womb. You enter the womb. Because you are the master of your life. You are the co-creator of your destiny. We have legs to walk towards it, hands to make it, eyes to see it, a mind to perceive it, and a spirit to achieve it. Heart to believe it, spirit to achieve it. So Upanishads say, we are the deepest desires of what we are. As are our desires, so will be our will. As will be our will, so will be our intentions. As will be our intentions, so will be our thoughts. And coming back to as will be our thoughts, so will be our intentions. As will be our intentions, so will be our deeds. And as will be our deeds, so will be our destiny. Cause, effect, karya, karma. And karya, karma becomes dharma. And when you dissolve into your dharma, as Mark Twain said, that there are two most important days in your life: the day one when you're born, and day two when you realize why. And the self actualization of your dharma is to know my purpose is to evolve by adding value to this universe, by honing my set skills and my set talents to find them out and bring them out, polish them as I evolve, add my value, find my place in the biggest jigsaw of this universe, very easily walk your path and achieve it all.
You know, you have said some amazing things in the last, since we started talking. And I'm totally mesmerized with the information that you're giving. It's just breathtaking, is what, if I may call it. Especially when you are entertaining the idea of planning your death. Now, Dr. Mickey, we have an international audience over here.
Yep.
And this concept is a very powerful concept, which I would like you to sort of go over again, simply
Once
because
again.
it's a great understanding to have that why should we die of pins and needles of disease and old age, but how can we plan our exit from this universe? I think you said
Okay.
it in a very nice way. If you don't
Okay.
mind, let's listen to it with the most international languages, which is English.
So we are born in the land of Rishi Munis, the seers, who were scientists, who were poets, and who were philosophers together. They saw, even before the science was born, that earth is moving around, because they call it Jagat. Jag jiski koi gati ho. They call it Bhugol, Bhumi jo gol hai. We are born of the Sanskriti, and Sansara of the Rishi Munis. Aristotle came up with a very good philosophy which is called teleology. Now, teleology goes way back in Ayurveda. It is a deep understanding of your ardent desires to be and become. So, teleology says that any biological mechanism can manifest itself in the desired form with simply the will, intention, and perseverance to serve the larger interests on the banks of time once it seeds its seeds. Then, with time and tide, it will manifest into beautiful gardens, fragrant gardens, sweet orchards, enchanting forests. What I'm trying to say is that teleology is a science that you intend and you transform. Attention goes where energy flows. So the attention principle of physics says that you put attention into the field, you energize it, you put intention into the field, you transform it. The science of brain plasticity says that. The science of epigenetics also says that if for 3 years you were to practice everything consciously, 95% of your genes are indeterministic. They will override on your 5% deterministic genes. And then if you make love, which then becomes, if you have sex, which then becomes love and then becomes worship and prayer, you will give rise to a child who will not have any set of your negative genes at all from your lineage. And that is called transgenerational epigenetic reset. Now that is also validated with the science of, I would say, telomeres and telomerase, because conscious breathing, conscious activity, conscious food, conscious rest, happiness, optimism, laughter, singing extends the chromosomes which determine the length of your age by increasing its length in your brains. They are called telomeres and telomerase. So now, most importantly, neuroplasticity is a science of adapting to the new behavior and the new memories formed. So you can constantly keep learning, keep eating new things, keep nourishing yourself, keep meditating, and you shall never die to disease.
That's an amazing concept you just mentioned, Dr. Mickey, on neuroplasticity.
I just want to interject one sec.
Sure.
So in my last, see, I've got 39 years of working experience.
Yes.
I've just completed 50 years of yoga. I started when I was 8.
Wow.
And next year I'll be 60. And my biology is that of 25, my anatomy is that of 25, my pathology is that of 25, my physiology is that of 25. So we never grow old. When we stop growing, we become old. So please don't stop growing ever. And I've worked with oncos, I've worked with GI specialists, I've worked with renal specialists, I've worked with neurologists, and where doctors have written off patients and said not more than 3-5 months, I have brought them back to life and they are now living for 12, 13, 14, 15 years.
Wow.
It's only with simple science of naturopathy, Ayurveda, yoga, divinity, optimism, affirmations, family loving the center of the subject, and the doctors believing in divinity's divine intervention. And miracles happen, then miracles become mundane. Then your mind becomes medicine, miracles become mundane. Then your meditation becomes your power to transform. And if change is constant, why can't we be choreographers of our own change? Keep changing at will, and life will be a beautiful journey of a river. Although so automatic, but very conscious when it moves and ecstatic in its glory of friction of movement. And in Swikriti, it moves everywhere it's taken. So surrender. Samarpan se samarthan. Samarpan se samarthan. And samarthan and samarpan se becoming samarth. Chamta, 100% potential. Haven't you seen movies like The Matrix, like Limitless, like Lucy? They are all talking about Vedic and yogic principles. It's all about increasing the potential of the human mind. Empty your mind and mind the empty spaces. Empty your mind and mind the empty space. Mindfulness is not being full. It is empty of junk and filled with light of awareness.
I like that statement once again, and I want to go back to the ones we've used before, is
Which
empty
ones?
the mind and watch
And
the
mind-
mind.
And mind the emptiness.
And mind the emptiness, which is a very powerful statement that you've used. So that's one statement I want to come back to, Dr. Mickey, about the neuroplasticity is what I wanted to
Neuroplasticity.
ask you. You said constantly if you're introducing new things into our body, the neuroplasticity changes to adapt to the new ways
Completely.
of doing things.
Yep.
Yeah. So again, for the benefits of the international viewers that we have here, what are the kind of things you would suggest under currently the pandemic that we're going through? What are the kind of things we should be ingesting within ourselves so that we can change our neuroplasticity?
Okay, so let us first figure out that there are two hypotheses of where we come from.
Yes.
One hypothesis says that it is panspermia, which means we could have come from a meteorite or an asteroid, and we would have come on the earth and there was life force. So that's the theory of panspermia. The second theory is of the Big Bang, and after the Big Bang, some 4-5 billion years back, the first speck of life when seen on the rims of volcano, which was called chemolitho-autotropic hypothermophile. From that, we become conscious human beings who can play, sing, light a fire, cook food, taste, smell, touch, see, cry, laugh, sing, paint, sculpt, make love, be happy, make people cry, laugh. Superiority in consciousness, create a new world. So, what is this virus are we talking about? Louis Pasteur on his deathbed said, I wasted my life running behind the microbes. I should have looked inside the human terrain. Watch the human terrain. It is capable of living forever to eternity, to infinity. We are representation of the invisible energy which has the measurable, immeasurable potential of all that was, is, and will be. Weapons cannot cleave it, fire cannot burn it, earth cannot bury it, wind cannot dry it, and water cannot drown it. It is this energy, if we harness in our breath, harness in meditation, harness in prayer, thought, word, deed, attitude, food, exercise, sleep, neuroplasticity becomes completely alert to any stimuli that you put in, and it responds 100% without compromise. Then the new cells are born simultaneously as the old cells die and they are replaced. There is no lag. Lag comes out of slowness, dis-ease. Lag comes out of disorder. Mind gut axis begins to work. Gut gravity axis is in play. And life force is surging constantly upwards. So, I've used breath as medicine. I've used hydration as medicine. I've used oil drops of various kinds as medicines. I've used eye drops, ear drops to activate your brain cells as medicines. I've used marma points. The pressure points? They are actually marma points. 108 marma points. If you can press, you can kill a person or bring a dead person alive. So I've got paralytical people started walking where doctor said maybe, so 80% movements we've got back when doctor said not more than 20% movements. So this is, and then of course to bring together the human will with you. Be on the same page. Without empathy, sympathy, compassion, you will never be able to heal anybody. A doctor has to be a healer. He cannot be a doctor of medicine if he is not compassionate. If somebody calls for me and says, if I say I'm coming, the feel-good factor heals them immediately because the endocrine behaves. The feel-good hormones begin to secrete only with the news that I'm getting there. Good news can heal you, bad news can kill you. Good news can make you feel better. I make people do fragrance therapy. So smelling of oranges, smelling of flowers, touching parents, hugging children, hugging trees, hugging grandparents, touching their feet, taking their love. The limbic resonance of emotions connects you with the field of love and energy. Oxytocin rises up. And oxytocin also gives rise to immunomodulators. Laughter. Your laughter will move your diaphragm 12 to 13 centimeters. And 12 to 13 centimeters, when your diaphragm moves, you get bioelectrically charged. Your T cells and B cells will secrete interleukin-2, interferons, which otherwise are available for $3,000 and $5,000 a while. And these are the antidotes of cancer. So all your, immunocompromised diseases will be sorted in singing.
Excuse me.
Very good.
Sorry about that.
No worries. It's a free
Natural
world.
response.
Absolutely. And a cheek is a tathastu. A sneeze is a tathastu.
Absolutely right. Thank you.
Amen. That's amen.
Blessing.
Absolutely. So synchronicity brings you blessings always. So synchronicity also brings you healing. Wow. Synchronicity translates into healing. Healing is nothing but homeostasis. When everything is just the way it ought to be, there's no speciality about healing. Restoration is healing. So I am simply a facilitator. I am no guru in saffron. I simply translate the laws of nature, the laws of divinity, and I appeal to the medical science and I touch their feet to cooperate with me. And my love itself is good enough for them to, give me that chance. And we've really worked with grade 4, grade 5 cancer patients. We brought them to life. We've worked with asthmatic patients and cleared asthma completely. We worked with diabetes, even type 1, even congenital, and we've got them into such control. Modern medicine is, completely aghast. But these are miracles which could be understood as science, which is primitive, which now can be understood with the science of, I would say, the laws of quantum mechanics. Energy is a wave or a particle. It depends from the observer's point of view, from where he's observing and what questions you're asking. And it can be here, there, and everywhere and nowhere in particular. Energy is at your command. This field of conscious energy of electromagnetic field, which constantly beeps out electromagnetic impulses, which translate into electromagnetic pulse, is at your wish and command. Use your mind, access the field, transform your reality.
Once again, so well said and so well delivered. Orange. Can I smell it?
Okay, so I am now, this is honey tangerine.
Okay.
My each breath will transform my mood. It's a mood elevator.
Okay.
My each breath will transform my mood. Now, each time the sweetness of this fruit goes inside, the fructose will send the signals. The feel-good hormones will flow. Your awareness of the sweetness will make you breathe deep. Your staggered heart will come into rhythmic beats. Such simple things.
Yes. And as you said, Dr. Mickey, it is simple little things that we need to do. Now, the mind is a very powerful thing. Mind, as much as it is powerful, it wavers a lot. Now, when you're trying to build such kind of immunity through your breath, through sunshine, through what you eat, through what you think, obviously, one, you need some guidance to be doing this, and two, the right person actually giving you the guidance. Now, you've given amazing tips over here that you breathe, you get the sunshine, and it's all healing yourself from within and keeping that very positive mind that you're talking about. But we are today very fortunate, and with this Healing Over Earth channel that is presenting this information globally, and it's coming to your doorstep. But lots of people are unaware of these kind of things. How would you suggest that this kind of information should be given to every doorstep? Because this is healing naturally.
Okay, so first we must understand that we can heal with simplest of impulses and stimuli. There is a science called polymorphism. Now, polymorphism is changing, body changing forms. Our biology just transforming. So, a fragrance can transform me. A sight of a flower can transform me. Doing a yoga asana can transform me. Now, especially when you do yoga asanas. So yoga is postures in poetry. Postures in poetry. And asana, seat of awareness, seed of awareness. From that you can teleport and look at a world with 360-degree perspective and have 360-degree perceptions, unadulterated, where your sight becomes a vision. The foggy mind turns into a clear mind. A complex mind, completely confused mind, will become a mind with a vision, where your lethargy will turn into enthusiasm. So, yoga is so powerful. And when people cannot move 90% of their body, you start with the 10% and assist them. The balance 90% will catch up. Make them breathe deeply every day before they sleep. They will never die with heart failure in the night. Try this if there are medical doctors here. Make everybody do deep breathing, slow, relaxed, for 21 minutes before you sleep and at least 4 hours after dinner. That person, I guarantee you, will never be caught unawares with heart failures. Forget in the sleep, even not in the daytime, unless you do some bizarre activity. Now, yoga, meditation, and breathing combined together triggers a new theory of science, which is polyvagal theory. Your vagus nerve is behind your navel. And your vagus nerve, when gets stimulated, it senses out extrasensory perceptions across the periphery and also out in this universe. So mind-gut axis gets activated. Synaptic connections grow. New memories and new adaptations happen. Your sympathetic feeling grows completely. So you become a person with great feeling, great sensitivity. Sahanubhuti, Antrik Sahanubhuti, empathy happens. Healing happens. So I'm just showing you.
Sure, sure.
Yeah. So, so the polyvagal theory works with massages, works with meditation, works with pranayama, works with fragrances, visuals, touch, taste, sight. It makes you aware of that because of which you have awareness. It makes you aware of that because of which you have touch, taste, sight, smell, your senses.
All the senses.
Your,
Yes.
your five senses which draw you outside, 5 horses, 5 chariots pulling you, will come together and be in one direction, and 5 senses will become a common sense. When your polarities will complement and not contradict, when your polarities will not conflict, when you will be in the shunyam quotient, in the emptiness of the being, like the hub in the wheel, the spokes are moving but not the hub. When you are running 100 meters race, but your mind is at rest, stillness. But this is all a matter of abhyas and prayas.
Meaning regularly learning and practice.
Learning, and this learning makes you younger. So there is a science called neurobics, and neurobics science says that you must learn awkward movements, crisscross movements, and make sequences out of them, and keep learning new things every 3-4 months. Cycle, drive, play chess, read a book, and never forget writing. Never try drawing, and you will remain younger forever. Your age will reverse, your ailments will reverse. Your age never kills you. It's the ailments associated with faltered aging that kills you.
Very well put. So, but I'm still going to ask you this, Dr. Mickey, that in this today's modern day age with the availability of computers, and these days nothing is written. It's only typed and thumb typed and on the phone and on the laptop and on the iPad. The writing skills deteriorate so much.
So please keep a paper pen, always. Always make your notes. Superb. I did that in the morning.
Yes.
Always make your notes.
Yes.
Because consciously it is proven that when you write, the imprint on the book also becomes an imprint on your DNA.
Absolutely. So true. So true.
So
now
writing brings about that.
Yeah.
So nobody stops you from doing asanas. Nobody stops you from doing pranayama. Nobody stops you from eating healthy, clean, intelligent, ethical food.
Absolutely.
These are the things which will make you perpetuate forever. It is simple. It's not a rocket science. Everybody can exercise every day. So when people say we don't have time, my answer is very clear. The busiest office on this earth is that of President of America. If Bill Clinton could find time to do things he wanted to do and did it, I'm sure we can find time to exercise.
I think time just is becoming an excuse for something that you do not want to do.
And time is a perceptual construct. There is no reality about time. Time in London is different now. In India, it's different. So that which is not constant is not real.
True.
That which is relative is not real. We must know. Logic is lame. Facts are frivolous. Logic is lame. Facts are frivolous. Reality is relative. And truth is constant.
So true. So true. Well, you've got a wonderful way of presenting and conveying your message, but I still have a couple more questions to ask you, Dr. Mickey.
I'm here, all yours.
I can see you are enjoying your orange at the same time.
I'm a free soul.
Absolutely. Now,
no rules.
I was going to ask you, if an individual were to connect with you for their well-being. I don't want to say health. I want to say their well-being.
Well-being. Yeah.
Yeah. So how would you actually take this individual through the journey of well-being? So you've got about 5 minutes still till I ask you another question, but I would like to
Okay, I'll
hear
tell
from
you.
you the journey of an individual who comes to you, wants well-being in life.
Okay. So this is my, daily bread and butter. Even before COVID times, I
Yes.
did long distance. I did long distance Skyping and FaceTiming people, from US, UK, Far East, Middle East. My clients are across the world. And most importantly, there is a sense of brotherhood I create. Brotherhood, sisterhood. There's a sense of family I establish.
Sure.
I connect at the level of the heart first. I go to the side of the person and see the worldview from their eyes. I work on personalities, I don't work on bodies. Ayurveda and naturopathy is about working and changing the prakriti, changing the personality of the person where the disease is seeded and manifested in the body. So your anger, your greed, your lust, your envy, your temperamentalness, your agitation, your pride, your ego, they give rise to diseases. And there are diseases related with various disorders. So extreme jealousy and extreme anger can cause ulcers in your stomach. Hypermind can cause heart diseases. Fears, phobias, sleeplessness can cause diabetes. And then, they can get compounded. So I begin to work with people's personalities. I do extreme amount of counseling. I understand. And sometimes, the medicines are also very specific to the date of birth and the time of birth. Even herbs become specially specific to that. Even breathing becomes very specific to the constitution. The food becomes constitution specific and blood group specific. Exercise is constitution specific, blood group specific. But there are common things like meditation, laughter, nose drop oils, but different oils for nose. Different oils for ears, for different diseases, different ailments, different people, different climates. So,
Sure.
and then of course, most importantly, so there are packages where I work every day with them. There are packages where I work once a week with them. There are packages when they just keep consulting me, and the trainers are there in their country, and I speak with the trainers. I make the programs. I make the nutritional chart. I advise them on sourcing of the food making. I'm not using the word cooking because anything that is cooked has no life. So making of food, how to eat it, how to consume. And I tell people that nutrition is everything that you consume, even before you eat a morsel of food. So, air, sunshine, water, love, massage, exercise nourishes you, good night's sleep nourishes you, a hug nourishes you, a good visual nourishes you, a good sound nourishes you, a good taste, a good smell nourishes you, then food nourishes you. So, I nourish people with all the stimuli of cosmic nutrition, and I change the landscape of human beings. It's quite simply.
You've put a very, very powerful concept into what I asked you. And the last two words that really stick by me are the cosmic nutrition. You're not looking at nutrition as just food. You're looking at nutrition with what's going on in your mind, what's going on in your body. How are you utilizing those things that are going within you? How
Yeah,
are you nourished with all those things?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So the,
And
the
most
concept,
important,
go ahead.
Panch Karma of Ayurveda. This is
Huh.
what I use for terminally ill people.
And share that with us.
So that is Abhyangam. So, manipulation of the marma points. So activity, activate the energy zones, energy meridians. Yeah.
Can I stop you
Working.
there? Just so
Yeah.
that people listening as an international audience, they may not have understood what marma points are. Would you like to clarify that a little bit?
So marma is a terminology in Vedic parlance, which is for sensitive stimuli for life force, for activating life force in the human anatomy.
Sure.
Yeah, and Marma points are there where you gently stimulate. There is no violence, there's no aggression. When you exercise, also, your exercise should be making love with yourself. It should be a celebration and never a punishment. So, never exercise like an animal, never eat like an animal. Be a human. Be human. Do everything with compassion, love, attention, intention, totality. So that's about Marma points. Number two, oiling your scalp every day, oiling your body every day. Then eating the herbs, consuming the herbs as per the region and season of your demography. And ailment specific food. The father of medicine, Hippocrates once said, let thy food be thy medicine. So I literally set up pharmacologies in my clients' kitchens.
Okay.
So it is said that vegetables cleanse you, they do shuddhikaran, cleanse you, purify you. I'm not
Sure.
using the word detox, it's a very shallow word.
Yes.
So vegetables cleanse you, fruits heal you, nuts, dry fruits fortify you, and herbs regulate you.
Okay. So nuts and dry fruits actually, you said
Fortify.
vegetables cleanse you, fruits heal you, nuts and dry
Dry
fruits
fruits fortify you,
fortify you.
and herbs heal you. And then you can destroy diabetes, kill cancer, alleviate asthma, and whatever you want.
Wow. That's just purely an amazing 4 points that you have given. Now, if I were to also ask you, with the audience that we have today, they would love to take home 3 valuable tips from your such wonderful 39 years of experience of what you're doing, 50 years of yoga that you've been practicing, an immense wealth of knowledge, both practical and academic. If today I were to ask you, Dr. Mickey, I want to get Mickey-mized, give me 3 tips.
Okay. So I think the first thing is choice number one, take me home. That's choice number one.
Okay.
Choice number two, laugh a lot. Be happy. Be in the state of joy. Because the worst of lifestyle will give you furthermore tenacity with laughter. The worst of abuse can be better tolerated with laughter, joy, happiness, optimism, affirmations. Of course, everything has its own end, but your rubber band will stretch a little more. So, lots of laughter. Number two, I would say breathe and exercise well. Breathe and exercise well. And number three, do a lot of charity. The more you give, you will never have a heart fail. Because when you see a smile on the recipient, that smile ignites your limbic resonance and ignites your happy hormones. And each time your hormones, happy hormones are flowing into them, your heart is relaxed and flowing. Your systolic and diastolic blood pressure improves. The elasticity of the muscles of the heart and the strength improves. This can be scientifically validated. So give more to heal more. Share more to give more.
Absolutely.
So I've told you those
know,
3 things.
Totally. I've actually handwritten them and not just typed it on my phone. Yeah. So let me say one thing to you. This has been a most memorable hour for me. Learned so much. And I think anybody who has missed out or not listening to Dr. Mickey and wants to get Mickey-mized, hey guys, log on to www.healingour-earth. Catch up with this gentleman's presentation. I bet you any money you won't lose out on this. Dr. Mickey, you have really energized. And the 4 points that I really want to share with you after the
Please.
3. 1, vegetables cleanse you, fruits heal you, nuts and dry fruits fortify you, and herbs heal you. I
And
think we
regulate
can-
you.
but-
And regulate you. Herbs
and
regulate you.
regulate you. Now, let me tell you, if this is what we all want to live today's and take these points with us, truly delighted to say, I think everybody should do that. These are most amazing points that you've shared with us. And of course, be happy with laughter and gratitude. Absolute gratitude, which is amazing. And this is what you have done for us today by coming on Healing Our Earth. This is what Healing Our Earth team is out there to do, to help give to people the amount of invaluable knowledge that you all come in with. So first of all, I want to say thank you to you personally, Dr. Mickey. We are definitely connecting. I'm going to get your contact details from our producer, Neil Kumar.
Yep.
And on behalf of Healing Our Earth, a huge global namaste and a thank you to you.
Yeah. My last parting words.
Go ahead.
You know, there are some people you connect with very briefly, but the impression they leave behind is forever. So Neil Kumar, my elder brother, Mota Bhai, I love you very much. Thank you so much. And Dr. Mukesh Batra, who recommended this, I'm extremely grateful to you. I always give my parting lines, my 10 commandments of wellness. My 10 commandments of wellness are, let wellness be the religion number one. Religions divide, wellness unites. Faith will give you freedom. Faith and spirituality will make you fly. Number two, I'll tell you what, because in wellness you get purified, you get cleansed, you get integrated, you get fortified, and your devotion comes out stronger to be a better Hindu, better Muslim, better Sikh, better Parsi. So that's the first commandment. Let wellness be the religion number one. Number two, join Dr. Mickey Mehta's wellness revolution for human evolution, not for weight loss, please. Keep your objectives in the sky. Highest denomination of objectives and goals in life, which serve the larger interest. Number three, for strong biceps, uplift the poor. For strong shoulders, take the responsibilities of the underprivileged. For strong legs, be rooted in humility to be better fruited in humanity. For good eyes, have a collective vision for everybody's growth. For a good heart and a good chest, have a sense of pride for collective, I would say, progress, achievements. Sleep every night with a wish to heal yourself. Wake up every morning with a promise to heal the world. And I just want to sing one line. I'll croak, but nevertheless, it comes out from my heart. Heal the world, make it better place for you and for me and this entire human race. And then we all can get energized, maximized, optimized, naturalized, internalized, eternalized, evolutionized, revolutionized, synergized, synchronized, specialized, initialized, regularized, revitalized, all negativity neutralized to get you minimized.
Absolutely well done. Well done. Thank you so much. A common friend that we already have is Dr. Mukesh Batra. He's seen me grow up. So I've known Dr. Batra for a very long time. So a big hello to him too. We have to quickly move to our next speaker because time is going on. Thank you once again from Healing Our Earth, Dr. Mickey. And
Love you all.
Connect with you.
Love you all. Love you all.
Same here. Same here.
Thank you.
Take
Bye-bye.
care. Have a lovely day. And we are
too.
fast approaching our next speaker, who is all the way from the Philippines. My goodness. Now we have changed from the European continent. Now we were in India, and now Dr. Romy Paredes is in the Philippines. Dr. Romy, I just want to connect with you before I introduce you. Are we connected, Dr. Romy? Namaste to you.
Yes, Dr. Lalit, we are very connected, and thank you very much.
Thank you. And help me say your last name. How would I say your last name? Dr. Romy?
Paredes. It sounds like
Paredes.
Spanish. Yeah,
Paredes.
Paredes.
Ah, okay. So here I know how to say his name correctly now. Dr. Romy Paredes from the Philippines. Let me tell you all about him. A super young gentleman. He is going to tell us about how to achieve mental and emotional health amidst the pandemic. Dr. Paradis is a visionary founder of the Wellness Land Health Institute and Wellness Land Wholeness Center, a leader in the field of natural and complementary health care and education. His holistic retreat center is a member of the Holistic Centers Network, www.centersnetwork.org, an international network of holistic centers whose vision lies at the heart of each one. A commitment to transforming the lives of many thousands who attend their programs, as well as those who run them, by addressing the new consciousness emerging worldwide. He is also a public speaker and a retreat facilitator on various programs on wellness and wholeness. He has authored and co-authored 7 books. Dr. Paradis is also the founder of the Self-Health Empowerment Movement, a health awareness movement whose mission is to empower people to take control of their health. His holistic and transformative medical work is based in Cebu City in the Philippines, where he resides with his wife, Dr. Mila, and their lovely son, Michael. And to get connected with Dr. Romy, the website is www.wellnessland.org or www.shem, as in SHEM-PH.org. So this is all about Dr. Romy, and I am so excited to listen to Dr. Romy, like the audience that is international today, all about how we're going to get empowered with our own health. Dr. Romy, it's all yours now.
Namaste, everyone. Namaste, Dr. Lalit. And thank you for the privilege of being invited here to share with the Healing Our Earth team. So I'm a medical doctor from Cebu, Philippines, and I love listening to the first speaker, Dr. Mickey.
Absolutely.
Because I totally resonate with what he's talking about. And a lot of what he's talking about, unfortunately, we did not learn it in medical school.
Yes.
So I was trained in conventional medicine, and I finished medical school in 1999. But after I finished medical school, I decided to walk the less traveled road of medicine because I realized early in my life as a physician that I was trained to treat the symptoms, not the root cause. But today, I'm going to share about the favorite topic of everyone who are having stress and anxiety and depression because of the pandemic. And so my topic is about achieving mental and emotional well-being. So if I may share my slide, Dr. Lalit.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, all right.
Yeah, pretty visible now. That's great.
All right. Thank you for the confirmation, Dr. Lalit.
No
So
worries.
mental and emotional health disruption can range from mild, you can be irritable, or you can have a difficulty of sleeping, or you can easily get angry, or it could be severe, like the clinical forms of major depression. So as a medical doctor, in practicing in Cebu, Philippines, I encounter all this range of cases. So these are some signs of mental and emotional health disruption, especially those who are not able to acknowledge yet their mental or emotional status. Maybe they're not aware. So it could be difficulty in smiling, or you could be chronically angry, or your breathing pattern is erratic. You know, usually when you go to a checkup, a lot of doctors do not even take a look at your breathing pattern. We only take a look at your laboratory parameters, or excessive fear, or difficulty in sleeping, or difficulty in focusing, or trouble understanding and relating to situations and to people, etc., etc. But the single and the biggest disruptor of our mental and emotional health is actually stress. And most people can relate to this. Most people can relate to stress because almost everybody is stressed in one way or another. I have a friend, his name is Albert, and his family name is Einstein, and he said, genius lies in making the complicated simple. It has been my work as a physician since I finished medical school in 1999 to simplify the complicated, because as a medical doctor, I was trained to complicate the simple. So in simple terms, stress is our inability to maintain our inner balance when confronted with external circumstances. So today, I'm going to share to you tools for achieving inner well-being. What is a tool? A tool is, as an analogy, for example, if I give you a hammer and I ask you to poke on that nail, as compared to someone who do not have a tool, the hammer, that someone who do not have a tool will have a harder time to poke on that nail, whereas that one who has a tool can do it easily. So that is the analogy of a tool. So the first tool that I'm going to share to you tonight is subtle diet. So as a physician, I do not know what to eat. I finished medical school, I do not know what to eat. I know what drugs to prescribe, but I do not know what to eat. I was anitarian before. Anitarian is not in the dictionary, meaning you eat anything. And then eventually I turned into more and more plant-based, whole food, low-fat diet as I learned more on nutrition after medical school. What I remember in my medical school, I think there was only 3 units of nutrition. Only 3 units, and a lot of the things that we learn is more on the pharmacology, is more on the treating the symptom. So what is subtle diet? The subtle energies of your food can become your mind, and this is what has Dr. Mickey been talking about earlier.
Yes.
The plant-based, the whole food, and the low-fat foods. Have you ever seen, let's say, a pork being slaughtered? I became aware of this when I watched a pig. When I watched a pig being slaughtered, and it's not subtle. The vibration is not subtle. There is so much fear in the pig, and we absorb that vibration. But then again, I never learned about the subtle energies of food in my medical school. Another tool that I could share tonight, which is again very simple, is just connect your feet to the ground, earthing, hug trees. So it's similar to what Dr. Mickey has shared earlier. I learned to prescribe a lot of medicines. For every symptom that you tell to the doctor, there is a medicine that is being prescribed. That was how I was trained. For example, if you have hypertension, I was trained to prescribe, several drugs to control your hypertension. But again, that is not treating the cause. It is only treating the symptom. So what is earthing? When you walk on dirt, sand, or grass barefoot, electrons enter your body through your feet. And researchers are discovering that these electrons are some of the most powerful antioxidants available. For most of my patients with anxiety, depression, or whatever form of nervousness, I prescribe this, and it is very powerful and it is free. All the patient has to do is to do it. Another tool that I would like to share to you today is vigorous exercise. There is a hormone in our body called serotonin, which is the feel-good hormone. And if we are not moving well, if we are just a couch potato, then that serotonin level goes down. So I prescribe vigorous exercise because vigorous exercise will move up the level of your serotonin, which is your feel-good hormone. Again, another thing that is very simple. Another tool is letting go of the mind. I think this has been discussed also by the first speaker. So through yoga and meditation, and there are so many ways to do this. There are so many schools and lineages that teaches yoga and meditation. So wherever and whatever you are comfortable of, go ahead and try it. Again, I finished medical school. I do not know all of these things. I do not know even how to meditate. So when you meditate regularly, your life shifts from being a mind-sensitive human doing into a life-sensitive human being. Another tool that I will share to you today is healing circles. This is one of the things that we do in our holistic center here in Cebu, Philippines. So we call it laboratory session. Again, from my medical background, we were so dependent on laboratory machines to tell you whether you are still healthy or not. So we look at your cholesterol, at your sugar, at your tumor marker, at your X-ray, but we have forgotten to listen intuitively to your story. So we created this word, laboratory, journeys to the heart of healing, inviting you on the path of change. So laboratory sessions opens a space for individuals to meet and support each other in a conscious journey towards communion, insight, and connection through dialogue and the heart of listening. So this is an example of a laboratory session. We form circles. We sit down in circles because we believe that a circle is a sacred geometry. And this is one of the retreats and the gatherings and the programs that we conduct here in our retreat center in Cebu, Philippines. Because to me now, dialogues or conversations brings back the symmetry of healing. It is a healing modality by itself. You know, in the usual consultation, which we learned in the usual medical setting, there is no symmetry between the patient and the doctor. The patient receives the prescription, the doctor gives the prescription. It's something like the patient is a drug user and the doctor is a drug pusher. So to me, dialogue is different because it brings back the symmetry and it is a healing modality by itself. Curing is the successful controlling or abatement of an illness that does not necessarily include alleviation of the emotional and psychological stresses that were part of the illness. Whereas healing is an active and internal process that includes investigating one's attitudes, memories, beliefs, and relationships to power. As an integrative medical doctor, I prefer this one, healing. Of course, healing can also encompass curing most of the time. As physicians, health workers, we have been trained to value and develop the intellect. We have become intellectuals, but we have often sacrificed our hearts, our emotions, our souls, our intuition, our basic human strength in the pursuit of expertise. What is the difference between intellect and intelligence? Intellect is knowledge. We gathered it, we accumulated it. Intelligence is wisdom. We realize it, but we didn't realize it before because we were not paying attention. Nowadays, my dear friends, there is so much information, but nobody is paying attention to the intuitive intelligence of our bodies. Intellect focuses on the parts. For example, I can specialize with a specific part of a human body like the eyes. But it is possible that I may know everything about your eyes, the anatomy, the physiology, the biochemistry of your eyes. But it is also possible that I no longer know a human being with an eye. Intelligence focuses on the whole. The part is always imperfect, but the whole is always perfect. There is nothing wrong with knowledge, but if knowledge is not in alignment with wisdom, it can lead to a tragedy. So this is a picture that depicts what intellect can do to a human being. We were professionally trained, legally allowed to do this to a human being. But if you pay close attention, if you open your heart, what do you see? What you see is suffering. What you see is pain. Another tool is a shift in perspective. We have to remember that all stress are internally generated. It is not about the traffic. It is not about your mother-in-law. It is not about the pandemic. It is not about the no job. Yes, these are stressors and you can handle it with the best of your capabilities. But remember that stress is internally generated. So let me explain this. Again, I did not learn this in medical school. I just, along the way, paying attention to a lot of patients for many years, since 1999. When a patient is stressed, the pathways of nourishment and the pathways of detoxification becomes narrow because the nervous system that is predominantly activated is the sympathetic nervous system, and there is contraction. And once there is contraction, healing, curing is very difficult to happen. Whereas on the other end, when we relax, the pathways of nourishment and the pathways of detoxification or cleansing or purifying, whatever term you like to use, the nervous system that is predominantly activated in our human body is parasympathetic, and there is expansion. Yes, there are times that we need some contraction, but in healing, there must be expansion. So healing is all about expansion. I call this the ultimate healing mechanism. So everything that you see on the left is an obstacle to healing. Stress, holding on, bitterness, self-centeredness, greediness, and most of all, fear. Now, all these things, you cannot find it in a laboratory examination. The laboratory test may say your tumor is in your brain, your tumor is in your lungs, your tumor is in your bones. But there's no laboratory machine that will say you are full of bitterness inside your heart, or you are full of fear. So on this side, this is where holistic healing happens. When we let go, when we forgive, when we go beyond ourselves, and when we transform fear to love. So love is the key. It opens all doors. Why not use the key, turn it, and see what happens? It will open up a new life for you, a life filled with joy and happiness. For when life is flowing from you into the lives of those around you, it brings transformation. And I wrote a book about this. The title is, I co-authored a book about this. The title is Transformation Medicine, Pathways to Becoming Your Own Best Doctor. Together with a good friend of mine, his name is Pai. He is based in an eco village in Palawan, Philippines. He is the founder of that eco village. So establish first your wholeness before you dive into the doingness of life. Because if we dive into the doingness without establishing well our wholeness, we will end up stressed. Wholeness means you are already complete by yourself. And whatever you do or whatever you do not do, nothing will be added unto you anymore, and nothing will be subtracted unto you anymore. All your actions will become more conscious and less compulsive. A lot of actions are compulsive, but when we turn that compulsion into conscious action, then whatever we do, nothing will be added, nothing will be subtracted. The action just becomes a beautiful manifestation of who we are becoming. So slow down and taste and smell and hear and let your senses come alive. Did I become lazy? No, I simply vibrate from the beautiful mix of there's nothing I need to do anymore, and yet at the same time, I'm still full of action, but no longer compulsive action, but conscious action. This is called springing your doingness from your wholeness. Now let me give you a wider perspective. This is a picture taken by the Cassini-Goyens probe in 2004 when it arrived at the rings of Saturn. Let's contemplate on this picture for a few moments. My dear friends, this is our planet. Very small. We are all in that little blue point together. All our wars, all our problems, all our technology, and all our races and religions, all our love and hate, 7.5 billion souls in constant agitation. When I show this to my patients who seemingly have a very big problem, and when I show this to them, their problems dissolve. So this is the power of shifting our perspective. There are no problems, only possibilities. So to me now, even a tumor is not a problem. The problem is how we were trained to look at a tumor. Even a high blood pressure is not a problem. The problem is the way we are trained to look at the high blood pressure. Even a high blood sugar is not a problem. The problem is the way we were trained to look at the high blood sugar. We always look for solutions without trying to understand what is causing the problem. To me now, every disease, every symptom that the body portrays is just the body's wisdom, the body's vibration, the body's innate ability to talk to us. The problem, we are not paying attention to the intuitive intelligence of our bodies. So the fastest healing, my dear friends, is a healing of perception. Because when we heal our perception, we shift from the problem-solving mode into a problem-dissolving mode, and we understand deeper the problem. And the most powerful medicine is not a drug. The most powerful medicine is actually transformation. Because again, every symptom, every disease that the body portrays is just an invitation of the intuitive intelligence of our body. It's just a vibration telling us to transform. So we can turn our problem into opportunities. Pleasant experiences make life delightful. Painful experiences lead to growth. Suffering points of an area in you where you have not grown, where you need to grow and be transformed and changed. So at this point, I would like to share to you a summary of my painful yet beautiful transformation. Yes, at this young age, I went through a painful yet beautiful transformation. I was a pursuer before. Then eventually, I learned the wisdom of allowing. Before, I was a bookworm. I relied solely on knowledge. And now I embrace deeply divine wisdom. Before, I relied everything on my mind until I got burned out and stressed out many years ago. Then I realized to trust my intuition. Before, I was very competitive. Then I realized that competition is a mistake. It should be cooperation. From illusion of ownership to the realization of true abundance. From human doing to human being. From a fragmented human perspective to a wholeness divine perspective. From the illusion of separation that I am separate and I need to work hard, to the realization that we are all one in this web of vibrations. From a box concept of God to a cultivating awareness of the wholeness of God. And from fear to love. Rumi said, the wound is the place where the light enters us. And maybe we are searching among the branches for what only appears in the roots. The magic ingredient of a great mental and emotional health is joyfulness. If there is a healing power of happiness. It is very difficult to be joyful when we are so full of ourselves. The mind is very full of junks. So many layers we have created in our lifetime, layers that we have identified ourselves to be. The problem is when we get identified with these layers. So well-being and inner peace outperforms all asset class in the long term. So, my dear friends, it is wise to invest on our inner well-being. Most people invest on external well-being. They forget to invest on inner well-being. So happiness is a subjective state of well-being. It is the ease, the flow, and the spontaneity. So 3 types of happiness: pleasure, short-term happiness; passion, longer term. But when you go beyond yourself, when you realize that you are more than who you think you are, your higher purpose, then it becomes very, very long-term. Lastly, I would like to share to you briefly the 7 keys to joyfulness. Number 1, be aware of your body. Your body holds deep wisdom. Trust in it, learn from it, nourish it, pay attention to the whispers of your body. When your blood pressure goes up, it is a whisper of your body. When a tumor pops out in your breast, it is a wisdom, it is a whisper of your body. All you need to do is listen first to what your body is saying. Some time ago, I do not understand when a patient tells me that she is trying to talk to her breast tumor. Now, I tell them, you can talk to your breast tumor. Of course, the language is not in English. The language is in the form of a tumor. So what is the tumor saying? Number 2, live in the present moment. If you are depressed, you are living in the past. If you are anxious, you are living on the future. If you are at peace, you are living in the present. So Gautama the Buddha said, the secret of health for both mind and body is not to mourn for the past, nor to worry about the future, but to live the present moment wisely and earnestly. So this is what Dr. Miki has said earlier. The mind is very full here, whereas here it becomes more empty, yet more profound and powerful. Number 3, embrace silence. The moment you start embracing silence, you start knowing the vibrations of your soul. So silence is very important. Number 4, relinquish your need for external approval. Unconsciously, we layer upon layer upon layer our lives because of that need for external approval. This is an example of the layers of life. Now, don't get me wrong, there is nothing wrong with these layers because they are just our social identities. The problem is if we get identified with our social identities. So wisdom occurs when we drop the barriers we have erected through our concepts and conditioning. So as a trained medical doctor, it was difficult for me, especially in the beginning, to let go of the barriers that I have erected through my concepts and conditioning. Freedom lies inside the heart, not in external circumstances. The solid, nutritious food of life is not just the plant-based, the whole food, the low-fat food, the vegetarian food, but also meaningful work, play, fun, laughter, company of people, etc. And the drugs of life, approval, appreciation, and attention. Number 5, relinquish your anger. I have a lot of patients, especially cancer patients, who have deep anger, bitterness for many years. So meaning they were so contracted for many years. So holding on to anger is like drinking a poison and expecting the other person to die, according to Gautama Buddha. Another illusion is that external events have the power to hurt us, that other people have the power to hurt us. They don't have the power. It is you who give this power to them. And number 6, don't judge yourself and others. I believe judgment creates a contraction. Non-judgment creates an expansion. And number 7, lastly, replace fear with love. Fear is a very powerful vibration that closes you, and love is a very powerful vibration that opens you. And in my experience, my dear friends, the moment a patient is diagnosed, the moment a patient is labeled with the disease, that is the beginning of their contraction, and they contract even more. That's why to me, there is also power of words, because words are also vibrations. Diagnosis labels, diagnosis names can also be labels, and they can contract people. To me now, there are only 2 bottom line root causes of diseases. Whatever is the cause, whatever is the name of your disease, whether you can understand it or not, whether you can spell it or not, it boils down to the 2 bottom line root causes, which is toxicity and deficiency. Toxicity means something is there in your body that is not supposed to be there. And deficiency means something is not there in your body that is supposed to be there. So to me now, to simplify the complicated, whatever is your diagnosis, there are only 2 bottom line root cause: toxicity and deficiency. If you have a toxicity, purify, cleanse, and if you have a deficiency, nourish, not just the physical food, but also the energy foods. Again, I have shown this a while ago. So too often we give others the power of controlling our emotions. So let's replace fear, hate, and anger with love, and we will be free. So true happiness lies within ourselves. It doesn't come from others. It doesn't come from external circumstances. So the way to really live is to die. Die to our programming, die to our conditioning, and die to our illusions. And these are our websites, which has been mentioned already a while ago, except for the transformation-medicine.com. That's our website. So thank you very much, and namaste to all of you. Thank you, Dr. Lalit, for...
A global namaste, Dr. Romy. This was an amazing presentation. You moved very quickly with your slides in the share screen, but your contact details right at the end was an amazing slide. If you don't mind, we could bring that slide up again, where you have got your websites and your contact numbers, etc. And I think this is something. There we go. That's the one. Yeah. So you know what? You didn't even give me time to take a picture of it. You were very fast with it. So I'm going to take your contact details on my phone. And amazing. So, my God, where do I start with you, Dr. Romy? This session, I couldn't get my eyes off the screen. I couldn't get my ears listening to anything else. A very concentrated and a very in-depth lecture that you've given us today. But I have a few questions out of this, Dr. Romy. Is that okay to ask you some?
Sure, Dr. Lalit, sure.
My main concern, I'm not concerned, but my main question to you is, what was it that changed you from fear onto love? What was it that made you the medical doctor that you are today? Because this is not what they teach us at medical school. They teach us drugs, they teach us diseases, and they teach us injections, and they teach us that. There is, as you said, there is nothing taught about well-being. What was that change that came about you? And I'm really curious to know that.
Yes, and I would love to share it to the audience, Dr. Lalit.
Yes.
Yeah. In fact, there were many turning points in my life as a physician, but one of the most powerful turning points happened before I finished medical school. I was in the internship years. That was the last year of medical school. I came from a 48-hour duty meaning 48 hours I was at work, and I was about to go home. And on my way home, uh, I was carrying my backpack, and on my way home, I was going out of the hospital, and I happened to be passing by a pediatric ward. And in that pediatric ward, while I was walking, I saw a little boy, bald, vomiting, and shouting to his parents that he doesn't like it anymore. So, as a physician who saw that, I knew what was going on. He was undergoing a treatment. He was undergoing a medical treatment, and he was experiencing the side effects of those treatments. I don't know what happened to me that day. That was 20 years ago, Dr. Lalit.
Wow.
And I stopped walking. I looked at them, and I couldn't hold my tears to flow, because what I saw that day was not an image of healing, but an image of destruction. And yet, we were intellectually trained to do that to a human being. Then I walk away that day with a big question in my head. So, what is authentic healing all about? Then, after that, after I finished medical school, I do not know where to go. I thought I wanted to specialize on a part of your body. I do not know where to go. And then but I still remember that day I went to the registrar's office of the medical school, and maybe I want to specialize with the eyes. No, I don't like, until I reach the bottom. The bottom is NOTA, N-O-T-A, none of the above.
I like
That
that.
was one of the powerful turning points. I think that was the day 20 years ago that the arrogance of my mind began to surrender. And that was the day that the genius of my heart began to open.
Wow. What an amazing story. It's that little incidence that's the switch on, switch off thing. Was the
Yes.
little kid that you
Yeah.
saw who was crying that he didn't like or enjoy being in the hospital, and that changed your thought processes?
Yes. Because I saw that little boy vomiting. I saw that little boy losing hair.
Sure.
And I saw his hands very black. So I knew what was going on. He was undergoing a treatment for cancer.
Sure, sure. But this is a super amazing shift in mind in terms of your whole well-being. You changed totally. Even today, amongst your lectures that we were seeing, there were a lot of quotes from Buddha and Buddhism there. So there is a lot of internal well-being, and you have literally touched for the tools, the 7 tools that you said of achieving inner well-being, and then the 7 tools of achieving joyfulness. So your outlook to health has totally changed.
Yes, it has totally changed through the years. Ironically, Dr. Lalit, my favorite subject in medical school is pharmacology.
Oh,
Where it was one of my, in all humility, it was one of my highest grades, meaning I'm very familiar with the pharmacology.
sure.
Little did I know that sometime later in my work as a physician, I would start to tell people that there is another way.
And a big another way. And you can see where the whole health paradigm is heading towards well-being, wellness.
Yes, that's right.
No.
Because in spite of all the knowledge that we have accumulated through the years, it is undeniable that there are more diseases today than ever before. Hypertension, diabetes, cardiovascular disease is epidemic. Cancer is becoming also epidemic.
We're looking at COVID as a pandemic, but look at the other underlying ones that are already killing so many people. Isn't that true?
That is very true, Dr. Lalit. And in fact, the COVID, which has locked down many people, of course, will aggravate more cardiovascular and chronic diseases.
Yes. And I think this is where your tips of inner well-being, and especially you talked about the subtle diet that you have with, which is very much plant-based, and Dr. Mickey alluded to that. I mean, the health concepts were so similar between the two of you. It's just how we are dealing with it. The subtle diet you talked about, which is all plant-based, was again a quote which was from the Indian Vedic books called the Upanishads. And
Yeah.
that was what people, I think, as you said, in this COVID time, should be really focusing on is their well-being with diet, as you said, with earthing and grounding of ourselves. And as you also said, vigorous exercises. And very much I remember from Dr. Mickey's conversation, he said, don't exercise like an animal, don't eat like an animal. So exercise and diet are virtually very, very important points for well-being and wellness.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Now, I also wanted to ask you a couple more questions about some of the books that you have authored.
Sure.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about your books that you have authored.
Okay, so most of the books that I have authored are easy to read. You can read it in one flight
Okay.
because it is my life work to simplify the complicated, because I'm so sick and tired of the complications of our knowledge. So one of the book that it's mostly empowering people to take control of their health. For example, one of the title is "Your Own Best Doctor Is You." Yes, it is you. So we always tell we are not here to cure you or to heal you. We are here to empower you, because ultimate healing, authentic healing, comes not from the doctor but from the patient. Yes, of course, we can share our vibrations, we can share our words, but if the patient is not open, if the patient is contracted inside, no matter what we do, it has a difficult time penetrating. The other book is Sacred Simplicity, the Ultimate Sophistication. It shares about my story of simplification, from diagnosing people with a lot of diagnostic names, like I tell people before, when I was in medical school, oh, you have a systemic lupus erythematosus, that people also could not understand. Oh, you have a adenocarcinoma of the lungs, oh, you have squamous cell carcinoma of the nose. So all those are medical terms. It is nice, but I realize that the more we complicate the wordings, most people contract. Their vibrations contract, their cells contract in fear. Another book is Transformation Medicine. I co-authored it with another author. His name is Pai Villarasa. He's the founder of Maya Earth Village. It's an eco-village in the Philippines. It's one of the few eco-villages in the Philippines. They are in a plant-based, they are in a sustainable community. I go there every now and then. My co-author lives there. So it's all about practical tips on transforming our lives to becoming our own best doctor.
Perfect.
The last one is Becoming Whole. The last one that I wrote is Becoming Whole, the beautiful liberating path towards wholeness.
Perfect, perfect. Now, where are these books available, if I may very quickly ask you that?
Yeah, it's all available in our website, www.wellnessland.org.
Thank you. Dr. Rumi, this was an amazing presentation, a lot of information, and a lot of good things on wellness and well-being. We want to make sure that we stay happy and joyful. You've shared some amazing, important material with us. And on behalf of Healing Our Earth team and myself personally, I thank you very much for coming here today, all the way from the Philippines, and sharing your abundance knowledge that you have with us. So thank you very much for that. And I really, really appreciate, and a big namaste once again from the Healing Our Earth team. Dr. Rumi will definitely be connecting with you.
Thank you, Dr. Lalit, and thank you for the privilege of sharing here. Namaste to everyone.
Namaste, and have a very pleasant day there. Now, time very, very quickly flies. We are just a couple minutes above, and we're running a couple minutes late, actually, with our new speaker for about the quarter to two slot, pardon me. But before we get onto the speaker, may I say, Shalini, are we connected? It is Shalini Yamdagani, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Do
great.
you hear?
A global namaste to you, Shalini.
Namaste, namaste to you too. And I'm so privileged and I'm feeling so honored to be invited by the Global Healing team.
Yes.
It's an honor to be here.
Sure. So, Shalini, I really want to share a few things about yourself with the audience here. But before I do that, let me just update the audience on this free online global sessions that we have. We have amazing lineup of events taking place on every Sunday. The next one, which is coming up, is the 17th of October when Navratri is starting. And these are the 9 days of celebration. And from 17th till the day of Dashera, on the 25th of October, we have daily sessions organized by the Healing of Earth Global Channel. We also have Diwali. You know, this year Diwali is not going to be celebrated outdoors in such a big way, but Healing Our Earth brings Diwali in November. It's the festival of lights. It brings us all virtually together. So on Sunday, the 1st of November, it's virtual Diwali on Trafalgar Square, and 12th to 16th of November is the celebration of Diwali going on. So please join us. We really want to make sure that Healing Our Earth can touch all these people during the festive time. Don't miss out on the dates. For a further checkup is www.healingoverearth.com. Now, takes me very quickly to our next speaker, who is none other than our radiant, energetic Shalini Joshi and Yamdagni. I don't know if I said that correctly, Shalini. Did I say your last name correctly?
That's correct. Yamdagni.
Yamdagni. And for this, we have actually gone to Thailand with Shalini. She's broadcasting live with us all the way from Thailand. So we were in India, then the Philippines, and now Thailand. Shalini, so delighted to have you on board with Healing Our Earth team.
I'm so delighted to be here.
Yeah. Now, Shalini is going to be talking about your pain is speaking. Are you listening? Yes? Your pain is speaking to you. Are you listening? She's going to share 3 secrets to be pain-free naturally. Now, what Shalini has done is she's trained as a fingerprint expert. You know, these ones, the fingerprints. Wow. I want to get these read by you very quickly. Her work involves examining homicide, serious crime scenes, vehicles, and exhibits in a forensic laboratory for evidence recovery purposes. She presents forensic evidence in court. She's also the current deputy chairperson for the Metropolitan Police Hindu Association, which involves voluntary offering support to the membership of Metropolitan Police Service in communities of London. She's involved in welfare support.
Dr. Lalit, that is Varsha you are introducing. It is Shalini, please. Can you?
My apologies, because my notes on Shalini have not come out.
Dr. Soda.
So sorry.
Dr. Soda, no problem. It's Shalini you are introducing. Thank you.
Yes, yes. So Shalini, my sincere apologies for that. You know what? This is where my paperwork got a bit muddled up. My sincere apologies. Shalini is from Thailand, is an international and physical emotional pain relief expert. Is that correct, Shalini?
Correct.
So sorry about that. So let me start again. I'm going to introduce Shalini once again, an international physical and emotional pain relief expert and a best-selling author. Shalini was diagnosed with an illness and was in chronic pain for months. After doctors prescribed bed rest for the remainder of her life, she went on a profound journey and healed herself completely. After a decade on this journey, and as the founder of magicalpainfreeliving.com, Shalini has coached thousands of clients including a few doctors online across the globe, helping break free from their pain and ease into peace and clarity. This newfound ease and peace then enables the clients to return to a state of flow and attract more joy, fun, and magic into their lives. As a thought leader on topics of health and wellness and self-development, she has been featured in international platforms, online shows, and books alongside Marcie Stremoff, Janet Atwood, Lisa Nichols, Mark Allen, Alex Mandossian, and many more. Shalini's mission is to create awareness and to empower people all over the world to consciously take charge of their own health and well-being and live the life they truly want to. Here is more information on Shalini. If you want to grab that, it's www.eftthailand.com/information-4-interviews/. I'm sure these details will be put on the website so we can connect with Shalini. Once again, Shalini, my humble apologies to you.
Oh, no worries.
My paperwork got mixed up over here as much as I tried to keep it in order, but I was a bit confused. I'm thinking, this is Thailand, and this is a lady who works in a fingerprint expert. And I'm thinking, this doesn't quite match. But so my apologies for that.
No
Shalini,
worries.
a warm welcome to you on our Healing Our Earth team.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So as Dr. Lalit Soda has said, I'm going to be talking about, the topic is your pain is speaking, are you listening? And I'm going to be sharing with you 3 tips to being pain-free naturally. And, we are on the Healing Our Earth platform. We are talking about healing the earth, and it's a very noble endeavor. But how do you go about healing the earth? And for me personally, I feel like healing our planet is about healing ourselves, because when we can heal ourselves, then we create ripple effects that ripple out and impact others in their lives too. And right now we are in the midst of a pandemic, COVID-19, and each one of us has been impacted, whether personally, professionally, or in our mental and physical and emotional well-being. In fact, I was reading the Thailand newspaper, and it said, the suicide rates in Thailand itself have increased 22%. And then I'm a big follower of Sadhguru. You may be familiar about him. And he was, saying in one of his earlier videos that he's been speaking to experts, and they say that once this COVID-19 pandemic is over, we're in for another pandemic, and that is the suicide pandemic. And so we know that, during this time, this intense, unprecedented, historic times that we're in, the anxiety levels, the stress levels have hit the roof. And that's why I believe that, having a tool that you have that can help yourself on a physical level, emotional level, mental level, spiritual level is key to moving through these, stressful times. And so that is what I want to share with you through this topic. I'm going to be sharing with you a tool that you can right now, we'll go through it, you can use on yourself, by yourself, to manage those physical pain levels, to manage your stress, your emotion, and whatever dis-ease that is going on with you. So that's what's coming up. So stay tuned for that. And so let me go back to the topic, your pain is speaking, are you listening? I was loving Dr. Rumi's speech. I love that doctors who speak about these kind of things, because I had a different experience. So my journey, so I'm going to, let me just share with you the first secret. So I'm talking about chronic pain. And, I've been on this journey, like you said, for 13 years now. And I've worked with hundreds and hundreds of other people. And what happened is 13 years ago, I was in chronic pain and I had been diagnosed with a disease because of which I was on bed rest indefinitely, and nothing that I had tried for like 10 months had helped. And I thought, I'm going to be stuck here forever. But I healed myself with this tool, and I healed myself and I got myself out of the pain, and then I've helped hundreds of others. So the three key discoveries that I made on this journey are: number one is that pain is simply a message from your body. See, when you're in chronic pain, like I was, and maybe some of you are, you tend to think of pain as, because it's a physical, you feel it physically, you think that the solution has to be a physical thing, or at least I used to think that way. So, you go out there and you try all kinds of things to fix yourself. But what I've understood is that pain is simply a message. And it's not so much a message of what's going on physically with you, but what's going on emotionally, mentally inside of you. And this is a little bit similar to what Dr. Romy was saying. And it's so at first the pain whispers to us in soft, small symptoms, like the little ache, that little pain that we just want to dismiss because it's not doing anything big to us. And so we dismiss those whispers. And then when we do that, it starts speaking in a little bit, in louder symptoms, and says, hey, you better pay attention, and many times people pay attention to that, and many times they don't. And it's so the body starts speaking through even louder symptoms. It actually starts screaming and saying, hey, pay attention or else, and that's when we all get moving. Let me share that whole journey with you in my context. So, 13 years ago, I went to a gym and I was doing the abs exercises as I would normally do, but I overdid them that day. And I noticed a pinprick pain in my left rib. And I thought, it's just, I overdid the abs and it's nothing, it's going to go away. So that small whisper, right? And I went to my office and I noticed that every time I took a deep breath in, that pain was still there. And I didn't think much of it. I thought it would just go away, but it didn't. And so for the whole week I had it. So over the weekend, I booked myself an appointment, went to the hospital. The doctor diagnosed it as costochondritis, which is an inflammation of a ligament that connects the breastbone and the ribs. And I got my anti-inflammatory pills, I got the pain medication, and he said, don't worry, it's going to go away, it's nothing big deal. A week goes by and I still have the pain. In fact, the funny thing was that what was just a pinprick pain felt stronger, and it felt like it had spread wider in area. And so I went back to the doctor, and he wasn't surprised. He says, oh, that happens sometimes. Like, some people need stronger medications and some people need a longer time. Each one is different. That made sense. So I went back with stronger medications. And after a month, I still had that pain, and the pain had actually spread to all over my left rib. And so this saga went on back and forth for 8 months, in which time I had been asked to change my, mattress, my pillows. I had hot packs and cold packs. And because the pain had now spread to all over my upper body, I had a neck support, a rib belt, and then I was asked, I changed doctors because I didn't know what was going on. And I didn't trust that they were saying what they were saying, because I wasn't getting any relief, and it had been months. And one of the doctors said that, do you work at a desk table? And I said, yes, I work long hours at the table. And he says, oh, that's the problem. You need, one of those chairs, because see, when you're working for long hours, then your arm is weighing on the shoulder and then all that weight. And so you need to get a chair with flexible handrests so that, it's at the level. And so I invested in a $600 chair and got that. And my pain didn't go away. And eventually, this went on for 9 months. And back then, my kids were 5 and 6 years old. And I was told by the doc that, you have to quit your job and be on bed rest indefinitely. And I said, but the medications aren't working. He says, we just have to, we just have to wait and see. And maybe if you're relaxed and if you're not doing work and physically moving your body, which is irritating it even more, then maybe it's going to get better and you can continue your by then I was doing ultrasound therapy, physiotherapy. I even did 15 sessions of acupuncture, but none of it helped me. And I was, stuck in bed, and he said, we can try surgery as the last option, but there was no guarantee that even if I had the surgery, anything was going to change. So this was a very, very troubling time. I was a mother and my kids were 5 and 6 years old. And I remember that time, I used to be lying on bed most of the days. And one day my daughter was back from school and she was doing somersaults on the bed. And she landed at a weird angle and kind of twisted her left elbow, and she started crying because she every time she put her hand down, it would pain. And what happened was she had broken her left elbow joint, and it was pathetic because I couldn't take her to the hospital because I was in so much pain. So I had to ask my relatives, luckily who are in Thailand, to rush them. But at that point, I had hit rock bottom because I had had pain for so many months. I felt helpless. I felt hopeless. I didn't trust what the doctors were saying. And, now I couldn't even be a regular mom to my kids. So it was, it was like the worst time in my life. And I thought, if these experts, I was going to the best doctors in the best hospitals in Thailand. And I said, if they can't fix it, that means I'm stuck here for good. And luckily for me that, I bumped into a seminar. I was forced by a friend of mine who is probably listening right now to go to a self-awareness seminar. And I wasn't excited about going there because it was a lot of effort to go there, neck support, rib belts, all kinds of medications. But I went there and I heard the sentence or the phrase that changed a lot of things in my life. I heard that you create your reality with your thoughts, you create your relationships with your thoughts, you create your disease with your thoughts. And when I heard that, I wanted to punch the host because I thought, what is he speaking? Like, why would I be creating so much pain for myself? Like, why would a mother create disease and pain for herself when I was actually desperately trying to be out of pain? But, when I heard his story, he had tried to commit suicide. And now, a couple of years later, he was going from Thailand to Dubai to Hong Kong to Singapore, sharing this message, this self-awareness. He was on this mission to create this awareness that it's your thoughts that's creating everything. And so that secret number 2 is that your thoughts and your emotions have a direct impact on you physically, because you are a triune being. You're not just your body, you're your body, your mind, and spirit. And so when you have a negative thought, right, it creates a negative emotion. And when you, for example, if you had a phone call right now at this time and you learned that your daughter, your loved one, had a massive accident, the moment this disturbing thought enters your brain, you start feeling worried, you start feeling nervous, right? And you may even start feeling something physical, like your heart starts pounding, your muscles tense up. So emotions and thoughts cause physical things. And now if you've got something going on for a long period of time, right, then it leads to bigger states of pain and dis-ease. And so when I thought about this in my own, in relationship to myself, and I realized that way before I was in chronic pain, way before I was diagnosed with chronic pain, my life had become, I think I went through one of the worst periods of my life. And it wasn't something like humongous, like some traumatic experience. It was just that I hated my job. I was sick and tired of, going to my job because I felt like I was doing nothing meaningful there. I felt stagnated, like I was stagnating. And I just didn't like it. I was there for 5 years, and by the fifth year, I felt like all the creative juices had been sucked out, and I just couldn't, like, literally used to feel suffocated going to my office. But I stuck at it because that job offered me flexibility. So I had flexi time, so I could go to my kids' school, pick them up in the afternoon, go home and work from home. And that was important for me. So I stuck at that job because I had limited thinking that I will not get another flexi time job and I can't quit. So I had a lot of negative, conditioning or limiting beliefs and thoughts. But I was also very frustrated at my work. So your job pain, is not. It's not like this is job pain and your body has nothing to do with it. And what was happening was, because I was so frustrated in my work, I would go home and then I would pour all that frustration, and all that aggression on my poor kids and my husband. And then I would feel all this guilt, like a monster of a mother and a horrible wife, because, what are you doing? And I would swear to myself, I'm not going to do this again. I'm not going to do this again. And I would go back to the office, come back with the same. It was like a cycle of pain that just went on, and I had no clue how to stop it. And so, so the secret number 2 is that your emotions are basically energy in motion, right? And so normally emotions are supposed to flow, right? So if for example, if you have a dog, if you're, let's say you're a 7-year-old boy and you have a dog and the dog dies, and the natural thing that would happen is you would cry, right? And you would release it and it would come out. But if you're a 7-year-old boy and your dog dies and your dad says, stop crying, don't be a sissy, boys don't cry, we'll get another dog. So there's this inner crying that was a natural process, that was supposed to flow through you and out of you. It got blocked, right? Because of whatever, boys don't cry. And so when that emotion is blocked inside of you, it's stuck. So it's energy that was supposed to be in motion that is now stuck energy. And when we've got bottled emotions, we go through all kinds of experiences in our lives. I was going through a cycle of pain, and eventually all that bottled emotion created like these traffic jams, this energy jams in your system that weigh you down, right? They deplete your immunity, they overload your systems, and eventually create pain and disease. And right now we're talking about COVID and immunity and building immunity. And that's why it's so important, to look at, what am I feeling? What am I thinking? And we have this, we've heard this, time heals everything. And I'm here to tell you that is not true. Memories buried alive, they don't fade away over time. They overload your system, because you can think of one incident right now, that incident that really upset you, when you think about it right now, you'll still have some intensity about it. That means there is some stuck energy. And so that's why it's not that time will heal. Maybe it won't bother you to that extent, but it still bothers us. I've worked with CEOs and MDs and all kinds of people, and they will be crying like little kids because of all those old incidents where they really felt strongly about something, but they didn't get to express it. And so the secret number 2 for healing chronic pain is that your thoughts and your emotions have a direct impact on your physical body. And it's important. And so, when I was working on my chronic pain, I was, all my efforts to help myself were misdirected, because I was looking at physiotherapy and ultrasound therapy and everything outside of myself to fix me. But really, it was all inside of me. I love this quote or definition by of Pain by Ianla Van Zon. She's a relationship coach and many more things. And her description, her definition of pain, P-A-I-N, is pay attention inward now. And that's that is the most important thing, because it's what's happening inside of you is creating what's happening outside of you. It's like it's the outside is the printout of what's going on inside of you. And so, what happened at that seminar where I heard that your thoughts are creating your reality, I went up to the host and I said, look, I'm in a lot of physical pain, right? And what do you recommend I do? And he said, well, I've heard about this technique. It's called EFT, or Emotional Freedom Techniques. And he gave me the address of the website. Back then, there was only one website that taught this. It was emofree.com. And he said, you'll get all the information there. And I've heard wonderful healings for all kinds of things, but specifically for chronic pain. And so, I went that night and I Googled this emofree.com and went through the details, and there was a free online downloadable manual about it. So I downloaded that 80-page manual and I went through it, and I saw this really silly, strange looking technique where you had to tap on your finger, on your face with your fingertips and say a bunch of things. And I said, how is this silly, strange looking technique going to be able to help me get out of chronic pain when all these experts and the fancy equipment's did? But I was desperate, because I was desperate to be a mom and just have a regular life again. I said, I'm going to give it a go, because the host of the seminar highly recommended it. He didn't practice it, but he knew of it. And so that night, as I tried this silly technique, which I'm going to share with you in a bit, tapping on my face and saying a few things, I noticed instant shifts in my pain levels. Like my neck didn't feel so tight anymore, and my back didn't feel so stiff anymore. And I was shocked that something so simple can have such an effect, when I would be, with a hot pack and a cold pack and lots of pills being popped in, and nothing was changing the intensity of my pain. And this was like instantly. So I ordered all the videos, and for the next 2 months, I practiced this technique on myself. And by 2 months, I was completely free of every single pain in my body, and I was free of the disease. But I recognized that as I released and cleared all the emotional, the anger and the frustrations and the guilt and the shame and the fears and the worries, the more I cleared the emotional crap, the more significant the shifts in my pain levels were. And I really understood, because EFT, the tool that I use now and that I discovered then, is Emotional Freedom Technique. And basically what it is, it's a blend of ancient acupuncture and modern psychology. So what you do is you tune in emotionally, mentally to what's going on inside of you, while you physically tap with your own fingertips, not with needles, on key acupressure points on your body. So it's a wonderful mind, body, spirit tool. It's a mind, body tool. And that's why it's so effective, because you're physically tapping, kind of doing acupuncture physically on your body, very easy to access parts on your body, just like that, as you're thinking about what's stressing you out, and you're energetically stimulating these energy meridians. That's why it's a mind, body, spirit energy tool. And as you clear out the emotional, mental anxiety and all the stuff that's stressing you out, you come to this place of calm and ease. And when you're at ease and peace, then you're back in flow. You don't have all that jammed, stuck energy, because you've cleared up the emotional jam and the mental thoughts that are creating all these jams. And then your body kind of returns to its state of ease and peace and flow. And when you're in flow, then you experience health and well-being in all areas. And so as I cleared and used this tool, I was not only free from my physical pain and disease, but I also discovered my purpose. And I remember that there was a doctor in my building back then, Dr. Renu Malhotra. And I had been consulting her because I didn't know what the doctors were doing, whether it was right, wrong, because I was in and out of hospitals so much. And I had been consulting her for my pain. And one day we met at the elevator and she saw me without my neck support and my rib belt. And she's like, "Oh, you're feeling better right now." And I said, "Yes, I'm feeling a lot better. Actually, I'm all healed." And she's like, "Wow, how did you do that?" And I said, "There's this silly looking technique." And, I was sharing that with her. And she says, "You know what? I have hip pain and it's been going down my leg and I've been self-medicating." She's a doctor. And she said, "I'd love to try this." And I said, "Come on over." And so as we did this technique with her, she was completely free of her hip pain. And she started talking about this with her friends, and it's wonderful when a doctor can recommend you. And so that's how my journey began. And over time, I think there was one of Dr. No, it's not doctor. He's just Mr. Nadim Salhani. He's the director of Obopan Dunkin' Donuts in Thailand. And he had been suffering from anxiety for 15 years, for which he was taking antidepressants and stuff like that. And, he heard about my work. And so he came and we did the same process with this silly looking technique. And he was free of his 15 years of anxiety. If you want to check out, you can look at a bunch of testimonials. But I'm trying to show you that this thing works, whether it's a physical disease or physical pain and mental, emotional pain as well. So it's a mind-body tool, and we're talking about healing our earth. And the wonderful thing about this tool is that it's easy to do anytime, anywhere, and get relief instantly, whether you're in a meeting, whether you're at a party, whether you're on a flight, whether you're at a school just before a meeting. And it's so easy that my kids have been using it since they were 5 and 6 years old. So ever since I was, free from my pain, we used it. So we would use it. They'd have a stomach pain, and then we would tap, and the stomach pain would be gone. And they thought I had magic fingers. "Mom, you've got magic fingers." And I said, "No, you have magic fingers too." And so this is a tool that my kids have been using. Now they're 18 and 19 and they're in university, and they still use it because, we've gone through a pandemic and I haven't seen my son in a year, and it's been up and down. He wasn't able to come back. So this is a tool that is a people's tool. You can learn it right now and use it on yourself, by yourself, and manage your mind and your emotions. And that's the key, right? That's what Dr. Rumi was saying. It's all in your thoughts. It's all about your emotions. And that's where it's really at, the toxicity that he was talking about. I call it friction, all the friction inside. When you're able to calm down and you're in a state of flow instead of friction, then you do well in all areas of your life. So I'm not sure, Mr. Lalit, should I go ahead and share the technique?
Absolutely. We'd love to see what exactly you're doing, Shalini. This is the emotional freedom technique is what you're talking about, and how you would tap your different parts of your body to release all that. Sure, please share that with us. Yes.
Would you like to participate, since I'm
going to participate with you? Absolutely.
Okay, so you can participate, and whoever's listening in can participate.
Sure.
So what I want you to do is tune into your body right now, and you can tune into any physical dis-ease that you are feeling, whether it's like just a stiff neck or a tightness in your back, or whatever, maybe your shoulders feel heavy or your head feels heavy, and tune into that. And notice on a scale of 0 to 10, how what is the level of discomfort. So let's say if my shoulder is feeling heavy right now, on a scale of 0 to 10, where 10 is intense discomfort and 0 is no discomfort, tune in and check in. Where is your number right now? And if you've got multiple aches and pains, just tune into the one that's the most intense right now. Maybe my shoulder pain is more intense than my neck pain and my hip pain. So tune into that one and notice where is your number right now. So I'm going to ask you, Mr. Lalit, what are you tuning? Do you have anything physical going on with you right now?
Absolutely, yes. And I'm quite happy to share it too if you ask me.
Yes, please go ahead.
My backache.
All right. So when you say backache, is it all over your back?
Lower back, right at the waist region.
Okay. And how intense is that number right now on a 0 to 10 scale?
I would say 6.
6.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So that's basically what we do when we begin this tapping process is you tune in to some discomfort. Now, for those of you who don't have any discomfort, we are all under a lot of stress right now. So tune in to whatever is stressing you out right now. Maybe it's a current stress. Maybe it's something silly that just happened. Whatever is stressing you right now, a specific thing, right? Not like I have anger issues with my dad. That's like a very big umbrella. But like I got pissed getting late to office, or something that just recently happened. This is just to give you a demo. So tune into something that's stressing you out right now. And on a scale of 0 to 10, how intense do you feel that stress? 10 is very intense and 0 is no intensity. All right. So with Mr. Lalit, it's a 6 and it's a lower back pain. And so what we do in the tapping, I'm going to lead you through the key tapping points. They're very simple, easy to use. Like I said, my kids have been doing it since they were 6 and 7 years of age. So let's run through the points and then I'll lead you through the process. So the first point is called the karate chop point because that's where you do a karate chop. And so it's basically, starting at the pinky finger right here till the what is it? The wrist. Yeah. And so you take a bunch of fingers and you just tap. I'm not going to go into this is the triple meridian and this is this meridian. We're just going to learn it the way we learn it in EFT. So this is the karate chop point, and you can use whichever side. And you can, because we have a large area, we're tapping with 4 fingers. So that's the karate chop point. The next point is called the eyebrow point, and it's literally at the start of your eyebrow. So that's the point. Right? And you can do this, but I just go with one side, but you can do both sides. So this is the eyebrow point. This is the side of the eye, right? This is under the eye. Actually, these are all meridian points, gallbladder meridian. This is the stomach meridian, but I'm not going to tell you all that. So this is it's easy to remember. My kids remember it this way. Under the nose point. And the chin point is that cleft area, right? So it's basically going down your face, very easy to remember. And then we have the collarbone point. So that's the collarbone and that little fleshy area under the collarbone. You can just tap with one hand. You can tap with both your hands. And there is an under the arm point, which is where a bra strap would be. So you just tap with a bunch of, like with your palm. And this is the top of the head where like 13 meridians go down just one point here. So you tap, I don't know if you can see it. So these are the 9 points, okay? And this is like an acupuncture, right? But that's not what EFT is. EFT is emotional freedom technique. So we have 2 parts to EFT. One is you tune in to what's physically or emotionally bothering you, and then you tap physically. So right now, I'm going to go with what Mr. Lalit has said. So we are addressing that specific problem. And so when you begin tapping on the karate chop point, you just keep tapping continuously. And we're going to play Simon Says. So you'll be, monkey see, monkey do. So you'll be saying what I say and doing what I do. Just follow along with me. And even if you don't have the lower back pain, it's okay. I'm going to tweak the words a little bit. So we're tapping, on the karate chop point, and here's what we're going to say. Just don't ask questions, let's just follow along. So, and you can follow me in your mind. You don't have to say it out loud. All right. So let's tap and tune into that stress or the physical pain that you have, lower back or wherever it is. Even though I have this pain in my body right now, I deeply and completely love, forgive, and accept myself. We're going to say this statement 2 more times at the karate chop. So even though I have this pain in my body right now, I can feel it in my body right now, I deeply and completely love, forgive, and accept myself. I'm doing the best that I can. Even though I have this pain in my body right now, and it's frustrating, I choose to love, forgive, and accept myself.
I choose to love, forgive, and accept.
And I'm doing the best that I can.
I'm doing the best I can.
Yeah. And now we tap on the other points. So we're just going to tune into that phrase that tells us what are we tuned into right now. So we're tuned into the physical pain right now. So we're going to say this pain in my body right now. This pain in my body right now. It's the side of the eye. It's the bone on the side of the eye. Can you feel the bone? Yeah, that's where it is. Under the eye. This pain in my body right now. Some of you may be tuned into your stress. So I'm going to say stress and pain. Under the nose. This pain and this stress that I'm feeling right now. Chin. This pain and this stress that I'm feeling right now. Collarbone, all this pain and this stress that I'm feeling right now. Under the arm, all this pain, all this stress that I'm feeling right now. Top of the head, all this pain and all this stress that I'm feeling right now. We're going to go back to the eyebrow point. I choose to release and clear it now.
I choose to release and clear it right now.
Side of the eye. Holding on to this pain is keeping me stuck. It's holding me back. Under the eye. All the reasons why I have this pain, I don't know. Under the nose, but I'm choosing to release it and clear it now. Chin, all the stressful thoughts, all the worries, all the tensions, all this intense energy with the pandemic. Collarbone, all the things that are stressing me out. All the pain that I'm holding on to, consciously or subconsciously. Under the arm, I prefer to release it and clear it now. Top of the head, I prefer peace instead. And I want you to take a deep breath in. And I want you to take both your hands and just place them over your heart and take a couple of deep breaths. And I want you to now tune back in, Mr. Lalit, maybe because we've been doing this with you. So tune back in. And for the rest of you, whether it was a physical pain or a stress that you were tuned into, and notice what, on a scale of 0 to 10, what is the intensity right now on your lower back pain? So I'm going to ask Mr. Lalit.
Yeah, I would say it's definitely gone down and it's about 4. It's still there, but it's about 4.
Yes. And so here's this amazing thing that, within a few seconds, without taking the Tylenol, without taking anything, you were able to manage your stress just by tapping on the energy points in your body, physically stimulating these points and tuning into what's stressing you out. And like I said, physical pain is not so much about physical pain, it's about emotional and mental pain. And actually, I do these talks where I go through each, because each part of your body has a different message. So your lower back pain has a different message than your neck pain, which has a different message than probably your hand pain. And so we don't need to get into that, but the most important thing is that within minutes, using your own fingertips, you can begin to manage your pain levels instantly, which is amazing because I know I've been in chronic pain, and to be able to manage those pain levels instantly was huge for me because I could, get doing the everyday chores that I couldn't when I was stuck on bed rest. So this is a very simple technique. You can do it anytime, anywhere, and express shifts instantly. Of course, like Mr. Lalit said, it's gone down from a 6 to a 4, right? But there are some other issues to look at. And I like to give people questions like, what pain in my life am I holding on to? Or what pain in my life, emotional pain in my life, does this physical pain remind me of? And usually back, when you think of your back, it's about support, because your spine is supporting you, right? So where in your life do you feel, issues with support, whether it's, emotional support, financial support, whatever kind of support? So that's going a bit deeper, but that's what we need to really address. And, once you release that, then your body returns to its natural state of well-being. So that is what I wanted to share with you. And I hope this tool was helpful. And I want to share with you a quick story if there's time.
We have, if it can be done in about a minute and a half, because we are actually a little bit over time, but I'd love to hear your story.
Okay, so it's the story of the Golden Buddha. I live in Thailand, and we have a Golden Buddha here. And the story is that many years ago, there was this clay Buddha that was being moved from its original location to where it's located right now. And as the monks who were responsible for, relocating it, they dropped it, and they noticed a crack in the clay. One of the plasters fell off. And so they paused for the night, and the head monk went to check on the clay Buddha statue, just to make sure not much damage was done. And as he took the light and shone it on the clay, he noticed a light reflected back. And he said, that's weird, because clay doesn't reflect light. So he got curious, and he got a chisel, and he started chipping away at that area where the light was coming from. And then more light started reflecting back. And as a bunch of monks got together and chipped away at that clay, layers of clay, to their shock and amazement, and this is a true story, they found a gigantic golden Buddha. And it's now located in Bangkok, and they have plasters of the clay that had chipped off. But I love this story, and my brand is called Magical Pain-Free Living. And I realized that, as I chipped away at my own layers of mental pain and emotional pain and spiritual pain, because I felt so disconnected with my life, with my work and everything, the light began to shine through. And as that happened, I healed, and then a lot of other people healed. And since we are talking about healing the world, I thought I'd share this story because, it's the light is within, and we can heal ourselves, and we can heal the world. And we just need to go past those layers that we've consciously or subconsciously built. And this is a very simple tool. You don't need a mat, you don't need a yoga mat, you don't need anything. You just tune into what's bothering you, and you can chip away at those layers and, allow that inner light to guide you. So that was the little story.
Brilliant. Very nice. Thank you so much, Shalini. Thank you for sharing your lovely little tip on emotional freedom technique. love to get to know more about that. I'm sure viewers have enjoyed it. As time is quickly flying from Thailand, we've got to take the flight back to London. So thank you very much on behalf of the Healing Our Earth team, Shalini, and from myself, a global namaste to you.
Namaste to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, we are finally moving off from Thailand and coming back to England, where our new host takes on board and my hosting time comes to an end. It's been an amazing, super time from 12 noon till 2 o'clock, 2:30 rather right now, to be hosting today. And I'm about to introduce our next speaker, and we've got Varsha, who is going to be Varsha Mistry, the new host from now on till her schedule completes. Varsha is actually, she's worked with the forensic practitioner with a Metropolitan Service in London for over 33 years. Now, I'm pretty sure I can see Varsha's picture on the screen. Are we connected, Varsha? Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Namaste, Dr. Lalitji. Thank you for your very kind introduction and such an enlightening session. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did.
Absolutely loved it, Varsha. I haven't finished your introduction as yet, but I just wanted to make sure I connect with you. So I want to tell everybody about you. So Varsha has trained as a fingerprint expert. Her work involves examining homicide, serious crime scenes, vehicles and exhibits in a forensic lab for evidence recovery purposes. She presents forensic evidence in court. She's also the current deputy chairperson for the Metropolitan Police Hindu Association, which involves voluntarily offering support to the membership, to Met Police Service and communities of London. She's involved in welfare support of colleagues and promoting well-being. As a proud mother of 3 children, spirituality and well-being are very much at the heart of both her family and professional life for bringing out the best in all. A very hardworking individual, and that is none other than our Varsha Mistry. A global namaste to you and welcome again on Healing Our Earth, Varsha.
Namaste, Dr. Lalitji. Thank you for your very kind introduction and your amazing hosting skills. It's a tough act to follow, but I will do my best.
You are an amazing personality yourself. Varsha, we've had an amazing lineup of speakers. We won't go too much into details with it, but I'm sure your session is going to be extraordinary too. So well done, good luck, and enjoy the afternoon.
Very, very grateful to you, Dr. Lalitji, and wish you a wonderful afternoon ahead. So here we are, a global namaste to you all on our 28th Healing Our Earth session, and a group of wonderful volunteers led by our director and producer, Neil Kumar. We are bringing love, unity, peace, harmony, comfort, and information for the most kind facilitators and experts from across the globe to help you in these challenging times and give you enlightening information, such as we just heard from dear Shalini ji, pain management, emotional insecurity management, and such things might be difficult to access in these current challenging times. So with your love and support, we hope we can continue to support you, our global family. So today's session is running live. It's streaming on www.healingourearth.com, Healing Our Earth Facebook, Twitter, and indeed YouTube. And our partners in streaming these wonderful sessions are indeed Simran Ahuja Facebook official, Sunrise Radio, Hindu Matters in Britain, Hindu Forum of Europe, Diwali in London, Enrich TV, Sarita Sabawal official, Mental Health _Connect, and many, many others who we are unable to mention all. But please do encourage your friends and family to join, support, and share the light from these kind souls who are giving up their time voluntarily to be with us and share with you their vital learning and experience. So with that, we are going to soon be bringing to you a very special lady. Her name is Sue Bowman. Now, during these COVID times, it's been often a struggle to access certain services. Maternity services has been one of those, and even when it's accessible, there's been some apprehension in terms of going into these medical spaces because of the concerns. And so we all know someone who we've supported during childbirth or during providing maternity care, either prior to the birth or afterwards, indeed. And it's such a delicate situation, and it's really important that we, if we are the mother indeed, or if we're caring for somebody who is due to give birth, that we know how to manage this delicate situation very, very carefully. And indeed, in current times where we have decreased bubbles of support, we want to do our best to help these ladies who are probably feeling quite anxious, a little bit unsure, and needing all the support and guidance they can get. So with that, if I may share with you some background about our next wonderful facilitator. So Sue Bowman, she is of Ayurveda Mother and Infant, AMI in brief. She's a practicing Ayurveda doula since 1986. It's been quite some time, and she's trained across 3 continents, that is indeed Europe, USA, and India. She's been a member of Doula UK since 1999 and has worked with some of the grandfathers of natural childbirth movement, like Dr. Frederick Laboya and Dr. Michelle Oden, and with grandmothers like Penny Simkin and Yashar Martha Oakes. So Sue's most requested expertise in postpartum care, because this is the black hole of modern medicine. And according to doctors throughout the world, in today's world, 85% of new mothers experience some kind of postpartum depression, from baby blues to postnatal depression to full-blown post-traumatic stress disorder. Western medicine has not satisfactorily confronted this problem, or indeed resolved it. Ayurveda, the ancient Indian system of medicine and health, has viable answers that work in this modern world. Mothers who take the AMI program report that they sleep better, that the baby sleeps through the night. There's a decrease in colic in the baby, having an ample breast milk supply, feeling strong and energetic, and a plethora of other sought-after symptoms of being a happy new mother. So it is a very, very challenging time. And I hope Sue is with us to impart with us how Ayurveda can support us in a huge change of lifestyle, where we go through a roller coaster, physically, emotionally, socially, and indeed the whole body clock is kind of thrown into turmoil in our aim to adapt to this new responsibility. So dear Sue, are you with us? And may I extend a warm global namaste on behalf of Nilkuma and the whole of the Healing Our Earth team. How are you today?
Thank you very much. Namaste, everybody. And it's a very great privilege to be here speaking to you on behalf of the Healing Our Earth team for this free global online session. Thank you very much. And I will be talking, as you beautifully introduced me, about Ayurveda and newborn mothers, and how Ayurveda can really satisfy some of the big problems that face newborn mothers. So let me just share the screen for a little bit, if that's all right.
Of course, please do.
Thank you. Can you see that?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
So this is the new mother's mental health, the role. So here are some questions for you, everyone who's listening. How many of you have children? And if not, how many of you have brothers and sisters? And what do you remember of that moment when the baby was born, when the baby meets the family, the first few weeks of the new baby in the family? What do you remember? Was it a happy time? Was it a joyous time? Were you confused? Were you exhausted? Were you starved for attention? Did you feel abandoned? How did you feel? Whether you were the mother, whether you were the father, whether you were the child who was welcoming another family member in, how did you feel? Take your mind back to that time and remember what it was like. As Ms. Varsha said, postpartum is called the black hole of modern medicine these days. And let's look at some of the statistics that are really quite shocking and alarming. 95% of new Canadian mothers feel baby blues. 80% of women in UK and US have experienced that postpartum depression. 94% of Canadian postpartum women report having at least one health problem related to postpartum. 100% of new mothers feel postpartum fatigue. And this one from Australia, the number one cause of maternal death is suicide in Australia, with the highest rate occurring 9 to 12 months postpartum in Canada. So why is this is really shocking, isn't it? Why is this happening? What is going on? What are we doing about the rising postpartum depression? Modern medicine has no really effective solutions. They try drugs, they try some psychological techniques, but nothing is really cutting the mustard, so to speak. So why is postnatal depression happening? What has happened to birth and post-birth since the industrialized era? What are our current expectations? Excuse me. What are our current expectations of new mothers? And how was a new mother taken care of in ancient cultures around the world? Let's look at these things. Prior to the industrialized era, women gave birth at home. And there are all those movies where you see everybody, oh, time to boil water, and all the women are running in and out of the room boiling water. But now, what do we expect? Now, mothers go to the hospital generally, and they come back and they are expected to go back to work as quickly as possible because the family needs the income. They themselves say, well, how quickly can I fit back into my skinny jeans? And so the paradigm is completely shifted. It used to be in ancient cultures, even not so long ago in the UK, there was a culture called you go into confinement for 6 weeks. The mother and the baby just stayed at home, and the whole community would bring food. They would help with the cleaning. They would help with the other children. They would help with the ironing and the grocery shopping. And then after 6 weeks, you would be what was called churched, which meant that you could leave the home, you could go to church, and you would be blessed at church. And the new baby would be welcomed into the whole community. That's in the UK. In Morocco, a new mother was treated like a queen at home with 42 days with baths, herbs, special foods, etc. And others took care of the housework. In India, a newly delivered mother was given a daily oil massage, special milk enhancing foods and herbs, told to rest, and did not go out into the world with her baby until after 6 weeks. And if we look at the Australian Aborigines, a postpartum mother was treated with utmost respect, rested, looked after her newborn, and was given preferential treatment for the best foods, the softest place to sleep. So if we look all around the world, we see these examples of how postpartum is different from now, and how the emphasis, the paradigm has shifted. In the olden days, the paradigm was to rest, to be treated like a queen, to have other people take care of the other duties, and to just be with the newborn and establish that bond. And when that happens, oxytocin and the other biochemicals, prolactin, that are associated with this time period rise, and there's a beautiful bond that's created for the mother and the baby. In Ayurveda, this is where Ayurveda enters. Ayurveda is an ancient system of health, as Ms. Varsha said, being based on the Charaka Samhita text. And it's currently increasingly recognized with effective solutions to intractable health problems. It's based on natural medicine and herbs and meditation, yoga, breathing exercises, but it also includes surgery and other crisis medical interventions. So what are the common elements to these cultural postpartum traditions that we find all over the world? And how does Ayurveda sum them up? We have an acronym DROME: diet, rest, routine, oleation, and massage. Ayurveda sums them up these ways. Different traditions, you'll find parts of these, or maybe you'll find all of these. So the diet is really, really important. As modern medicine is documenting, what we eat determines our thoughts, it determines our digestion, it determines our moods. And according to Ayurveda, when the baby is born, it is wind or vayu which blows out the digestive fire. So the digestive fire needs to be kindled with foods which are easy to digest, with foods which are highly nutritious, because she's making milk if she's breastfeeding. She also has to replenish all the cells and the lining of the uterus and make new cells. So the diet needs to be rich in protein, rich in but easy to digest protein, rich in the building blocks for new hormones, because every single system, whether it's the digestive system, whether it's the hormonal system, whether it's a respiratory system, whether it's a cardiovascular system, every single system has a chance to reset to new set points. This is why Ayurveda calls this postpartum period a sacred window. It is a sacred window because you can either during this time get the kind of support that you need and totally rejuvenate and feel younger than ever before you got pregnant. Or a lot of women report that after they've had their first baby, they suddenly age. And you look at the faces, you look at the bodies, you look at the mind, and she's so fatigued. She hasn't had the support that she needed. So diet is one of those supports that is very, very important, the right kind of diet. To rest. If you looked at those other cultures, total rest. No running around cleaning the house, no running around cooking, looking after the other children, ironing, washing. No, just rest and being with the baby for those 6 weeks. Routine. A lot of times, if people look back to when they remember a new baby being brought into the house, what happened? Everything goes chaotic. But having a routine really helps, and it helps the whole family be supportive to the new baby, to the mother, and to everyone coming back into a positive state. When we know that breakfast is at this time, when we know that now is the time for the baby's massage, now is time for the mother's massage, now it's lunchtime, now it's nap time for the baby, a nice routine, now it's bedtime. It gets everybody back into a good routine, knowing what to expect, and it also helps the baby. When a baby, the biorhythms of everybody, particularly the baby, get set into a routine, then the nights and days get turned around. A lot of times, one of the key problems that new families complain about is sleep. Oh, I'm so tired. I remember with my babies, I remember one time, these are the days when everybody was having to write checks. I had to write a check after putting some petrol in the car and going, my last name is Bowerman. And I said, which way around does the bee go? So completely, brain was gone because I was so unrested. But so having rest, having a good diet, having a good routine. Now, oleation, both inside, taking the right kinds of oils and And also having an oil massage outside, it really helps. So when you have the right kind of oils that you're taking inside, these are what are needed for the building blocks of the hormones. And outside, if we use sesame oil, which is the most recommended, although it can be adjusted for your body type, sesame oil is antifungal, it is antiviral, it is antibacterial, and it penetrates into the cells of the skin and penetrates deeply into the body, and it takes out the toxins and dumps them into the bloodstream. And then it can easily be eliminated. So not only that, but when you lie back and somebody else is looking after the baby for about half an hour, 20 minutes during your massage, as a new mother, you feel so deeply nourished and so deeply honored, and all the exhaustion and stress of giving birth can just fall away. And you feel so healed and deeply nourished. So oleation, both in and out, is so nice. And then again, the massage. So the baby also gets a massage. So the mother learns how to massage the baby, the dad can learn to massage the baby, and it's a beautiful way to build that bond and to put it into the routine. I know from my husband, he loved giving the baby the oil massage. And it was a time when he, in the morning, first thing, gave the massage to the baby, and he had the baby. That was my time to meditate. So that was my time to recharge and to do my breathing exercises, my yoga, my meditation, which was super for me. So it was a win-win. I know that we were running a bit late, so I'll try to go through this quickly. So in the role of the dad, a lot of times dads feel that they're no longer number one. They used to be number one for the mom, and they were in love and they gave each other all their attention and all their time and after work and everything. So all of a sudden the first baby comes, and naturally the mother's attention goes to the baby, and the dad feels, oh, what about me? I'm not number one anymore. But and also then he feels a bit useless and inadequate because he can't breastfeed the baby if the mother is breastfeeding. He has to learn how to change the nappy or bathe the baby, and he can't figure out how to stop it crying. And it's like, I don't know how to do this. But with DRROM, the acronym for diet, rest, routine, oleation, and massage, dads suddenly have a pivotal role to play in the family, because their role is to coordinate and make sure that his wife is getting the care that she needs, so that she and the baby are really well taken care of, that the right kind of nutrition, because of course, whatever she eats, if she's breastfeeding, determines the quality of her milk. If she's all anxious and stressed and has to do all the housework and has to look after the other children and all of this stuff, then her milk supply is often depleted. If her digestion is poor, then again, that reflects in the quality of milk. So it's so important that she gets the nutrition, she gets the rest, that everything is clean, that the hygiene is maintained in the family so nobody's coming in with germs, especially in this COVID-19 time, that she's getting the mental and emotional support that she needs, that the environment is very, very calm, and that anybody bringing in food for the family or bringing in groceries for the family, or that's helping with the ironing or the cleaning or the laundry, that everything is going smoothly, that it's going according to all the COVID-19 restrictions, particularly now. And it gives him a key role that he feels important, and that he feels, oh, I'm the kingpin that's holding this all together, rather than feeling useless and feeling inadequate or doubting himself. So the role of the dad is so, so important, even though he might not have been able to be, depending on the hospital, or if you're having a home birth, whether he might not have been able to be there at the birth in these COVID-19 times. Sometimes that happens. Then when the mom comes home, he has a very, very key role. So the other aspect is the community. There's an African proverb that says it takes a village to raise a child. It's become very popular these days. And it really does. It's not just, when you look back to the olden days, it really was every time a new baby was welcomed, the whole community rejoiced. It wasn't just a isolated small family affair. It took everybody that was helping and was rejoicing. So the entire community helps to raise a child in a safe environment and to give them the experiences that they need, because a mom and a dad can't be everything to a child. In the postpartum phase, they can help bring the pre-made food, they can help with the chores, like I said, and they can help look after the older children. So this was just a brief overview of our organization, which is Ayurveda Mother and Infant Organization. And we can, if you like these ideas, you can see that a paradigm shift is really needed, that we really do need to change our expectations of the mother and allow her to rest so that she can nourish the newborn baby, so that her milk supply can come in, so that she can feel not anxious and stressed and be expected to go back to work straight away. That 42 days for the next 42 years is this sacred window according to Ayurveda. If for those first 6 weeks, those first 42 days, she gets the care and the baby gets the care, that sets them up for the next 42 years of the baby's life and the mother's life. So for me, I'm still in my 42-year period. My children are 30 and 33. And that strong start that they got, having all of that support at the beginning and the strong start that I got, has really made a huge difference to them. They really realize that they are here to help the world. It's not just what can I get, but it's what can I give, because they had the care and I had the care at that crucial time, that sacred window time. So we really need to create a paradigm shift and go back to having the mother rest, having the time to bond. These times, so many mothers are feeling disjointed from their baby. The oxytocin levels are not high because she's not rested. She's not feeling that love hormone coming up to make the prolactin, which causes the breast milk to be abundant. And so many things affect her moods. So it's so important that this drome is available to new moms and new families. So want to introduce this project to your family? Do you want to bring these principles to your community? Do you want to form a mother and infant support team in your city? Do you want to take our 100-hour postpartum Ayurveda training? Would you like to choose to become a specialized trainer in either baby massage and teach that to families, or mother massage and teach her how to give her own self-massage or be able to give it to her? Do you want to learn postpartum, oops, there's an M missing, postpartum cooking or breastfeeding and weaning? Would you like to help donate or help us find funding? Because these are our projects. This is how you contact us, AMI at iahv.co.uk. International Association of Human Values is IAHV. And you can find our landing page there at iahv.org, Project Ayurveda Mother and Infant, AMI. So that was catching us up on time, I think, so that you can be on time for the next speaker. And that was my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions or go into any details if anybody would like.
Thank you so much, Sue. That was an incredibly enlightening presentation, and it really did cause me to reflect on my time. I was incredibly lucky in the sense that I had my mother who lived at the end of my road for all three of my children's births, and I have to say, they are so, in the beginning you start off with this high, you're absolutely elated and loving every second and not caring about not sleeping through the night, because you just want to stare at this well, in your mind, this is the most beautiful living being on the earth. And then, yeah, once the tiredness kicks in and the rest, gosh, it is a huge change in terms of hormone. And I do consider myself to not only have my mum, but she was a person who knew how to do the baby massage when I was incredibly scared of even picking the baby up. Um, and it's lovely that you explained how this 360-degree care in terms of the diet, the routine, the rest, the oleation and massage, it tends to impact you in so many ways, and including, you know, your breast milk production. That was really, really interesting. So if people, you know, do want to get involved or learn a bit more of how they can support themselves and their family members, are you able to reach all the countries, because we are a global channel here?
I'm actually, yes, I'm actually in Italy at the moment.
Wow.
And it's raining in Naples. And yes, we have this program. There are many of us in the organization, and we are based in France, in Canada, in Poland, in America, and also in India. So yes.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. And presumably, if you are not in one of those countries, it is possible to follow these programs online, would you say?
Yes, yes, we have a baby massage training program online, and we have just finished for the first time. We have been teaching, Ami's been teaching the Ayurveda doula training since 2000 in Canada, in residence. And because of COVID-19, this year is the first year that we actually went online this summer. So we finished the training as a trial program this summer for the first time online. So you can learn all of the skills online, including the mother massage, including the postpartum cooking and nutrition and diet, including the baby massage and the breastfeeding and weaning support. Yes.
Oh, that's incredibly valuable, I have to say, because not everybody is able to reach, you know, their loved ones to support them at this difficult time. And what I think what is really interesting is that, you know, when you're pregnant, there is like a whole load of support available for you. People will say, "Oh, don't pick up that piece of paper. I'll do it for you." But I think once the baby comes, there's so much excitement about the baby, you kind of become a little bit invisible. So I love the way you said, by making the dad feel important, by, you know, suggesting ways that he can be involved, that you are then making time for yourself. Also, I thought that was really key in terms of giving yourself that space to recharge and just show a little bit of attention to yourself as well.
You know, this is such an interesting point, because this is exactly what happens is when a woman is pregnant, everybody is taking care of her and making sure she doesn't lift this and rest and everything. And after she has given birth, the attention focuses to the baby. But actually, if you were to look at it from another point of view, the whole wall of the uterus, the placenta, has come off. And the whole wall of the uterus needs to remake itself. If that wound, if we want to call it a wound, were on the outside of the body, and everybody was seeing that blood draining and those new cells having to be remade, they would go, "Stop, stop, stop, just rest, rest." But because it's unseen, all of that inner work, that complete transformation and rejuvenation that has to take place, not only in the uterus, but in every system of the body, twice the volume of blood now goes back to half that volume. All of the hormones have to reset completely. Obviously, the cardiovascular system, with all of that, you know, before you were breathing, you were living for two, you were eating for two, you were breathing for two, everything was for two. Now it goes back to one, apart from the breast milk, which again is equal to running a marathon every day. So you need all that nutrition to make the breast milk for running a marathon. But yes, A lot of people shift their attention to the baby in the postpartum, but the postpartum is really where the depression and baby blues and it's where the medical system, we fail the mums, and we need to bring a paradigm shift back so that she gets the support she needs, so that we can bring a transformation to the whole next generation. 42 days for 42 years.
That's it's such a beautiful and essential concept, I have to say, especially when you look at those worrying figures in terms of, you know, the mental health and the depression and, you know, baby blues, how, you know, it can take a bit of a scary decline if the correct level of support is not there, Sue. And, you know, I just like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to you for this, you know, wonderful presentation and fabulous life-saving initiative. I would even go as far as to say, because, you know, if you step in at that moment, you know, you can go on to create 42 and beyond beautiful years instead of a great deal of anxiety and worry, which can take some time to resolve. So thank you for highlighting, you know, the critical importance of the correct interventions at this stage, and also helping us to understand how, you know, we can support a loved one, and giving us the channels to get that expert advice. I think it's incredibly important, and it's wonderful that you've put together this holistic program to offer vital support. And we all know somebody who will be going through this journey, and I think it gives you confidence in the sense that you will know what to do when the time comes. And for husbands as well, I think, especially in the COVID times, it's quite important to have you know, a secure grounding on the step support that will be required.
Thank you very, very much. And namaste, and healing, lots of healing for the world. And thank you for this beautiful, beautiful initiative. I had no idea it was going on for, what did you say, 26 years?
This is the 28th session. So it began with the start of COVID, you know, as it started racing around the world. So we're basically a global support channel, bringing experts like yourself, you know, to the homes of all the people who aren't able to get out, but need, you know, that vital and accurate guidance on coping with the different challenges which we are facing at the moment. And of course, you know, maternity care is a very important part of this journey. So may Mother Earth bless you for taking out your valuable time to join us, and I'm sure you'll have a considerable uptake with this wonderful IAHV program, and I wish you a wonderful afternoon. Thank you so much, Sue. May Mother Earth bless you. Right, wasn't that amazing? Gosh. It's amazing what you know, those early interventions and the correct level of support, the difference it can make. 42 years, yes, 42 years no less of you know, happiness and security in following the needed diet and rest and oleation and the routine, and of course massages for the mother and the baby. How amazing. So with that, can I remind you all that if you would like to get involved with delivering or indeed presenting on this Healing Our Earth global channel, please do go to our website, www.healingourEarth.com. It's a free global community channel, and we have a WhatsApp number on this website. And our producer, Neil Kumar, will be happy to speak to you and guide you on what you can do. You might be good at graphics or media, or indeed in helping with digital formatting or presentations. So we're an e-channel. So if you have some skills which we could share globally, we welcome you to get involved. All our team members and facilitators are providing their services as volunteers. So our future events from the 17th of October, Navratri starts until Dashera. on the 25th of October. So please join us. The start is at 7:30 British Standard Time. And on the 30th of October, we have Sharad Poonam in Diwali. We have the 1st of November, we'll have the start of our Diwali events. That's being hosted by the Diwali in London committee, but on Healing Our Earth platform. So please stay with us for that. And then from the 12th to the 16th of November, the 5 days of Diwali will be celebrated on this platform. So please do stay with us. Okay, so today is all about the community impacts of COVID-19. And so they are psychological, they are social, they are medical, they're economical, and it's impacting different sectors in many, many different ways. So from Italy, we are shortly going to jet across in the Healing Our Earth private plane to India, where we have our dear Mr. Vikram Varshane. I hope he's with us. Namaste, Vikramji. How are you?
Fine. Namaste, Glo. Thank you, everybody, especially Varsha ji and Neil Kumar for implementing so much effective guidance to support me under this team.
We're delighted that you could join us, dear Vikramji, and for giving your valuable time to share with us the COVID impact on the construction sector. So you're with us, joining us from India today. Now, if I may just share a few moments to explain your background and the wonderful, really inspirational work you're doing. You know, at times we may go on a drive or go on holiday, and we look at the top of a high mountain or a hill and we think, how did they build that up there? What was the process of getting that house or that building or that construction, a bridge or a tunnel? So many logistics to consider. And we're so lucky today that Vikramji is with us today. And he is the youngest candidate at the age of just 23 for managerial position through open examination in IRC on, that's the Ministry of Railways. Now, Vikramji is presently working as a Deputy General Manager and has executed many large civil projects successfully, including India's most prestigious Bir Panjal Railway Tunnel D80 project, which is 11 kilometers long and which is the longest in India and second longest in the whole of Asia. Yes, dear friends, the second longest in the whole of Asia railway line connecting Banihal, Srinagar and Baramulla in the beautiful Jammu and Kashmir Road overbridge in Rajasthan, retail malls and complexes in Noida. Now, Vikramji was honored for academic excellence, science quiz, creative writing, graffiti, ramp shows, self-composed poetry, etc. at the inter-school, university and district level several times. So incredibly talented is our next facilitator, Vikramji. And to welcome him, I would also like to invite with us Dr. Sunil Gupta, who is in Scotland, I understand today. Is Sunil ji with us? Namaste, Sunil ji. How are you?
I just wanted to make sure that you can hear me, Varsha ji, because I'm actually talking from the hospital computer. I'm working in a hospital in Scotland today. So can you hear me all?
Yes, you're coming through loud and clear, Sunil ji. Yes. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so it's wonderful that Sunil ji is also with us for this special presentation. So with that, with much joy and a great deal of respect, it gives me great pleasure to invite Vikramji to share with us the COVID impact on construction sector and how to overcome it. Thank you so much, Vikramji.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Pleasure. So what are the impacts at the moment, Vikramji, of COVID on the construction sector?
First of all, I would like to start, before start, I want to share one quote from my side
Sure.
for what is all about. तारीख पे तारीख. Am I audible?
Yes, you are loud and clear. Thank you.
तारीख पे तारीख, तारीख पे तारीख, लेकिन घर नहीं मिलता. मिलता है, मिलती है तो सिर्फ तारीख, तारीख. That's my main focus today. Now,
Could you possibly
let's
translate
share
that? Sorry, Vikrati, could you possibly translate that in English for our global family? Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. This it is basically in Hindi. Now I'm translating it in English.
Sure.
For a layman, there is saying that every time when he want that he should purchase his home, he visit dealers and regarding purchasing of their homes. But dealer assured him that you will come on this date, 2nd of October or 4th of October. Then next time when he visit, then again same situation arises. So instead of getting home to him, he received only dates and dates. So after all, he is deprived of getting home and only received dates and dates. So in detail, I will explain now by sharing my screen.
Thank you.
I'm sharing my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, it is, Vikrati. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, here I would like to explain COVID impact on construction sector and how to overcome it. Today, main topics that I included in this section of presentation is pledge for globe, then what is COVID-19 and features, guidelines and disinfection of workplaces, COVID-19, precautions during meeting, impact of coronavirus on construction or real estate, how can the real estate sector recover from COVID-19 pandemic, should you buy a home during the COVID-19 pandemic, benefits of investing in real estate investment during coronavirus, tips for career survivor in today's construction industry, future of construction, and about government initiatives. So let's begin with pledge for globe. So I request everybody to please join with me. I promise to take all necessary precautions that prevent the spread of this deadly virus COVID-19. I promise to follow and encourage others to follow the key COVID appropriate behaviors. To always wear a mask or face cover, especially when in public places. To maintain a minimum distance of 6 feet from others. To wash my hands frequently and thoroughly with soap and water. Together, we will win this fight against COVID-19. Let's now begin with topic. What is COVID-19? Basically, it is an acute respiratory disease caused by a novel coronavirus, transmitted in most instances through respiratory droplets, direct contact with cases, and also through contaminated surfaces or objects. Though the virus survives on environmental surfaces for a varied period of time, it gets easily inactivated by chemical disinfectants. Most persons infected with COVID-19 experience mild symptoms and recover. However, Some go on to experience more serious illness and may require hospital, etc. Aged people have weakened immune system. That's why. Symptoms typically include fever, cough, and shortness of breath. Some people infected with the virus have reported experiencing other non-respiratory symptoms. According to AIMS, symptoms of COVID-19 may appear in as few as 2 days or as long as 14 days after exposure. It may be possible that a person can get COVID-19 by touching a surface or object infected by the corona positive person and then touching their own mouth, nose, or possibly their eyes. Now let us discuss on guidelines on disinfection of workplaces, COVID-19. There are SOPs defined in construction sector as how to cope up with this coronavirus, and that are divided into basically 4 subheads: personal hygiene, offices, work sites, workplaces, washrooms, or toilets. Personal hygiene, simply as you can easily see from my slides, there are several points: perform hand hygiene and clean hygiening, don't shake hands, maintain personal hygiene, cover nose and mouth, avoid unnecessary gathering, avoid touching elevator buttons, handrails or handles and call buttons, escalator handrails, front office counters. Use staircase to the extent possible. This is important as in hurry, people generally touch elevator buttons, handrails in buildings or malls, which should not be. Or employees should consider cleaning the work area in front of them. Doors should be kept open. Yes, and medical mask. N95 is generally not required by normal person. However, 3-ply mask, ordinary medical mask, might be worn according to local guidelines. Or homemade cotton mask can also be used. At present, we are using homemade cotton masks in our industry sector, construction. And one thing about mask management. Place mask carefully to cover mouth and nose. While in use, avoid touching the mask. Mask should be removed by removing the face from behind and do not touch the front. Generally, people do same mistake. In hurry, they put out their mask from front side only. After removal of, whenever you replace mask with new clean dry mask, and these are our general points: discard single-use masks, do not reuse single-use masks. Next. Yes, while going back home, there is a special schedule of powers. While going back home, what to do? Number 1, ring off home when you start from office. Just like it is part of our quality control. Someone at home should keep the front door open so that you don't have to touch the calling bell or door handle and a bucket of water with washing soap powder or bleaching powder added to it in the front door. Keep things like car keys, pen, sanitizer, bed phone in the box outside the door. Wash your hands in the bucket and stand in the water for a few minutes. Meanwhile, use tissue and sanitizer and wipe the items you have placed in the box. Wash your hands with soap water again. Now enter the house without touching anything. The bathroom door is kept open by someone and bucket of detergent soap water is ready. You take off your clothes, including inner wear, and soak in the bucket. Then take a head bath with shampoo and body bath with soap. The clothes should be washed in washing machine with high temperature setting and dry clothes in sunlight. there is procedure manual for housekeeping and cleaning staff also. Prior to cleaning, the worker should wear rubber boots, disposal gloves, and a triple layer mask. Carefully clean the equipment used in cleaning at the end of the cleaning process. Remove PPE, discard any disposable PPE in purpose-made disposable bag, and wash hands with soap and water. The agency or official responsible for housekeeping shall ensure the adequate stock of masks and gloves, sanitizers, cleaning agents, and shall ensure its distribution among the staffs. Now, in office, hand sanitizing, thermal scanner should be there, and frequently touched areas like tabletops, chair handles, pens, diaries, they should especially be cleaned. Display posters promoting hand washing and social distancing, which can be easily understood by everyone. All indoor areas such as entrance lobbies, corridors, escalators, elevators should be mopped with a disinfectant with 1% sodium hypochlorite or phenolic disinfectants. High contact surfaces, same. Or employee, subcontractors, and other stakeholders must follow instructions or guidelines issued by central government or state government or local authorities from time to time. Standard procedures for mess or canteen. Social distancing is required even during taking meals. To keep distance only, 2 persons will sit across a table and shall be kept separated around 1.5 meter distance. Work sites or workplaces. Work sites open to sky have less risk than indoor areas due to air currents and exposure to sunlight. At sites, housekeeping should be done regularly, and all equipment, plant, tools not required to be shifted to stores. While working at a site of about 6 feet, for tunnel works, the enough supply of fresh air should be ensured by using suitable capacity, contrafans, and the ventilation ducts should be assembled and available at least 50 to 60 meters before the excavation phase. Positioning of exhaust fan is very important in tunnel. Otherwise, it will create so much suffocation that people inside tunnel may die. During traveling to sites, only limited persons should sit in a vehicle so that a distance about a meter can be maintained. Sanitary workers must use separate set of cleaning equipment. They should always wear disposable protective gloves. Precautions during meeting. When organizing meeting in offices, consider whether a face-to-face meeting is essential. Could it be replaced by a teleconference or online event? As far as face-to-face meeting should be avoided. Could the meeting be scaled down so that fewer people attend? Organizer of meeting need to think about the potential risk from COVID-19 because there is risk that people attending your meeting might be unwittingly bringing the COVID-19 virus to the meeting. Others might be unknowingly exposed to virus. Display dispensers of alcohol-based hand rub around the venue. If there is space, arrange seats so that participants are at least 1 meter apart. Encourage regular hand washing. Encourage participants to cover their face with band of their elbow or tissue if they cough or sneeze. Ensure availability of tissue papers and clothespins for disposal. Now, let us come on the main topic, impact of coronavirus on construction real estate. What is COVID-19 impact? How COVID-19 impacted all construction sector. Starting with home buyers. Home buyers are likely to postpone their property purchase decision as they wait for clarity on job security. They are unsure whether their job is secure or not. That's why. Then it has resulted in the closure of malls, retail outlets, and entertainment venues. It could put future commercial real estate deals on hold. All deals are presently on hold. Delays in supply of construction materials and shortage of labor could further push delivery timelines of ongoing projects, which ultimately lead in delay of project. People are not getting their homes on right time. That's it. Companies worldwide have announced remote working for employees to contain the spread of COVID-19. Consequently, office utilization rates may fall as remote working increases. How can the real estate sector recover from the COVID-19 pandemic? Employee welfare should be the top priority as operations resume after the lockdown. Employees are very backbone of any industry. Previous industry practices need to be reassessed, keeping technological innovations in mind. A digital first marketing strategy can improve consumer experience and response. More government intervention is needed to address the long-term concerns of the realty sector. Existing reforms should be implemented swiftly to boost consumer confidence. Now, question arises, should you buy a home during the COVID-19 pandemic? So, first of all, before going for purchasing a home, use online portals to search and shortlist properties. Use the RERA portal in your state to check for clearances for shortlisted projects. Log on to discussion forums to gather people's feedback about the developers and project. Use virtual reality or augmented reality walk-ins to check the properties you like. Now, benefits of investing in real estate. As we all know, now lending rates are at their lowest. As we know, lending rates are at their lowest, so it will bring down home loan interest rates as most of the banks have launched repo rate linked home loan products. At present, it is 4.4%. For those who have sufficient liquidity to invest, this could be a perfect time to strike a deal and get your home loan approved before things get normal. Second, possible negotiations. You can do negotiations whatever you want, up to which extent. Up to large extent you can do with brokers, dealers, so on. For under construction property, you can take a video walk through a 3D tour of the sample apartment. Also understand the locational advantages, neighborhood, amenities and facilities available on the project. Factor in the final price only after taking a realistic approach and assuming that project delivery will be delayed. Demand supply slowdown. Demand has dried down and new supply is no more entering in the market right now due to lockdown. Once everything gets back to normal, it will take at least a month for real estate construction to gain pace. Once the lockdown gets lifted completely and free from corona, then it will take time for developers to resume construction work as most of the laborers have left for their hometowns. That means supply will take a little more time to pick up than demand. This can bring an upward trend in the property prices in the post-COVID-19 world, which means you may have to pay more than what you have to pay today for the same property. If construction slows down once the lockdown is over, we may see ready possession homes attracting a premium. Real estate is the perfect asset class. Once the lockdown is over, experts expect higher returns from the market, which certainly makes this a perfect time for investors to sign the deal. We are hopeful that expected ROI could be seen at approximately 1.7 times for residential and 1.5 times for commercial within 3 to 5 years' time. This may also attract FDI. Demand supply slowdown. Demand has dried down and new supply is no more. If construction slows down once the lockdown is over, we may see ready possession homes attracting a premium also. Real estate investment during coronavirus, project delays are imminent, liquidity can become an issue, uncertain economic growth, and price rise may not happen at all. Now, real estate investment during coronavirus, we can bifurcate it into two parts, advantages and disadvantages. So what are the advantages? You may get a better deal through negotiations. Home loan rates are at the lowest. Real estate is the safest investment right now. You can opt for deals with 100% refundable booking amount. Once the lockdown is over, you can rent out the property to pay off the EMI. Now, I will brief about disadvantages. Employment market is uncertain. Layoffs are happening across industries. You may run out of liquid cash. Project delays are imminent. You may have to make a decision without visiting the site. Price rise may not happen after the crisis. Under construction property will burden your finances. So now, question is mine, choice will be yours whether you should buy home or not. Now, after the COVID-19 pandemic, basically, people will be more interested in investing things that have tangible effect on their safekeeping, health, and future. Apart from this, millennial buyers who avoided investing in their own home will consider investing in one. Those living in rented accommodations have realized the safety and securing of living in one's own house. This segment is expected to make the transition from fence sitters to actual buyers at the earliest. And in India, it will boom after COVID-19. Now I will discuss about what is force majeure. Force majeure is something which is exceptional event or circumstance which is beyond party's control, which such party could not reasonably have provided against before entering the contract, which having arisen, such party could not reasonably have avoided to overcome, and which is not substantially attributable to other party. Like suppose if certain earthquake came, then what will happen? It is neither in the scope of contractor nor in the client. It is an unprecedented event, earthquake, any war, any flood, which results in damage of properties. So anyone is not responsible for that. So it comes under force majeure. For this, government take initiatives and modify the contracts against client contractor. Now, tips for career survivor in today's construction industry. If you have to survive in construction industry, what should you do? Get real, stay current, be cooperative. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Have a long view. It takes 90% more energy and expense to capture a new client than it does to keep an existing client. Study skill leadership. Be a seller doer. Now, future of construction. From picture, you can easily understand about energy and climate. 30% global greenhouse gas emissions are attributable to buildings. $1 trillion, huge infrastructure gap. Annual investments are needed to close the globe infrastructure gap. Demand shift to emerging countries, that is 65%. Talent gap and aging workforce. Consumer of global raw materials is the construction industry. Now, prefabrication and modular construction now required. Advanced building materials now required. 3D printing and additive manufacturing, autonomous construction, cloud and real-time collaboration, augmented reality and virtualization, wireless monitoring and connected equipment, big data and predictive analysis, building information modeling, 3D scanning and photogrammetry, cloud and real-time collaboration. This is all about future of construction. Building in a virtual world, factories run the world, a green reboot. In India, states asked to use cess fund to help construction workers, which is asked all states to dip into rupees 52,000 crore to give financial and allied benefits to construction workers through DPT. Union labor ministers, ILO, feel has the potential to erode 25 million jobs worldwide. These are some pictures of the petty laborers you are showing on the screen. A thing should be made as simple as possible, but not simpler. Miles to go. It is by Einstein. That's from my side. Hopefully, any questions you may ask. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vikrantji, for that really informative and enlightening presentation. Could I ask you to switch off your slide share, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I will help you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vikrantji, for a truly enlightening presentation. It's quite thought-provoking to think that if you are in a position to invest in real estate presently, that you could see an appreciation by double the current value within 5 years. So yeah, I guess it depends a great deal on your financial security in terms of making that investment. So one of the things that I would like to ask you, if I may, is what do you see as being the current technological technologies coming up in the construction industry here on in?
Yeah, sure. It's nice question. Now I would like to share screen, the presentation. Just a minute. This one is relevant slide for this question. We can prefabricated components of the building, which will take less time. Hello?
Yeah, we're not able to.
Yeah.
We couldn't see your screen. Sorry.
If you can read this from the screen, that's fine.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, we're. Yeah, I can hear you, but we can't see
Yeah, yeah.
see the slides. Perhaps you could just read them. Might be
Yeah,
easy.
yeah. Prefabrication and modular construction. We can use now modular construction, which will take less time actually. If we cast them at site. Advanced building materials. There is there are materials available in the market which are where their initial setting time is very low, so that we can easily cast anything, slab of any type. 3D printing and adding manufacturing. From 3D manufacturing, we can easily analyze their 3D structure, design, and structural calculations. Autonomous construction, augmented reality virtualization, big data and predictive analysis. You can easily predict about future in this technology also, how much space you will need, and so on. Wireless monitoring and connected equipment, cloud and real-time collaboration, 3D scanning and photogrammetry, building information modeling. You have to just click on these softwares and you will easily know about what can you do further in your building in order to achieve effective and efficient operation for further 100 years or so on.
That's amazing.
So that theft also could not take place.
That's incredible to think. Through 3D printing, you can create a prefabricated home, and I imagine like the cost implications and the time-saving labor, etc., must be quite significant. I'd like to invite Dr. Sunil Gupta ji as well to join the discussion, if I may. I understand he has some quite pertinent points to raise with us. Welcome, Dr. Sunil ji.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much to Neil Kumar and the whole Healing Our Earth team to co-host this session especially, and global namaste to around all the listeners and attendees across the world. The program has been going fantastic, and extremely thankful to Vikrant Varshney for giving a very comprehensive overview of the construction, which is going not only in India, but I think across the world. Every country is actually facing the similar kind of problems where the construction has paused for a while, and because of this pandemic, and then a similar kind of situations are happening across the world. House prices are going down, properties not being sold on time, etc., etc. And the lots of governments are doing lots of other initiatives to kickstart the economy, to kickstart the construction sector. And you gave a very comprehensive overview, right from what all we can actually do to prevent the infection, because that is our prime importance, that's our prime responsibility, even though we know that everybody is suffering. But our prime responsibility in each sector is to make sure the virus does not get transmitted as fast as it's happening at the moment. So that is, you touched upon that, and we need to make sure that when we are in the construction sector, we are taking all the precautions in the construction area, in the canteen, at home, etc. And also you gave a summary of what is happening at the moment, what could actually happen in the future, and what are the pros and cons of buying the property in this difficult times. But I always feel a bit pitiful seeing the pictures of our construction workers, especially the laborers, the poor people who are on daily wages, especially on the TV when we saw their pictures. They are being sent home to Uttar Pradesh or wherever they came from. So I believe that government looked after those construction workers when they were kind of rendered jobless for that time period. I'm not going to actually devolve and go into that topic, but you talked about the technology which is happening, which is coming in a big way in construction. Are we actually also developing some very simple tools to help these laborers? You can see these laborers carrying big Tesla kind of thing on their head and actually climbing the stairs to deliver the cement and the bricks, etc. it's a very pitiable site, and it's a very ancient site as well. So are we doing anything to make sure that these laborers have got some kind of a modern tools by which they can carry the cement and the bricks to the construction site? I mean, I have not seen that kind of thing happening in India. Whenever I visit India, I see the similar kind of sites where very malnourished laborers actually still carry these bricks and cement, etc. So are we doing something like, simple rollers, trolleys to take this, the construction material to the site?
Yes,
Vikrant,
yes.
if you can actually
Yes,
just develop
yes,
on
yes, yes. Actually, very good question you are asking. Here we are now using monkey lifts with proper calibration certificate. So monkey lift should be placed at ground level, where labor can easily put it into this, and through physical mechanism, lift gets up to flow level up to 35 to 40 meter easily. So there will no problem any fatal injury and or any type of physical harassment of labor.
Fantastic. Thanks for giving that information. Just last couple of two questions actually. I might have missed it in your presentation, but is government also giving some kind of initiative in terms of waiving off the stamp duty for the new buyers, especially those who are the first-time buyers, not people who are actually buying many properties? Like in the UK, the government actually lifted the stamp duty on the first-time buyers. That will actually also attract the first-time buyers to buy the property, because a major chunk of stamp duty, which in the UK is about 5%, it can be waived off. So that will attract the new buyers. Is that happening in India also?
No. Till now, it is not.
Okay, okay. So I think that could be one thing. I'm not here to suggest the government of India to actually start thinking in those terms to lift the stamp duty. But that is something which could be actually looked into. My other last question, which actually always troubled me, whenever I go to India, I see flats and flats and flats and flats everywhere, and those and I see that a lot of green belt is being actually kind of raised to raise these flats. So do we really need so many flats, or we are just basically trying to create some wealth out of this land, and in that kind of race we are inadvertently completely eradicating our green belt? Because you mentioned about the greenhouse effect of the construction work. If we actually deforest the lands and actually create some housing in that area, is it something which government of India is thinking about it, or we're just trying to grab land and make some flats and create some real estate? So I think we need to actually put some point there also to make sure that we are going to look after our environment, because this program is healing our earth. So the only way we can heal our earth, or one of the ways of healing our earth, is to make sure that an environment and the air and the global warming, everything has been actually looked into. So that's one of the other things which I would like to point. But thank you very much for your comprehensive presentation, and thank you very much coming on Healing on Earth and enlightening everybody on this topic. Yeah. But if you want to say a few things about why so many flats, you can jolly well can do that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Very good question, is it? It is. Now, here I would like to say one thing. Now, government is imposing a rule that is 25% of covered area should be fixed under green belt. On 25% area, you will find greenery only, which will very helpful in creating pollution-free environment. Secondly, nowadays, provision of rainwater harvesting is also occurring. Now, water can be reused easily around in greenery, wastewater. Third point, solid waste management disposal. Now, in every malls, it is now compulsory that you should have to install solid waste management, which also minimize pollution. Whatever be the restaurant, they will garbage it in and recycled waste can be treated as compost. So these are the measure points which government has initiated.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you. Over to you, Varshaji. Sorry, I have taken a lot of time, and I'm sure that we have gone beyond our schedule. So thank you very much, Varshaji.
I thank you for joining us, Dr. Sunilji, from all the way from Scotland. It was wonderful to have you join us and raise some very, very valid points indeed about considering ecology, and obviously the construction sector is having a great deal of influence. We do things, but it's encouraging to learn that you are reharvesting the rainwater, etc. And one of the things we've also seen over here is rooftop gardens to encourage, more a greater oxygen supply, and also, more plants. So thank you, Vikranti, for a really, really insightful talk on the construction sector and how it is coping and how it is creatively getting through these challenging COVID times. We're very grateful to you for your valuable time, and we hope we'll have the pleasure of seeing you again. May Mother Earth bless you, and thank you on behalf of Neil Kumar and all of the Healing Our Earth team. Dhanyawad.
Varshaji, I'd like to stay on for the next presentation also, because I believe that one of the presenters had suffered from a disease which I treat very intently. So I'd like to stay on. I might actually ask a few questions to the next presenter, I think Mr. Patel, because I'm a cancer specialist and I treat that condition which you once suffered from. Is that okay if I stay on? Thank you.
Yes, please do. Please do. It's a family here, and you're welcome to stay. We're here till 7 o'clock this evening. So yes, please do. Please do be with us. Thank you, Dr. Sunil Gupta ji, for joining us all the way from Scotland also. So as my time comes to an end, it gives me enormous pleasure to welcome our next host for today. And looking after you today now will be our wonderful Simran Ahuja. How are you today, Simran ji?
I'm doing good, sweetheart. Thank you so much. And that was truly interesting session about the real estate and the construction industry. And Dr. Sunil Gupta, it's absolutely our pleasure. Kindly do stay back here with us. And wondrous, truly, truly wondrous session by Vikrant Vashni as well. Thank you, Varsha. I'm truly delighted seeing you and your beautiful smile.
It's always a pleasure to welcome you, Simranji. But before I hand over to you, I'd like to spend a few minutes sharing your really inspirational journey and all your incredible accomplishments with our global family today. So, dear Simranji, endless talent. Where do I begin? So in 2013, she was titled Miss India. She's also a rising Bollywood star with her debut film Zindagi Tumse. Please do catch it if you can. She's also an accomplished international celebrity anchor. Simran has been associated with the prestigious IFA Awards, Filmfare, Oscars Academy, and many more A-list global events. She's a recipient of the most prestigious Dada Saheb Phalke Award for being anchor par excellence. And another compelling string to her wide and varied bow is her talent in folk dance. She has won 18 consecutive folk dance titles in India and indeed the USA. Simran has also been India's cultural ambassador for folk dance, and with the Navratri festival coming up, we're very much looking forward to seeing Simran ji in action. Simran is also the official talk show presenter on USA Channel TV Asia, interviewing all of the top stars of Bollywood. She's known as Simran Ahuja, yoga lover, and goes live every day with 108 Surya Namaskar. And I have seen the flexibility of Simranji on one of these Healing Our Earth events. It was absolutely incredible and really inspiring. So every weekend she does 108 Surya Namaskars, which has people joining her from all over the world. And with that, it gives me immense pleasure to invite with love and joy our beautiful Simran Ahuja. Welcome and global namaste to you, Simranji.
Greetings and global namaste to all of you, Varsha Misty. That was extremely kind of you, and thank you for all the love and warmth, on this most beauteous platform on earth, that is Healing Our Earth. It's the most happiest moment for me every Sunday evening to be on Healing Our Earth platform. So, Varsha ji, thank you so much for all the lovely mentions that you had about me, and of course the great session that we really heard and learned so much from Mr. Vikrant Varshney and Dr. Sunil Gupta's question. So I look forward to Dr. Sunil Gupta to kindly stay back with us. Yes, we do have a great interesting session by Kevu Patel, and I'm going to take the opportunity of thanking Varsha. Please stay here with us, and moving ahead, it's a journey, my dear friends from across the world. We always talk about journey, and when we talk about journey, it's a mixture of all the feelings all together. Now, this is one of its kind, and it's the cancer journey, which is the lonely road. And we're going to have Keyur Patel from UK, who's going to join us, of Kiwi. So Keyur, or Kiwi, as he's also known very popularly as Kiwi, was diagnosed with chronic myeloid leukemia in September 2012. He was 8 days in the hospital with varying treatments and procedures. He returned to work as a detention officer, and just over a year later, he became a police officer. Since then, he has set up a charity walk called Kiwi's Kick Away Cancer Walk, which ran in 2016 and 2018 and virtually in 2020, and has so far raised over £10,000 for the charity, the Blood Fund. His posts are very positive, and all his messages really empower and encourage and inspire everyone. That is every Wednesday, which is called as Kiwi's Wellbeing Wednesday. And he's currently in the process of writing a book about challenges he has faced called Leukemia, Baxter, and I. May we humbly, with folded hands, welcome Keyur Patel of Kiwi and request him to share with us his journey. I know he's here with all smile and happiness, but there's lots more behind the smile in his journey. A wholehearty welcome to your global namaste. How are you doing, Kiwi?
I'm doing good, thank you. Just a global namaste to you, Simranji, and everybody at Healing Our Earth, and everybody around the world. I hope everyone first and foremost is keeping safe and well in the current climate. And yeah, I hope your families and everyone is doing okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Kiwi. And the pink always talks about being in the pink of health. And thank you for Kiwi's Kick Away Cancer Walk. We truly look forward to listening from you, hearing from you, please.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say also to Varsha, I work with Varsha at the Met Police. She does a tremendous amount of work for our Hindu Association, and it's because of Varsha that I'm here. So Varsha, thank you so much. And obviously to Nil Kumar as well, but so much for the opportunity to talk about my journey. I'm going to try and share my screen just so that I can show you my.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Okay, my sharing screen doesn't seem to work, but that's fine. That's fine. So I'm going to talk about my cancer journey, and I'm going to first of all talk about what CML is, or chronic myeloid leukemia is the condition that I have, and then I'm going to talk about the 5 emotions that I went through, and where I've come to talk about these emotions in a very open and very honest and very frank way. So I guess first of all, I have to make an apology for that. What you will hear today is very candid, it's very honest, it's very open, and it's the truth. I'm not very good at being subtle, so subtlety is not my strong point. So I use my other strengths, which is just telling it as it is. But the reason that I do these talks about my journey is because I am a scout. I'm a proud and passionate scout in the UK. I've been volunteering for the last 20 years because I gained so much from scouting as a volunteer movement as a young person. And I live by a saying that Baden-Powell said, one of his last sayings before he died, and it was to leave the world a little bit better than you found it. And to me, that's a really simple saying, but it's so broad and so expansive that you can do anything as long as you're doing something good. We're leaving the world a little bit better than we found it. And for me, it's all about trying to do things that help other people. And in turn, if they help somebody else, that has a knock-on effect where we can have more positive in the world rather than negative. And that's been my mantra. That always has been. It's probably one of the main things that got me through my cancer journey. What I have, so my condition is called chronic myeloid leukemia, as I said. So CML, or is the shortened version, is a very, very rare condition in the UK. So there's around 350,000 people that are diagnosed with cancer every year in the UK. And the condition that I have, around about 700 of those people in the UK are diagnosed with CML. And so for me to get it, when I got it, I was 31 years old. I was an Asian male, as you can probably tell. But actually, the statistics with chronic myeloid leukemia is the opposite of that. So it's generally with older people. It's generally with women. So I fell out of all the categories. And humor was one of the things that got me through the real dark days, real dark times. And I used to say to my friends, you know, I'm obviously very unique Indian. I'm 1 in a million. And when I got this condition, I said, I'm 1 in a billion now. And Dr. Gupta might be able to clarify this for me, hopefully. You know, I'm 1 in a billion Indian. I've got this condition. So and the reason I say that is because I don't make light of what I've got. You know, I understand fully that my condition is serious. You know, I have it and I have to live with it. But I also believe that if we just be very open and honest about things and have an honest conversation, and what I call bringing the elephant in the room, you know, all that, everyone gets so scared about, should we say this, should we say that? My view is, let's just be open and honest and talk about it. Because when we do that, what it does, it breaks down barriers. And when it breaks down barriers, it makes it easier to talk about things. And so my journey started, as I said, in September 2012. I was working as a detention officer. So for those that don't know, a detention officer works in a police custody suite. So I worked as a detention officer. So my role was to take DNA from people that had been arrested, do cell checks on them, make sure that they were okay, make sure they were looked after whilst they were in the custody suite. Because of the nature of people we deal with, we don't always deal with nice people. And sometimes we have to deal with some challenging people. And so on the 20th of September 2012, I cycled into work as normal. I went into work, I got changed. I went down and did my cell checks. We do a cell check for every detainee when we start our shift, and we ask if everyone is okay. And the detainee in one of the cells, you know, started shouting and swearing and screaming at me. That's just a normal day at the office for me. You know, most people, normal day at the office is doing paperwork. Mine is, you know, being shouted at. And so I didn't really think anything of it, if I'm being honest. I felt a little bit dicky. I felt a little bit ill, not really anything that alarmed me. I thought it was a cold. And so in the UK, you know, having a cup of tea, as it is in India, having cha, but in the UK, it's a cup of tea, normally solves everything. So I had a cup of tea and I had a paracetamol, and I thought I would be okay. Actually, it turned out, you know, I wasn't okay. And I started to turn yellow, and my skin was going yellow, and I was feeling more and more just ill. I didn't feel right. And my stomach was really, really hurting. And the more that I was worrying about it, the more I was panicking. Eventually, I blacked out. And luckily, my sergeant was walking me out at the time and was holding on to me. And so the ambulance got called. And, you know, working in a police station, we call the ambulance all the time. It's a very weird feeling when the ambulance is coming for you, though. That's a bit odd. And so the ambulance came, they took my levels, they checked me out, and they said, you know, for the age that you are, your health, something doesn't seem right. The pains you've got just doesn't seem normal. So they said to me, look, we're going to blue light you to Charing Cross Hospital, which is our local hospital. So blue light means the blue sirens that go on in the ambulance. I have to say that was pretty cool, being blue lighted, going really fast to the hospital. That was very cool. But I got blue lighted, and then I went into the accident emergency, and they ran a whole load of tests. They thought I had a pneumothorax, then they thought I had a shadow on my heart, and then they thought I had something else. And eventually the senior consultant in A&E said, look, your levels are coming down. About 3 hours later, he said, your levels are coming down. You seem okay. And he even joked to me and said, I think you're just being a bit of a hypochondriac, because we were having a bit of banter, having a bit of a laugh. And my view was, I was okay, that's good, because I was meant to be going camping that weekend. And I thought, you know, this was Thursday. I thought, I don't want to be in hospital for that long, because I want to get out of here, because I'm going camping at the weekend. And so the consultant said, look, we just want to take some blood from the artery. And I said, okay, no problem. So he took some blood from the artery, and we were chatting along and everything was fine. And the junior consultant then came back and gave the senior consultant these results. And I remember the senior consultant turned back to him and said, you need to go and run those again. That doesn't make sense. That's not right. And he said, we've ran the results twice. And I distinctly remember him saying this. And so I said, then he turned to me and he said, you could see the look on his face. He had the doctor look, as I call it, the very serious look of, and I've seen that look, you know, as you know, I was a volunteer police officer as well. So I've had to deliver death messages and do other stuff. And we work with accident emergencies and doctors. And you know that look, which is the look of, yeah, this doesn't sound very good. And obviously, you know, I didn't jump to any conclusions because I didn't know what he was going to say. And he said, look, so Kale, we've ran the results, and your white blood cell levels are at 275,000 per 1,000, whatever it was. And essentially that's a scale to say things aren't very good. Your blood levels should be on average for a male between 6 to 11,000. If you're ill, it might go up to 25, 30,000, but mine were at 275,000. So essentially my body was shutting down, and you know, it wasn't a good place. And the doctor turned to me and he said, you've either got leukemia or lymphoma. And I said, okay, so how do we beat it? And he said, did you hear what I said to you, Kale? I said, Doc, with all due respect, I've heard what you said, but I'm waiting for some bus to come and run me over, because I'm not dying from cancer. So tell me how we beat it. And he said, oh, okay. And then he said, well, we're going to do this, that, and the other. We're going to do an MRI and everything else. And my ex-wife burst into tears and she started crying. And I'm tapping her on the shoulder. I said, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'll be out of hospital in a couple of days. Don't worry. I'll be fine. But that was my attitude. My first response was, I'm going to fight this. And I've tried to stay as positive as I can all the way through my journey, because, you know, I thought, my friend said this to me the other day. He said, you're actually a good combination of stubborn and determined. And I said, I'm not sure if that's a compliment or an insult. I'm not sure yet. I haven't worked it out. I'm going to take it as a compliment. But, you know, that's always been my attitude. I've always said I'm going to fight it. And that's the first emotion that I'm going to talk about, fight, which is, as it sounds, very strong, and I'm going to do it. The reality, you can't fight forever. At some point, something else has to happen. You know, you can't physically restrain somebody for 24 hours a day. You're going to get tired, physically or mentally. And so another emotion crept up, and this was the emotion of fear. And the funny thing was, when I first got diagnosed, I didn't have fear. I just thought, I'll ride the wave, I'll go with it and see what happens. But then as more procedures were happening, as things were happening, the doctors were telling me, look, you know, okay, so this is your condition. You've got chronic myeloid leukemia. You know, 25 years ago, you might have lived on average for about 2 years. Now you've got a relatively good chance of living. And I always find that funny with doctors when they say that to me. They, you know, you've got a relatively good chance of living. And I'm like, thanks, that's really nice of you to say. You know, I'm 31 years old, I'm supposed to be living. But what they said is, you know, you can go on imatinib or dasatinib. At the time, there was only 2 medications. And if they didn't work, then I would have to have a bone marrow biopsy, a bone marrow transplant. So I was put on the Anthony Nolan register. I had to have these procedures. I went on this machine called the apheresis machine. And all of this started to become real. You know, the reality of the fact that what if the first drug doesn't work? What if the second one doesn't work? What if I don't find a match for my bone marrow? Like, I'm going to die. And what the doctors did say to me, and I said to them, I said, look, docs, like, do me a favor, right? Don't beat around the bush. Just tell me straight up, right? If this doesn't work, what can happen? And they said, okay, look, there is a possibility you could die. And I said, okay. And it's, you know, the weird thing is at 31 years old, thinking that you might die is a very abstract concept. Like, it's really weird. Like, you don't expect that, you know, you expect to live until you're 70, 80, 90, whatever. You don't think to yourself at 31 years old, I may not see my 32nd birthday. And so fear creeps in. The fear of, am I going to live? The fear of, if I do live, I'm going to be on medication for the rest of my life. If I do live, I'm going to have to go to hospital every 3 months for the rest of my life. If I do live, I'm going to have to live with a condition of cancer. If I do live, it could turn worse at any point. So all these things are creeping up inside of me of fear. And the thing that I say to a lot of people that are going through a cancer journey is that fear is real. Don't be afraid of fear, because all fear is the reality setting in that something might happen. It's the realization that your life is worth something. But for me, fear wasn't always there. And actually an emotion that crept in, the third emotion that I talk about, is fairness. And this is what I call the merry-go-round of why me, the why me syndrome of why did this happen to me and not somebody else? You know, I worked in the private sector for 10 years. I left the private sector to go and work in a young offenders prison. I then worked in adult prisons. I then worked with substance misuse, drug addicts in the community. I then became a detention officer to become a police officer. You know, all of these jobs, you know, I'm not going to be setting the world alight with lots of money. All these jobs were to help other people. I'd been a scout leader. So why did this have to happen to me? Like, you know, all the people that I've dealt with, all the people that take from society, that take from the world, and I have to get it. You know, I'm not inherently a bad person. You know, I do good. So why did this have to happen to me? And I always say this to people, that actually fairness is a really dangerous emotion, because you can be stuck on that merry-go-round for a long time. My friends have got children, and I say to them, fairness is like this. Imagine your child being on the merry-go-round. At some point, your child has to step off, right? The risk is when they step off, they might turn their ankle, they might fall over, they might do something else, but they have to step off. They have to take that step, and only they can do it. When you're on that merry-go-round, only you can step off that. No one else can do it for you. You have to do it yourself. And so I had to get away from fairness. That why me syndrome is really, really dangerous. But before I got to acceptance, which is the last emotion I'm going to talk about, I went through something called hate and anger. And hate and anger are a slow poisoning to the heart. It really is. It's a slow poisoning to the heart. When you hate the world and are angry at the world all the time, all that does is actually just fill you up with horrible, dark emotions. And for a long time, there was a dark cloud over my head that I couldn't get rid of. You know, and I hated the world for a long time. Like, I really, really hated the world. And it's not an emotion that I'm proud of, because I am inherently a person that views the glass as half full. I am the ever optimistic person, right? I'm that annoying friend that sees the good in everyone, that sees the silver lining in every single cloud. There's always a silver lining. That's my view. But I didn't see the glass as half full. I saw it half empty. And I hated the world. Like, if you were living, I hated you. If you had a family, I hated you. If you didn't have cancer, I really hated you. And actually, I've just told you that, you know, 350,000 people get diagnosed. That's a lot of people to hate. You know, if you don't have cancer, I'm going to hate you. That's a lot of people to hate. But eventually, I got past hate and anger. And the reason I got past it was 3 reasons. The first, one of my very close friends, a guy called Tom, he, for his 18th birthday, went out for New Year's Eve, went into hospital, was put in a medically induced coma, and woke up with type 1 diabetes. And his attitude to his diabetes is just phenomenal. Like, it's so inspiring to me, because he just lives with his condition. He makes the most out of life. You know, he's married with a kid now. He's climbed Kilimanjaro. You know, he's still annoying. He's still my annoying friend, but he's really inspirational in that. He helped me to accept that this cancer was going to be part of my life. I would have to live with it, and it would have to be something that I would just have to deal with. The other thing was that for a period I had insomnia and I just couldn't sleep. And every time I closed my eyes, I just saw these bright headlights coming towards me. And that to me signified death. It just signified death. And so I went to see my consultant, and I didn't see the main consultant. I saw another one. And he's a doctor from India. And he and I got on so well when we first started, because he's got just the driest sense of humor. It's brilliant. And I said to him, so, Doc, and he said to me, look, Kay, you look a bit tired. Are you okay? I said, no. I said, I haven't been sleeping. And he said, have you tried to close your eyes? I said, yeah, Doc, I've tried that. I've tried to close my eyes when I sleep. I said, but every time I close my eyes, I see these headlights. I can't shake this fear of dying. And he said, you know what, Kay, you just need to control the things you can in life, and the things you can't, leave them. And it was like a light bulb moment for me. It just turned something in my head that made sense. And I thought, so what can I control? Can I control if my PCR levels are going to come down? No. My leukemia was at 66% when I was diagnosed. Can I control if that's going to come down? No. Can I control if my chronic condition is going to turn acute, which it could? No, I can't control that. Can I control what the side effects of the medication are going to do to me? No. So what can I control? I can control what time I sleep. I can control what I eat. I can control what I put in my body. I can control if I choose to go and exercise, surround myself with positive people that are going to be good for me. I can control my diet. I can control all of these things. And I thought, you know what? The things I can control, I'm going to try and control that. The things I can't, I'm just going to leave. And whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And actually, what happened with my response to my cancer is that when I started to accept that, I started to become better. My treatment became better. The PCR levels came down. And I don't know if there's a link. I think there is. But the third thing that I did with acceptance is that, this decision that I made was probably the hardest thing I've ever had to come to in my life, is that I accepted that I might die. And that sounds really negative, but actually, I accepted that I could do everything else. And of course, my first emotion is fight. And I was going to fight cancer until I had no more energy, right? I was going to fight it and do everything I can to beat it. But I accepted that at some point, that fight might not be enough. And I accepted that I might die. And, I want to say this very honestly, I didn't give up. That isn't me saying I'm giving up. I just accepted that I might die. And as I said, when I did that, I started to respond better to my medication. I started to feel better. I started to get better. And the reason that I talk about these emotions is, for me, it's about putting things in layman's terms. I'm quite a simple person. My brain works fairly simple. So simple and easy is good for me. And when I talk about these emotions, I do it because for me, it's about, as I said right before, it's about leaving the world a little bit better than I found it. Now, there's a saying that says, God works in mysterious ways, and God only gives you what your broad shoulders can take. So when I was diagnosed with cancer, obviously you thought I had broad shoulders because, it's dealing with a big thing. But it's been all about now just trying to use this to help other people. And I want to just finish on something, which is something that the reason I call it the lonely road is this. And what I want you to do is, if you could indulge me for a second and just close your eyes for me. Obviously, for the viewers watching here, if you're driving or doing something like that, then, don't. If it's safe to, please close your eyes for a second. What I want you to imagine is this. Imagine that you're on a road and you're alone, and there's no one else around you. And coming towards you is a bus. And that bus, the headlights are bright, they're big, and they're scary. That's what my cancer was for me. It was that big bus coming towards me. And at some point, I feel energy from friends and family. I turn around, my family and friends are there. I turn to my right, and my family and friends are there. But in the shadows, in the corners, people that I can't see, but I feel their energy. And to me, they're people that I've come to call angels in disguise. They to me are the nurses, the doctors. Macmillan Cancer Support, who was phenomenal. They were there for me at perhaps one of my lowest points. I needed them about 4 days in, and I rang up the helpline, and I just cried. I cried my eyes out. I swore, I shouted, I screamed. Why did this have to happen to me? But all that support, what it did is that bus eventually went further and further and further away. Now, 5 years on was the first time that I hit 0% on my leukemia. And my levels are around about 0.03, 0.05 at the moment, roughly. But the reality is of this, that bus, when you've got cancer and been diagnosed with cancer, even if you're in remission, those headlights are always there. They're never going away. Because once you go on the lonely road, as I call it, the lonely road of cancer, that bus never, ever goes away. It stays far enough that you can hopefully get on with your life, but it never, ever goes away. And so for me, that's what it did. When I got this help and support, those headlights went further and further away, enough that I could just get on with life and start talking about things. And yeah, so that's my journey. I'm just going to touch a little bit, if you wouldn't mind, Simranji, just about what's happened from 2012 onwards. So in 2012, I was diagnosed with cancer, and then in 2013, I was given my oath of allegiance as a police officer. One of my most proudest moments. A year before, potentially, I wasn't sure if I was going to see next year, and the following year, I was in my uniform given my oath of allegiance. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to become a police officer before I was diagnosed. And I said to my colleague at work, I said, cancer wasn't going to get in the way of me becoming a police officer. I said, forget that. That's not happening. I'm determined to become a police officer. That's going to happen. End of story. And in 2014, I unfortunately went through a divorce with my then ex-wife, or now ex-wife. But in 2015, I went through 6 bereavements in a very short period of time. Between April and November, we lost my ba, my kaka, my two mamas, my cousin, and then one of my old colleagues that I worked with when I was a drug and alcohol worker. She sadly took her own life, and that happened in 7 months. And so in 2016, I had a massive breakdown, and then 2016, something good came out of that breakdown, which was this T-shirt over here, as you can see. I decided to set up a charity walk, and that charity walk was all about giving something back to the hospital that did something for me. Fundamentally, NHS resources are being cut down, money is being cut down, so we have to do our bit. And I was in a position to be able to do something, and I honestly didn't realize how successful it would be. But yeah, to date, we've raised over £10,000. And that's my legacy. That my view was, if I can create something that's going to be everlasting, then it's that can only be a good thing. And so 2017 was when I hit 0% on my PCR. It was the first time that 0 came up. From 66% in 2012 to then 2017, I hit 0, and that's roughly where my book is going to end. But it talks about a lot of it talks about my cancer journey. It talks about me having a breakdown. And all of this, as I said, is all about, hopefully, if somebody can read it and be inspired, and it helps them to deal with things a little bit better, or it helps them to help a loved one deal with things a little bit better, well, then, you know what? All the bad things that have happened to me, maybe there's a reason it happened. Maybe it was supposed to happen so that I could help other people. So yeah, that's my story and my journey.
Thank you so much, Kiwi. It's been very touchy, especially when you did tell us to close our eyes, and I actually felt, the jerk. I mean, suddenly when you spoke about that. But I want to definitely ask you. We have Dr. Sunil Gupta, who's going to also talk to us. But I want to ask you, at the time of challenge, you said, the only thing you had was to live with the condition and accept it. What are the challenges you faced at that point of time? You said you had friends and family who helped you, but no matter who's around you, you always feel the planet to be the lonely planet. It's always your inner willpower. So how did you overcome that? If you could share with us, I think it'll be of great help to everyone in severe conditions and in different arenas of life, where we could really gain inspiration from that.
Yeah, I think one of the main things was that firstly, it took time. You know, it didn't happen overnight. You know, it took time for me to get to that place. And the thing that I did is that I went through as many of the emotions as I could. So when I was angry, you know, I got angry at the world. When I needed to be upset, I got upset. But I think just getting through those emotions, talking about it, I have to say, talking about it was the biggest thing for me. It really was, because when we don't talk about things, it's like a Coke can. You know, you shake it, and eventually it's going to explode. And for me, talking about it helped to ease it out. And this is what I say to a lot of people: is talking is only one half of recovery. Actually, our friends and family, and this is what I would say to everyone listening, right? If you've got somebody that you know is going through a tough time, listen, right? We can talk, but if you don't actively listen, and when I say actively listen, when I say that, I'll give you two examples. When I said to one of my friends, I'm really scared of dying, they said, "Oh, Kiwi, don't think about that. Don't think about that, Kiwi. Just be positive." And I was like, okay, so you just dismissed what I basically told you. And when I said it to another friend, he said, "Do you know what, mate? I don't even know what to say to you. Do you want to go and get a coffee? Do you want to go and play golf?" I was like, "Yeah, that'd be good." And actually, when I went and played golf and talked to him, I talked out my emotions. But because he listened to me, he actively listened and accepted that what I said was real, what I said was valid. Whereas the other friend didn't do that. They just dismissed it. And this is what I would say. So if you are yourself going through a challenging time, please talk. It will help. I absolutely promise you this. And if you're a friend or family or a loved one, listen. Actively listen. Don't just half-heartedly listen. Fully listen to that person and try and understand what they're going through. Because the old proverb, "A problem shared is a problem halved," is so true. And that's what I would say.
Thank you, Kiwi. I think it's very important message that you've given everybody, that we really need to, and this is the time of when we are all at home. All we could do is just listen to everyone. We have different problems that everyone is facing, especially with mental health as well. So I'm going to truly take this opportunity of thanking Kiwi Patel from UK, but we have lots of questions. But before that, I'm going to request Dr. Sunil Gupta to kindly raise your question, please.
Thank you, Simranji. Thank you very much for letting me actually co-host this session as well at a very short notice. And many congratulations, KP Bhai. Excellent work. And it's amazing to see that you pulled through that difficult situation 8-9 years ago. And here you are, what you are at the moment. And I'm sure that your PCR must be at a very low level. And I'm sure you must be in MMR 4 or 4.5. And thanks for raising funds for the NHS and for the same units which treated you, because we are, of course, especially the Cancer Research UK is in a dire need of funds. Few points I would like to say: that positive attitude is extremely important for any patient, especially for cancer patients, to pull through the difficult situation. And treating leukemia for the last nearly 25 years in India, Australia, Singapore, and in the UK, I have seen those patients who have got positive attitude, they actually do fairly well as compared to those people who have got a very depressive outlook, or those who don't actually take it in a positive way. So family support, and as you rightly said, talking about it, talking through it, and as if nothing is, it's not artificial talking, it's a positive talking and a positive listening by your friends and family is what actually makes a huge amount of difference. And taking, any problem, you have to take it by horn. So as a bull is coming towards you, what you do, you don't actually try to handle the bull by its tail or by its sides. Hold the horns and face the bull, and that's how you actually, you face any kind of situation, especially diseases, and especially diseases like cancer. One other point I would like to talk about is the bone marrow transplant donors amongst the Asian community. That is a point which has been a talking issue in the government, in the parliament, everywhere, especially in the UK, around the world. We do not have enough bone marrow stem cell donors and also the organ donors amongst the Asian and the Black ethnic minority community. And I think we need to increase awareness. And when you do your charity work, please keep creating this awareness amongst the BME group in the UK that they should come forward for the bone marrow stem cell donation, organ donation, and also for blood donation. And there's a lot of scarcity. And in my last talk, which I did for Healing on Our Earth, I did raise this topic. I'm having a talk on CML on 23rd of October. Just in case if you want to tune in, I can actually send you the link. It's in the evening, 6 p.m. And thank you very much for sharing your views. And it is very important that other CML sufferers or sufferers from other cancers, they actually listen to you, and you could easily be a very, very inspiring and encouraging kind of a talker. You can actually motivational speaker for patients suffering from leukemias and lymphomas. And again, thank you very much, Simranji, Neil Kumar, and Healing Our Earth for letting me co-share this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sunil Gupta and Keo Patel from UK. That was Kiwi's journey. It's been really an inspiration listening to you. Especially, it's extremely suitable to every arena of life. Kiwi, I'm going to take this opportunity of thanking you on behalf of our entire crew of Healing Our Earth. And I'm going to request you to give that one message, because you did say angels in disguise. One message you like to give anyone and everyone who's really going through some suffering.
My message is this. There's a two-part message in this, Simranji. And it's the first one is talk. I cannot emphasize this enough. Talk. Your friends, family, and loved one. If you think someone is going through a challenging time, reach out. Be the person to reach out. Send a text message, a tweet, messenger, whatever it might be. I promise you, absolutely promise you this. It will help. It will help.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you, namaste to you and to everybody, and thank you, Neil Kumar, for the opportunity, and Healing Our Earth for the opportunity for today. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kiwi, once again for being here with us. And this message goes to everyone all across the world. If you're really looking forward to someone who's going to lend you a ear, then please do connect with us. And, this is the website of www.healingour.com. We do have our contact numbers. You can WhatsApp us. And you're looking forward to anything, we are always here to really help you. And please give us this opportunity. It will be truly our pleasure. We have yet another interesting session. But before that, I want to take the opportunity of making a few announcements, because this is my favorite month, actually everyone's favorite month. We do have a lot of celebrations. So even at this point of time, we are talking of celebrations because we are here to only look at the half glass full. Because Kiwi spoke about that, I'm talking about that as well. And talk about, all the positive aspects. So I'm going to take this opportunity of acknowledging all our contributors today. Earth bless them all. And thank you very much for being here with us. Well, my dear lovely souls from across the world, this is our 28th Healing Our Earth event. And the mission is to bring love, unity, peace, harmony, comfort, and information at your doorstep, wherever you are on this earth. Our special thanks to all our contributors for your valuable time and your inputs and sharing your great expertise and knowledge with all of us. Today's session, my dear lovely friends, is from 12 to 7 p.m. British Summer Time and is being broadcast live on several channels. So kindly do tune in at the website of www.healingour.com. Healing Our Earth, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Simran Ahuja official Facebook, Sunrise Radio UK Facebook, Hindu Matters in Britain Facebook, Hindu Forum of Europe Facebook, Diwali in London Facebook, Enrich TV Facebook, Sarita Sabrawal official Facebook, Mental Health _Connect Facebook, the Facebook page of Inspiring Indian Women, and other channel partners. Well, my dear friends, we all request you to kindly sign up for our regular mail shots of weekly events. Kindly do visit our website, www.healingour.com. And if you wish to get involved in this free global community channel, then do contact us via the WhatsApp number on the website. Healing Our Earth is an e-community channel, an initiative by our producer, director, Neil Kumar, and his team, who produce various global free sessions online on topics which truly matter to the community and who welcome persons of all nationalities, all faiths, and those of none to present, facilitate, and join in the production and promotion effort. All our team members and all facilitators and contributors are providing their services as volunteers and totally free of charge. And here we have our future events. I'm truly delighted to speak about the longest dance festival in the world and the most colorful festival, where we always feel the divine love of the goddesses. Yes, we are going to celebrate this online session from the 17th of September, where Navratri begins, till the 25th of the 17th of October till the 25th of October, the Dasera. We're going to have the entire 9 nights of celebration. And every evening, we're going to start from 7:30 p.m. British Summer Time, 7:30 p.m. British Summer Time, and 12 midnight Indian Standard Time. And I'm going to request all of you to kindly join us for the great Navratri celebration. It has a lot of spiritual significance. It's all about the divine love. It's all about connecting you with your soul, with your divine feeling all together. And it's completely a beautiful feeling altogether. We're also going to celebrate the Sharat Purnima on the 30th of October and the Festival of Lights Diwali celebration, which is happening on Sunday, the 1st of November. And this year, the world famous Diwali on Trafalgar Square will be virtual, which is brought to you by Diwali in London Committee. So look forward to that. It's on Sunday, the 1st of November, 3 p.m. till 7 p.m. British Summer Time. And we will also be celebrating Diwali from the 12th of November to the 16th of November, all the 5 days of Diwali. So keep on plugging www.healingourearth.com at all times. My dear friends, it's time for us to invite Dr. Chirag Pandya from the United States of America. Dr. Chirag Pandya, qualified MD, FCCP. His first-hand experience and a perspective from a pulmonologist. He's going to share with us his great expertise. Well, my dear lovely souls, Dr. Pandya is a board certified pulmonologist and intensivist critical care medicine specialist. Dr. Pandya is currently serving as a medical director, critical care and respiratory therapy at Stanford Healthcare Valley Care in Pleasanton, California, which is in San Francisco Bay Area. Dr. Pandya is also certified and trained in sleep medicine. I do remember TV also spoke about, the sleep patterns, and I think it's something which is truly the need of the hour. So he's certified and trained in sleep medicine and interventional pulmonology, focused on advanced procedures, including endobronchial valve placement. May we humbly please welcome Dr. Chirag Pandya from USA. Jai Shri Krishna. How are you doing, Dr. Chirag?
Namaste. Good. How are you doing? Thanks for having me.
I'm good, thank you. We look forward to hearing from you. At first, let me please thank you for your valuable time, and we look forward to your first-hand experience and a perspective from a pulmonologist, please.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. I just joined several minutes ago and had a chance to listen to Mr. Kivi Patel, and this is my first time participating with the Healing of Earth organization, and I was really humbled to hear the topic and hear his journey, and really impressed and excited to be part of this whole campaign. So thanks, Healing of Earth. Thank you, Mr. Neil Kumar, for giving me the opportunity. I have had experience and overall an opportunity to take care of several patients with coronavirus or COVID infection along with my team. And I'll be sharing some of the information that I think will be useful for general public or in general improve the understanding of COVID-19. If you are a healthcare professional, if you are already practicing, then some of this is information you may be already aware. But the goal is to improve understanding and awareness about COVID-19 and what we are currently doing to help these patients. So what I will do is I will share my screen. I have some slides to put out there. So let me share my screen and see if I can put it out there.
Sure.
There we go. I hope you guys can hear me okay and see the screen now.
Yes, please. Perfect. Yes, Dr.
Great.
Shiva.
There we go. Thank you so much. So COVID-19, which is something that the word that we are all very familiar now since the beginning of the pandemic all over the world. And COVID-19 stands for Coronavirus 2019. And this is when we saw the virus start the pandemic later part of last year as declared by the World Health Organization. So quick review of what the coronavirus or the SARS-CoV virus is in terms of its structure. It's made up of several components. If you look at the most outer part, there are several glycoproteins, M protein, as well as E protein. And it is important to know that because this virus is very unique in this way, because these different proteins are used by the virus to attach to a particular cell for a body that, or individual that it's infecting. And that's how it will spread into the cell and cause infection. The core part is inside the virus, right in the middle, which stands for the RNA and N protein, which is sort of like a heart and soul of the virus. If you look at the virus in electron microscope, the size is about 0.1 to 0.3 microns. And you can see different proteins on the surface of the virus attached all over the place with the cell wall seen in gray color. If you just compare the size of the virus, if you do a comparison to cell like a red blood cell or RBC, which is right in the middle, around 7 micron, and the virus being all the way on the left, it's about 0.1 to 0.3 micron. And if you look at the right of the virus, right of the coronavirus in this image, bacteria is around 0.5 microns. So hopefully this image will give an idea about how small this particular virus is and size-wise comparatively where it is when you compare to common cells that we know like red blood cells as well as bacteria when there is a bacterial infection. Spreading of the virus, as many of us and all of us are probably aware at this point that it can spread as droplet as well as contact transmission. The size of the virus, again, if you compare human hair is around 60 to 120 micron size in terms of the width or how wide the hair is. Compared to that, the particles which the virus spreads are somewhere around 0.1, 0.3, and sometime when they are together, all the virus are together, it can be up to 5 microns. And then once a particular individual who has infection or a patient has an infection or if they are carrier, which means that they are not necessarily infected, but the virus is colonized or virus is inside their nose or throat, coughing, sneezing, or sometimes loud talking can spread the virus if the nose or mouth is not covered by the mask. Wherever the virus lands, a particular surface, once an individual comes in contact, can acquire that and then possibly catch an infection. What about the timeline in terms of the time a particular individual or a person is exposed to the virus? What is the timeline in terms of them possibly catching infection versus the recovery period? So if you look at right in the middle, there is day 0, which is the time where the symptoms start. And if you look at the left of that, you can see the time gap between the exposure and the onset of symptoms. This particular time can be up to 6 days. So once a particular person is exposed or has been around the virus, it can take up to 6 days, sometimes within 2 days, 3 days, or even earlier, but up to 6 days before they can see signs or symptoms of having the virus, which we'll review them very soon. Once a particular person has infection, then the first 5 days after the symptoms start are the most highest chances for them to spread the virus or remain highly infectious. There are circumstances where infection can last longer, or infection can be in general highly infectious phase, more than 5 days, but generally that's the timeline during which a virus is likely to spread to others. Now, this particular period can last up to 10 days. Sometimes it can last up to longer as well, but these are the general number based on thousands of patients that we have learned after testing since the beginning of pandemic. Then you're looking at all the way to the right, which is the post-infectious period, which is after 10 days of starting the symptoms of having a virus. And it is important to note that during that period, after the 10 days, if someone were to get tested who had the infection with the virus, can still be positive with the test. However, they may not necessarily be infectious to spread the virus. So virus can stay inside a patient who has been positive for up to 2 weeks, 3 weeks. We have seen it sometimes a little bit longer. However, the infectious phase is likely going to be up to the first 10 days after the onset of the symptoms. What can we do to overall avoid the spread or protect ourselves? Guidelines have been out there by the Center for Disease Control as well as World Health Organization. These guidelines at this point, since we are still going through the evolving phase of the pandemic, apply to especially individuals when we don't know the whereabouts of individuals that we are around. They are not part of our family or friends. We see them on a routine basis. Very important to maintain 6 feet distance. If somebody has cough, somebody has sneezing, somebody has signs of possibly spreading the virus, even though they don't have it, like they have cough or sneeze, it might be allergies, but better to be safe, wash the hands, cover the nose, clean the nose and mouth with a tissue. When you are in public area, especially around the individuals or friends or people that you don't know about, then important to make sure that you wear a mask. Again, if you are part of the same family where you are familiar with their whereabouts and their symptoms onset, you can keep the distance and may not have to wear a mask, but otherwise in public or when you don't know the whereabouts of the individuals around you, very important to have the mask. Important not to touch the nose, mask, or even the mouth, especially if you feel like you may be having symptoms. Keeping the surfaces clean, as we saw earlier, that virus can land on particular surface, and then once anybody who comes in contact with that can catch infection. If you are feeling sick, have signs or maybe early onset of symptoms, stay at home, isolate yourselves until you know what it might be, and then keep cleaning hands as much as possible whenever you can. These are the basic things which, again, very important to understand that what we can do to avoid the spread and avoid the risk of infection by catching coronavirus. On top of being careful about not acquiring COVID-19 or a virus, it is also important to keep up with the lung health at the best level possible. This is probably the time more than ever in the world where I think lung health or being aware or cognizant about lung health matters more than ever, depending upon where you are in the world. For an example, in places like US or California, we are dealing with the wildfires going on and off. There are other places where there is a lot of secondhand smoking, which is around. Pollution is growing up. So very important to avoid any kind of smoke. If you are smoking, this is probably the best time to consider quitting smoking, whatever it takes, just like we heard from the previous talk with Mr. Kivi Patel. Important to talk about it, important to get help if you need. Avoid secondhand smoking, stay away from people who are smoking around you. Air pollution, especially the air quality index, is higher than 100, consistently staying higher than 150. That's not a safe air quality environment. These days, we have a lot of help from the technology. If you have access to smartphone, internet, you can look at the air quality index for a particular place where you are or you might be traveling to, and then consider checking that and making sure the air quality index is below 100 or is safe for you to be around. Pollutions can also be indoors. It doesn't have to be always outdoors. If you are in a work environment or a home, which is an older building, you have chances of catching the overall pollutants. Depending upon the building you are, risk of infection, very important to make sure that you avoid catching pollution-related injuries, regular exercise, healthy diet, eating vegetables, fruits, and then one more thing I like to add here is making sure you keep maintenance of your regular health checks. One of the things that we have seen with COVID-19 is individuals are so scared or worried that they're worried about catching infection or catching COVID. They have been avoiding in terms of going to the doctors, offices, hospitals, and then delaying their health care, delaying their care in general. So very important to maintain those things because you want to keep your health at the best level possible so that you can be at your best level of immunity to fight against the virus. So make sure that your regular health checks are done. Make sure your health is at the topmost possible level you can. Symptoms, switching back to COVID-19 after being cognizant and prepared about the lung health, what are the things that, or what are the symptoms that can be alarming for possible COVID-19 infection? These are the commonest one and something that we have learned over time: fever, cough, difficulty in breathing, having body aches or chills, sometimes starting just with headache or sore throat. We have seen patients just having ongoing headache, ongoing sore throat, and then sometimes loss of smell and not having fever. So fever is something that is not always present, especially in the early phase. We looked at the previous slide, especially the first 5 or 6 days when the symptom onset is about to start. Sometimes it is just a little bit of headache, a little bit of muscle pain or sore throat, which may feel like allergy, but it could be early signs of infection. So in that case, best thing is to isolate, best thing is to stay home, give another day, see if you develop more signs of infection to be safe for yourself and others. Runny nose, sometimes it's just having stomach upset, nausea or diarrhea or vomiting. And that's the only symptom you may have, especially in the early part of COVID-19 infection. So very important to keep an eye, not to ignore those symptoms, just thinking like, oh, it could be just food related. No, it could be just allergy. To be careful, make sure you watch for other signs and symptoms. It could be just any of these without having fever, because fever is not always present, especially in the beginning of infection. Couple other things, if you look at the bottom of this slide, is to know that sometimes it could be just a body rash that can appear, especially in the hands or toes. And sometimes patients have presented with toes having chance of more like toes being red or having signs of infection. So those are called COVID toes, and a lot of times patients can just present with that as well. However, these are the common 5 symptoms that we have seen over time out of the list of all these symptoms: fever, dry cough, shortness of breath, having headache, and sore throat. Most of the time, we have seen patients coming with these 5 common symptoms, but early on, it could be just 1 or 2 symptoms when patients are presenting. One more slide I would like to share here is how the symptoms of COVID-19 separate from seasonal flu, common cold, and seasonal allergies. Very important to see that sneezing, stuffy nose, and cough can be present for seasonal flu, common cold, just simple allergies, as well as COVID-19. So early phases, just having symptoms of common cold or seasonal allergies, very important to remember, can be the early symptoms of COVID-19. So best thing is to isolate and continue to monitor those symptoms. How do we test for COVID-19? A quick slide looking at this. We find the sample from the back of the nose or upper part of the throat, where we will have our nursing staff or lab technicians get a sample from. This is where the virus tends to stay in the most density or most highest number. There are tests available where we can test a sample from just checking the saliva or sample from inside the mouth. However, to be absolutely sure, the best test possible is to get a sample from nasopharyngeal area, which is on the back of the nose and upper part of the throat. Once the sample is obtained in the form that we saw in the picture, there are several tests that can be done to detect the virus. The commonest way, and something that is done routinely now, is the detection of the virus itself by getting the swab that we looked in the pictures just before this particular slide. And the commonest one, or the best possible test, is the RNA test, which is seen on the farther left side of the screen, which has the highest sensitivity and specificity. Right after that will be the antigen test, which is sometimes done as well. However, again, it can be resulted in about 10 to 15 minutes. The test from RNA testing all the way on the left is somewhere around 3.5 to 4 hours. If you are in an institution where I am, we have access to get results within 1 hour. It can be faster, but usually within 3.5 to 4 hours, depending upon the specificity. If the suspicion is very low, then sometimes it can be a routine test and it resulted in usually 24 hours. However, the best test possible is either getting the RNA test, or you go all the way to the right, antibody test. Antibody test is basically detection of a blood sample. However, the challenge with the antibody test is that depending upon the phase of the infection, an individual may have antibodies or may not have antibodies. So best test possible will be the RNA test by getting the nasal swab. How will an X-ray or the lung images look in someone who has COVID-19 infection? If you look at the picture all the way to the right, that's the picture right top of a chest X-ray. It's a picture of a normal chest X-ray. If you look at the picture on the left with the arrows pointing, you can see different shadows in this X-ray of a patient who has COVID-19 infection. You can see that it affects both lungs and different parts of the lung. The same X-ray, if we were to do a CT scan on the bottom right, you can see that infection is something that involves lungs on the both sides and also involves different parts of the lungs. So we have learned that once patient has infection that spreads to the lung, it usually involves both sides of the lungs, usually involves different parts of the lungs on the same side, and has a chance to spread and continue to grow from there before the healing begins. And we'll see how the images look once somebody has healed or recovered from the infection after this. So if somebody has a mild disease, somebody who has infection with coronavirus, however, their oxygen levels are normal, they don't have a lot of shortness of breath, they don't always have to be admitted to the hospital. All they require is making sure they take proper rest. Very important to take a lot of liquids, keeping yourself hydrated. Very important to stay at home, isolate yourself. You can take medications that help symptoms for cough or fever, which are available from the pharmacy, which necessarily usually will not require prescriptions. What else can be done these days is one person can who is infected can consider buying an oxygen level monitor, which can be purchased online on the internet or sometimes available at a store depending upon where you are, and monitor the oxygen levels. You want to make sure the oxygen levels are staying above 90%, ideally or preferably about 92%, because if you monitor the oxygen level when you are home and it continues to dip down, especially when it starts going below 90%, then that's the time to call your doctor or go to the hospital, because then you may be reaching a phase where you need more care than just being at home. Someone who has infection that has severe, it is progressing, affecting the lungs, affecting the breathing, affecting the oxygen levels. Most of the times these patients will require to be in the hospital setting. They will require oxygen. As you can see from the pictures, lungs are affected quite a bit. So external oxygen or giving oxygen is very helpful. A lot of times we'll give fluids with IV. And then depending upon the severity of the disease, depending upon the oxygen level, we'll consider treating them with medications, including steroids. The commonest one used is dexamethasone. However, other steroids can be used as well. We have learned that steroids, especially started when oxygen levels are staying lower, when a patient is requiring oxygen, if they are started early and continued from 5 to 10 days after starting, patients have very good response. They do really well. This is something we have learned compared to the beginning of pandemic over the last few months that has made a huge difference. We have had to put far less number of patients on the ventilator with the helps of using and starting steroids, especially dexamethasone early on. Other medication that can be considered are medications which will directly attack the virus and stop the spread of the virus. One of the medications which has received the most overall better outcome as well as the most data that we have had is remdesivir. There are some other medications which are being tested as well. However, we are waiting for more confirmatory studies to see if we can add with these two medications and sort of create like a cocktail to help. Other treatment options can be plasmapheresis, which is basically using the plasma of a patient who has already healed, and we'll show a picture of that right after this. And then a lot of times we have to require ventilator support. So just a quick slide in terms of just to focus on understanding medications like remdesivir. How will it work? I know this appears to be a complicated slide sometimes if you are especially not a healthcare professional or medical professional, but I just wanted to point out here that if you look at the green circle that you see, that's the active medication. How does it work? Well, the virus, if you look at the top slide, will enter the cell by using the protein on the surface of the virus, and then the virus will enter the cell and then start replicating, creating more numbers of viruses inside a particular cell. Medications like remdesivir will have a particle which will be similar to the particle inside the virus's RNA, and therefore will be used by the cell and will stop the further spread of the virus inside a particular cell. So this medication we have seen to be very effective at treating the virus. How about giving plasma from the patients who have recovered or plasmapheresis? Patients who have had COVID infection or recovered will develop antibodies in their blood. Once they have recovered, these antibodies can be taken from them, just like you will get the blood transfusion from other people who donate blood. And those antibodies in the form of plasma, which is part of our regular blood or part of the blood from the healed patients, can be used and given to a patient who has active COVID infection. So those antibodies can be used to fight the infection. This is something that we are not using very commonly, but can use in certain circumstances when needed. How about just doing position therapy? This is something we have learned over the last several months. Early on pandemic, when the pandemic started, we were putting many people on the ventilator, breathing support. Then we learned that virus tends to attack the lower part of the lung. As you can see the top image on the right side, you can see that the picture, if somebody was laying in their back, you can see that the virus tends to attack the lower part of the lungs because of the gravity or natural tendency for virus to go there. We have now learned that if we ask patients to stay on their stomach 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, as much as they can do, they recover faster, because by them staying or sleeping in their stomach, something we call it as prone positioning, we allow the lungs which are affected to heal faster. So this is something we have trained our nurses, we trained our staff to encourage patients to do that as much as possible, and we have seen them leaving the hospital faster, recovering faster. Ventilators, sometimes if patients are sick enough that their lungs are affected, then they may require ventilator support. What is a ventilator? For those who are not aware, it involves using a machine which connects with a tube, which connects with a breathing tube, which connects from the mouth into the lungs and supports the breathing, allowing the lungs to heal and making sure provide enough oxygen until the lungs are completely healed. This is a picture of someone who has severe COVID-19 infection, who fortunately then recovered. But in this case, as you can see, the patient is staying on the stomach, allowing the lungs to have a chance to heal while the ventilator supports the breathing. And this is the CT scan image that I previously showed. If you look at the picture A, there are 4 images, A, B, C, and D. The picture all the way to the far top left is image A. Image A shows the lungs on both sides. The one on the left is the right lung, one on the right is the right lung. And if you look at the image all the way down to the D, you can start seeing more black or more clear lungs when patients were treated with the proper ventilator support and having them sleep on their stomach. So overall, we have learned different ways to help these patients, and we feel more and more comfortable helping these patients, seeing them improve, getting better, and doing better. Nothing can be done without the teamwork. This has always been a team effort. I cannot thank my team enough to fight this pandemic, and patients when they're sick. Without teamwork and support from all our nursing staff, respiratory therapists, ICU staff, hospital staff, none of this is possible. So every chance I get, every opportunity I get, I would like to thank my team, and I'm sure all over the world you hear physicians doing the same thing. But we feel more comfortable treating these patients. We are seeing better outcomes when it comes to treating them. We know exactly when to start, what drugs are available, and we are in a far better position than we were at the beginning of pandemic, at least when it comes to treating. We still have a ways to go in terms of waiting for the vaccine and waiting for the infection to stop spreading, but at least treatment-wise, we feel a lot more comfortable than we did in the beginning of pandemic. Well, I will leave the last note again to focus on keeping the lungs healthy, avoid smoking, avoid pollution, whether it's indoor or outdoors, regular exercise, diet, and do not delay the medical appointment. Do not delay the regular health check that an individual should do, being worried about not going to doctor's office. Very important to do that. And with that, I'd like to thank you guys again. I just try to summarize what our experience has been and hopefully improve the understanding for COVID-19, and hopefully we'll see this go away very soon together as a team. I think we will get there soon. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Chirag Pandya. And, that was great importance to each and every one. Now, I want to know, honestly, and this question is personally for you as well. With the fear factor always being there, so the moment everyone steps out, I still feel a lot of fear. And how is it that one has to feel comfortable? There is one, to be aware, and the second thing is to avoid the fear factor, always thinking about it. Oh my God, this is scary, someone is coming close to me. So how do you actually feel a little bit in a relaxed manner every time you step out, if you're really taking care of everything that you mentioned, and really considering that we're doing as much as we can? The mental health, how does the mental health?
I think you bring a very good point. I think this is something we continue to battle. I remember that when we started to see the patients in the beginning of pandemic going to the hospital, all of us healthcare workers, as well as individuals who really had to go to work and they could not stay home. We went through the same anxiety that what are the right steps, what should we do, how much what kind of mask we should wear. Mentally and physically, that's been a challenge. Overall, I think a best way probably to look right now at this point, after we have been through so much and learned about this, is to see which environment we are going to be. So if you are going to be in an open environment, for example, you're going to walk at the park, or you're going to an open space where it's a public space, but it's an open space. There is enough space for you to have 6 feet or more distance. Then definitely, it's safe for you to go there. You can always have a mask with you to make sure if you are going to be around individuals, especially that you don't know about them, you don't know about their whereabouts, their work situation, their home situation, then you want to have a mask available to cover yourself. But mentally, we can feel comfortable going to, outdoor spaces to make sure if you are going to go take a walk, or you're going for example, a grocery store, or going to get your daily needs, then it's okay to do that. However, if you're going to be in a closed space, for example, going to a grocery store or going to a particular place which is indoors, then it is important to wear a mask, because again, you don't know the whereabouts of who is being where around you. and might be a carrier or might be sick. But when it comes to being around with your family or nearest friends that you see on regular basis, who you know their whereabouts, you can be in that something called as a social bubble, where you know about their whereabouts, you know that they have their work environment, then you don't have to be afraid around that particular area. But mentally, I think that's the way to think, whether you're going to be outdoors or indoors, and who are you going to be around, knowing their whereabouts and risk of infection. So I hope this answers your question. I know it's something that we mentally struggle all the time.
So true. Thank you very much, Dr. Chirag. Let me take this opportunity of thanking all the doctors, the frontliners. And I must definitely mention this, that you all are true heroes, making us stay safe at home and really doing everything just to make families safe. I'm also going to ask you one more question. How would you tell people to take care, especially if they're traveling and they're moving towards the airport? I think that is one place which is a little bit scary, and with the rules and regulations changing with airlines. Would you like to just highlight on that as well, please?
Absolutely. Air travel is something that we continue to still, debate. And overall, definitely we're at a point where we have to be very, very, very sure about which airport you're going to be, which country you'll be traveling, or which part of the same country you will be traveling, and know the risks or potential cases in the area. So the way to approach is to know what is the activity of cases around that particular airport that you're going to be. If you know that cases are on the rise for a particular airport of a city you're going to, then again, if the travel can be delayed, it's best to avoid. If the travel has to be done, then you have to be very, very careful by wearing a mask. If possible, wear gloves, keep your hands clean, and making sure you keep enough distance. But if the activity is on the rise for a particular city where the airport is, then it's best to avoid the travel. Same thing applies towards where you are going to land or where you're eventually going to be going. So if you are going to a place where the case activity is on the rise, or if there are still cases, whether it's a country or whether it's a part of a country or part of a town or city, you want to possibly avoid the travel as much as possible, because again, you're going to be around individuals where there is risk of them being carrier or possibly having infection. But there are circumstances that traveling has to be done. Traveling has been delayed for so many months now, and it is very challenging for several individuals, unfortunately, to just work from home and stay home, unless you are in industry, for example, tech industry, for example, industry where you can be online and support. Traveling is necessary. So in those cases, you have to be absolutely careful by making sure you are taking all the proper step and continuously analyzing needs for travel. If possible, delay. If possible, try to find ways to do this remotely if it is involving the work, whether it's telecommunication, video, or other resources. We've been very fortunate to do that. And I think that's one of the biggest advantages we have had since the beginning of pandemic, that we always had technology. We just haven't had a chance to use it properly. So explore the opportunities. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Chirag, we've received a question. And before I read out the question, I'm going to invite, my dear friend and a big fan of Dr. Sheila Dobi. She's here to say you a lovely hi. And
Hi, Sheila. How are you?
Dr. Sheila. Absolutely a pleasure
Good
seeing you
seeing you.
here.
Hi, lovely to be here on our 28th live healing of our earth. I'm so excited. Good to see you, Simran. How are you?
I'm so excited to welcome you. And Sheila, we're going to ask one last question, which we just received for Dr. Chirag Pandya, by your permission, please. Dr. Chirag, do superfoods and meditation help in building up immunity, especially for the coronavirus?
I think that's the question. I pretty much get asked on a daily basis in terms of what can be done to boost immunity? What can we do to, what food should I avoid? What foods should I eat? What kind of vitamins I can take? So scientifically, we don't have any data in terms of saying that, okay, this particular food is better versus other, or one particular amount for one particular food is better. However, we do have overall general, acceptance and some data that if you were to take vitamin C, whether it's 500 milligram or up to 1 gram, at least 500 milligram a day, and if it's something you can safely tolerate, a lot of times patients will have, side effects taking vitamin C, whether it's stomach upset or whether them having other side effects, then it's best to avoid. But if you can, then it's something that not a bad idea to take to support the immunity. But overall, just eating, healthy food like vegetables, healthy diet, lot of hydration and exercise, and getting proper sleep. Again, I cannot emphasize more the importance of sleep. Now than ever, sleep has been linked with affecting the immunity for years and years. We have more data coming out from animal studies as well as human studies by testing different chemicals. Cortisol level continues to be high in patients who sleep less. Basically, what that suggests is that there is a high stress level on the entire hormonal system, and that directly impacts immunity. So getting proper sleep, very important as well.
That's brilliant. I'm going to request Dr. Sheila to speak to Dr. Chirag as well and thank him too. And thank you, Sheila. I love the smile. Oh my God. It's completely out of the world and magnificent. Yes,
It's
Sheila.
infecting.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
is.
Hey, Sheila.
Hi, Dr. Chirag. How are you? You
Good.
look
How
so
are you?
well. Your talk was
Thank you.
amazing.
You as well.
It's always so
thank
great
you.
to hear from you, and you've got such a calming voice about you, which kind of really, during this difficult time, it's kind of nice to hear that there's a lot of research out there and there's some hope out there. It's always great to hear from you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us and sharing your great information. Thank you so much.
Appreciate
Thank
it
you,
very
Dr.
much. Thank you
Sheila,
so
for
much.
thanking Dr. Chirag Pandya. And I must mention this as well, Dr. Chirag, your smile is absolutely no less. It's really beautiful as well. So
Thank
thank
you.
you so much. Every single information that you gave us, showing us, about telling us about the virus. I mean, how tiny is it? Right from there to really taking care of every single step in our life. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise on the need of the hour, which is today about the coronavirus. Dr. Chirag Pandya from the United States, thank you very much once again for being here with us on behalf of Healing Our Earth platform. We humbly thank you for your expertise. Thank you for your
No,
sharing.
Thank you, Simranji. Thank you, Sheila. Thank you, Neil, and Healing Our Earth. All of you guys. It's been great to be here. Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Sure.
Be safe.
Thank you. I'm truly excited. Not because, every moment is all about excitement. I only get excited when I come to this platform, this beautiful family of Healing Our Earth. It is because of all the positivity that you get to know, the positive people you meet from across the world, our facilitators who share with us their great expertise. We don't have to really get into reading books or getting into news. All you could do is just be every Sunday on Healing Our Earth platform. And for a change, this month is extremely special. We're going to see you for, of course, Navratri, right from the 17th of October to the 25th of October. Of course, for Dasera as well, for the entire 9 nights of celebration, including Sharat Purnima on the 30th. And of course, the Diwali celebration continues right from 1st to the main days of Diwali. I want to introduce the lovely lady who's here with me. As I said, yes, I'm a big fan of hers. And of course, you've already met her and seen her smile. But let me tell you a little bit more about her. My dear lovely souls, it's time for me to introduce my great, great friend. And of course, she's a friend of Healing the Earth. I met her at this platform and it's extremely special. Dr. Sheila Doby, who's going to host further, was born in England and moved to the United States of America. She's a whole health dentist, a humanitarian, and an entrepreneur. She's also a television host. Dr. Doby is the recipient of the Bay Area's Outstanding Woman of the Year Award. She's also been the recipient of the prestigious California Patient Choice Award. Dr. Doby takes a special interest in helping the underserved children and women in her local community. On the professional front, Dr. Sheila Doby was the past president and dental health chair of SACDS, the Dental Society. She's a graduate of the American Dental Association Kellogg School of Management Institute for Diversity in leadership. And her current passion is with working with #Kind20. And Dr. Sheila Dobi, I missed out here on your lovely dining experience you had. So I'm going to request you to share it with everybody because that's not mentioned here. But I'm going to take the opportunity of asking you for the same. And I'm really delighted to welcome you and absolutely, absolutely amazing seeing you and your beautiful smile. And namaste to you once again, Dr. Sheila Dobi.
Namaste. Oh, I'm so excited to be here again. And I heard that there's this famous Diwali show that's going to be coming up in Trafalgar Square. And we get to share that virtually in a couple of weeks, right?
Right. So excited.
I know, that's just so much fun. And then we're both going to be chatting to our next guest together, which is going to be very exciting, which is Dr. Nora Vias. And this is something that we really need a lot of, if you agree with this, Simran. There's just so much mental health issues around now because a lot of people are going through so much stress and anxiety because of this corona times. And here in America, it's just, they're saying 1 in 3 people are suffering from anxiety. How is it out there in India?
It's the same, you know, the moment you think you're stepping out and people are normal, the moment you go out, people are all behaving normal, trust me. So we just had a shoot for Navratri 2 days back. And, you know, we were all having fun without realizing that we need to be careful and aware. And then, you know, when you come back home and you reach back home, you get to know about the news and you say, oh my God, you know, how funny have we been? But trust me, it's just that, you know, once you step out of the house, you tend to forget, but we need to have that reminder and be really safe. So it's the same situation, I think, all across the world, maximum countries. But Dr. Sheila, I really think, even including me, we all are going through that, whether or not, whether to travel or not, whether to go overseas or not. So I think we all on the same dilemma, sailing in the same boat.
Which is great for me to now introduce our next guest, which is Dr. Nora Vias. Now, she's an associate professor of mental health. She's also a scientist, a motivational speaker. She completed her PhD in psychiatry at the University of London. And she's also published her research in international peer-reviewed journals and international conferences. So she has been the recipient of several awards in recognition of her research on schizophrenia, including the US and the UK Fulbright Scholarship Award, and so many other awards, including the Woman of the Year by the British Asian Achievers Award and the Winston Churchill Fellowship Award. So it gives me great pleasure now to introduce Dr. Vias. And she's going to be talking about mental health. She focuses on sharing a lot of her mental knowledge on an Instagram account that she has, which is at Mental Health Connect. So, Dr. Vias, thank you for joining us on Healing Our Earth and allowing us to kind of get access to such amazing information, which sometimes is hard to find. Hi, Dr. Vias.
Hello, Dr. Dubey. It's such an honor, such a privilege to be on this platform. I'd also like to thank and welcome Simran. Thanks so much. It's been lovely listening to the amazing talks. And yeah, I just wanted to really thank the Healing Our Earth for inviting me to give a talk here because you're doing such an amazing job on this global online conference. So congratulations. And of course, for everyone who's tuning in, I'd like to welcome you. Thanks so much for spending the last couple of hours listening to some inspiring talks. It's been fabulous. We're all, at the moment, we're all celebrating World Mental Health Day, which took place yesterday. And so it's a weekend to talk about mental health. So I'd like to bring your attention to the importance of mental health. Our mental health is equally important as our physical health. Now, mental health includes emotional factors, psychological factors, as well as social well-being. It affects how we feel, how we think, and how we act. Mental well-being describes how you're feeling and how well you can cope with day-to-day life challenges. It can change from moment to moment, from day to day, month to month, or year to year. And so when we look at mental health as a whole, we find that mental health is not specific to age. It can affect any one of us at any moment in time. It can affect young children, adolescents, adulthood, but also older age individuals. And so there are certain environmental triggers that may increase the risk of an individual developing a mental health condition. And this can directly impact an individual's thinking, the way they feel, but also the way they react, not only to that event, but also future events. So it's really important for us to focus on mental health today. So upon reflection, I've been doing a little bit of reflection, and I find that mental health difficulties is a medical problem, just like when we have heart disease or diabetes or kidney problems. So many of these health or physical problems are treated with medical doctors, with a multidisciplinary team, with a nurse, maybe a therapist, etc. So similarly, when we talk about mental health difficulties, we also visit doctors, or we may be meeting our general practitioners, but also therapists, nurses. We may have a key worker. If you're a child who has mental health conditions, you may also be associated with an educational psychologist, or maybe an art therapist. So this is all very common, that both of these factors or faculties, mental health and physical health, they're all the same. Now, the reason why we give so much importance to these two factors is because we find that physical health problems significantly increases the risk of poor mental health. And research has suggested that those individuals who face long-term physical health problems, they are up to 30 or 40% likely to develop a mental health problem. Now, that could be in depression, for example, like clinical or major depressive disorder, or generalized anxiety disorders, or GAD for short. So if we were to consider what exactly is good mental health, what does it entail? What we find is that good mental health is often associated with being able to handle or manage stress effectively. So even if you're going through lots of challenges, you're able to manage those. It's not that people who have good mental health have fewer stresses or less environmental factors that are actually affecting their mental health. That's not the case. It's actually very much similar, but the way we're able to manage it or handle stress differs. We also find that individuals who have good mental health are also able to understand each other people around them. They're able to maintain relationships more effectively. They're also able to make more appropriate more effective decisions. So when it comes to making decisions, if your mental health is quite poor, and if you're in a hospital setting, you might find that a doctor may say, I'd like you to sign the power of authority for this individual, because they're not able to make the right decision for themselves. They're not in good health at the moment. So these kind of settings within the clinical settings is very common. Equally so, when it comes to good mental health, we find that it's associated with the ability to feel, to express, or to be able to manage a whole heap of different emotions. It could be positive emotions, negative emotions, neutral, day-to-day emotions. So they're able to manage these more effectively. But when we think about mental health, it doesn't only mean that those who've got good mental health are likely to be a lot happier, or they're just constantly going to be happy, smiley. No, that's not the case. We find that those who have got good mental health are generally able to find a balance when it comes to juggling certain challenges. Maybe they have the support system in place where they can talk to someone and share how they're feeling, and so they're able to manage those stresses far more effectively. Another factor that I think is really important for us to realize is that all of us are different, right? We all have a variety of thoughts, different emotions, different feelings. They're all part of our normal life. But one person's going to be very, very different from another based on their experiences, maybe based on their childhood experiences back in the days. So some may find it more challenging to cope with things compared with others. And when we see mental health, the way I view it is almost like a blueprint or a doorway to the subconscious. So sometimes many people are very good at masking their mental health. So they might be very, very upset about something, and they might be in their homes, for instance. But when they're out there with their friends, they're able to put up a very positive face, very, very happy. So someone thinks, okay, this person's very, seems really confident. They don't seem to be having any challenges. But the moment they head back home, the emotions will come out. Those thoughts, those feelings will emerge. And this is what we're particularly concerned with. Are we able to be transparent with our feelings and our thoughts? Are we able to say, you know what, today I'm not having a great day, so-and-so happened, but you know what, I'm just trying to get through the day. So if we're more honest with ourselves, we'll be able to get through things better, and also we'll get enough support from others. So if I was to say that I'm not feeling great today, but I'm trying to get through the day, then it's likely that the person I'm speaking to, I'm communicating to, it could be a family member, maybe a close friend, but they're more likely to be, maybe they'll be supportive during that time. They'll say, you know what, why don't you relax? Let's have a cup of tea and let's talk. So these kind of conversations are actually something that we need to normalize in our communities. Even when we talk about it at work, it's so important that we say, you know what, today's just not the day for me. We need to let's have a discussion about this maybe later on tomorrow. So these kind of honest, transparent conversations are really, really important. So what happens exactly when we experience poor mental health? What are the processes? Well, what we find is when we look at serious mental health conditions or conditions such as anxiety or depression, we find that it doesn't only happen in one setting. So you won't see the signs and symptoms being affected or depleting over time in just, let's say, at home. You'll find that it's also affecting their workplace. If a child, for example, is experiencing clinical depression, which does happen, then you'll find that their academic, scholastic or performance may be affected. Their ability to, let's say, go to extracurricular activities. They may say, I'm not interested, I want to go home. So you might start seeing a bit of a pattern a month or two before an individual actually expresses full-blown mental health condition. And so it's really important for us to focus on the overall social and occupational functioning of that individual. It's really important for us to focus or pay attention to an individual's psychological well-being. Think about the ways people are communicating. Think about the way it's communicated, the emotional aspect, and also the general social interaction. How much is this individual interacting with another individual, which they used to interact really well with? Maybe it's a close friend. What are the thoughts? How are they expressing it? Are they speaking in very briefly, just to get through things? Or are they able to express the same way they used to before? And if you're able to detect change in any of these faculties, it could be in thinking, in feeling, in acting, that's when it's important there should be like a red flag that goes off, that this person needs help, I need to talk with them. Let's try to find a way of being able to facilitate that. Because what you typically find is not that a person's general functioning is at 100% and suddenly it goes down to 50%. You will see there will be a gradual decline in functioning, and it will be highly debilitating. It will affect their social functioning. It will affect their day-to-day life functioning, going to work, right? Going to school. All of these faculties will be affected. And so what can we do? What can we do exactly to actually help someone who may be suffering from poor mental health? Well, I think it's really important or critical that we talk to someone. It could be that we talk to a family member who's really close, maybe a friend, a clinician, a general practitioner. Sometimes we might find that I don't want to talk to my family. I don't want my family to be aware of what's going on. Maybe I don't want my friends to know that I'm suffering from a particular condition. So instead, I could always go to my GP practice. I could speak to them one-to-one in a sort of confidential way and try to get help for whatever I'm experiencing. And what you might find is that just like a physical health problem is assessed and monitored and referrals are done. In a similar way, when it comes to mental health, a GP or general practitioner or physician would carry out an assessment, and that assessment will look at anxiety, or look at clinical depression, how your mood is, whether you've ever felt paranoid. All of these thoughts and feelings will all be explored, and they'll subsequently be able to come up with a brief overview of the signs and symptoms that you're probably experiencing. They'll also be able to make a call about whether or not you need any help. It could be medication, or it could be through talking therapies like cognitive behavioral therapy. And sometimes family therapy is really, really effective, particularly when you're working with children and you want to find out the background. You want to find out whether there's anything that's actually leading to many of these signs and symptoms you can see in the young person, but also in adults. So there's a whole range of psychotherapeutic interventions which may be effective, but also drug interventions, or generally a combined intervention is found to be effective. Of course, if your GP refers an individual for mental health services, or maybe an early intervention service, it's really important, because that way you know that I'm actually going to get support. I'm going to get medical advice from a person who's trained in this, in providing mental health support. Those days have gone where we used to think that mental health problems never improve. And we might have had a visual of maybe some movies that we may have watched, or maybe something that we've read, or maybe someone that we knew many generations ago had a mental health conditions. But the fact is that science has improved so much. There's so much more early intervention services that are out there. And so, don't worry about it. If you have a problem, if you're experiencing absolutely anything, just go to your GP, speak to them about it, and they will be able to signpost you and direct you to the relevant services so that you feel better. So like I mentioned, we all need to take care of our mental health and our well-being, because whether we have a mental health problem or not, our mental health matters. And so I'd now like to focus a little bit on the practical steps of how we can improve or even maintain our well-being. If you feel that you're really, really happy all the time and nothing really bothers you, that's fabulous. Just continue. That's great. But if you find that you keep having to wear a mask when you're outdoors, when you're interacting with people, and then when you're indoors, you're upset and you really need someone to talk to, then this is something that I think we need to draw our attention to, and we really do need to seek help. So a couple of things we can do is we can make time for ourselves. I call it me time. And the reason why I call it me time is that we're so busy. It could be parents, could be children that are doing their homework, for example, or busy at home, or generally everyone in society. We are very busy. We are stuck in doing things. We're kind of almost lost. We don't give ourselves time for ourselves. So what I'd suggest is give yourself, even if it's like the last hour before you go to sleep in the day, so give yourself that time just to recuperate. Think about, how was the day? Was there anything that didn't go so well? Is there anything where I feel really good about myself? Something that I did, maybe it's an altruistic behavior, something that I made someone feel really happy today, and just reflect. And as you reflect on these positive things, it will make your next day, the following day, so much more brighter and better, because you would have probably learned something from how today went. If it hasn't gone well, you've always got tomorrow. The second thing I'd suggest is building positive relationships. We are all social beings, right? If we feel that our family is there for us and we can talk to them, it's really important that we talk not only about the positive things, the wins. Let's say as a child, you've passed a piano class, right? One of the tests, or you've got through from green belt to brown belt in karate or something. So all of these things, these are positive things that we typically share with our family. But isn't it important also to share times when we're not feeling so good, when we're upset about something? There's something that's pulling our energy levels down. Maybe there's an individual who's not in the family, maybe outside, that's upsetting us. Is there a way to just talk about it, to just offload? And the reason why I'm stressing so much about this is because when we offload things, our cortisol levels tend to go down. They're typically really high up there, but as we share information, we're able to reduce the amount of stress we're feeling. And of course, we get a lot of support from our family. We might get some indicators. Why don't you do this? Maybe they'll give you some interesting ideas that you didn't think of before. And this can be really, really helpful to get your mindset, a bit more clearer. And you can think about things very, very differently in a more positive light. Something else I'd like to focus on, of course, is that we feed your mind with positivity. Often we get tangled up in so many different things. People are pulling us from one direction to another, and we feel that we're just giving ourselves to different things, and that's fine. It's good to be able to contribute in different areas, but I think it's equally important for you to give yourselves time in the day. It could be early morning, and I do prefer early morning, where you just give yourself that time to reflect about how the day is going, how the day is going to go. Plan the actual the potential steps of what you're going to get done during the day. Maybe watch a motivational talk to kickstart your day, something that's positive, right? Something which will reduce any forms of negative thoughts or feelings. And of course, start to watch the words we use when we communicate with ourselves in the morning. How do you feel? What sort of words do you say? Do you say good morning? Or do you go, oh God, I'm not looking forward to today? So it's the kind of words that you use to describe or how you feel in the morning. It's so, so important. Another factor that I'd like to point out is paying attention to your nutrition. So are you eating well? What's your diet like? Do you find that you're going more towards eating sugary foods, for example? We tend to do that when we're not feeling so great. So not the one-offs, but when we have lots of chocolates and biscuits and ice cream, those are comfort foods. And it's often done maybe when it's a bit doom and gloom, like sometimes the weather is as we're heading from autumn to winter. But also it may be an indicator from the mind, from within, that we're not feeling great. So you're finding ways of accelerating your neurochemicals, your dopamine and your serotonin levels. So keep an eye out and making sure that you have a really, really good balanced diet and you're having all the vital vitamins and minerals. Maybe get a blood test done to check whether or not there's any depletions in your iron levels or zinc or magnesium, etc. Because these things are really important and they're very much linked to multiple positive health outcomes. And they're really necessary for the regulation of many systems in the body. Of course, there's also keeping active. So how much exercise do you do on a weekly basis? Right? They often say about 30 minutes a day is often a good thing. You don't necessarily need to go to the gym or play a sport, but doing any forms of physical exercise, even walking in the park or across the field, it does boost your self-confidence, it boosts your self-esteem, and it helps you concentrate. I don't know if you've ever noticed, but if you've gone out for a walk, suddenly there's so much more activation within the body. You can suddenly focus your attention so much better. You may even find, and that's why I'd suggest that you just think about this, you might find that your sleep is far more better. The quality of your sleep has significantly improved after having had a bit of an active day. So if all of these things are going to improve your general well-being, then why not do it, right? It's something that can certainly help activate a very, very positive mindset. And of course, another thing that I absolutely love talking about is staying hydrated. Did you know that the brain and the heart are composed of 73% of water? Our lungs, right, got 83% of water in our lungs, and our skin, 64%. When we think about our muscles and our kidneys, 79%. of water is found in this. And of course, even the bones are all very watery. About 31% of our bones are also found of water. So the evidence, of course, suggests that it's really important to stay hydrated. If you can stay hydrated, just have plain water. It can significantly improve any signs and symptoms of clinical depression. It can improve your general anxiety. And all of you may have seen some videos that have been going on live as well about how to drink water as well. So if you're sat like this, it's better to be sitting and drinking water than to be standing and drinking water. Equally so, it's important that you're not sort of, when you're drinking water, that it's done in a very sort of methodological way, in the sense that it's just slowly you're taking water, gulps of water, as opposed to doing it really like a flush of water. So the slower you do it, the better it works in terms of your general hydration. And a couple of more points I'd like to suggest in terms of improving your well-being is to spend time in nature outdoors. So not only walking, but even just being around nature, it can really help improve your mood. It can reduce the feelings of stress, but also anger, because we get a chance to think about what's just happened when we go out for those walks on our own. But also, we can always bring nature indoors. So we can buy flowers, we can get potted plants, for example, or even seeds to grow into beautiful flowers. And we can leave these in our windowsill. So bringing nature indoors or within our home can actually elevate our mindset. It can make us feel so much more better. So we've talked about drinking water. We've also discussed about going into nature, the importance of being active, paying attention to our nutrition, feeding ourselves with these lots of positive thoughts. I'd now like to focus on our general physical health. So looking after yourself. How much do you take care of yourself? Right? So when you wake up in the morning, have a really nice hot shower, brush your teeth, like do the thing. These are all normative, but sometimes people struggle. They struggle to think of what they're going to be doing in the morning. They find it quite difficult to set the tone for the day. So it might be important to have small goals. So get up and maybe wash your face. Think about maybe one or two plans of what you'd like to do today, those kind of things. So that will really set up the day in a positive way. And of course, many of us, you may have heard that they try to cope with difficulties through alcohol, or they may be taking drugs. Now, of course, this is something that I'd strongly advise that you try to avoid, because in the long run, it can make you feel worse. Because all you're doing is, when you're experiencing it could be a medical health problem, it could be a mental health problem. If you find, if you take drugs or take alcohol, all you're doing is you're getting away from your problem. Your problem's still there. So one way of being able to reduce your problem is, of course, by speaking to someone and, of course, getting advice. So that's something I'd suggest. And finally, try to get some really good quality sleep. Establish a routine, right? This will really, really help you get some regular sleeping patterns in place. And just maybe an hour before you go to sleep, try not to have any technology around you, like mobile phones. So be tech-free before you go to sleep. And this will really, really help you wind down. You can even try meditation. Some people really like yoga because it really allows them to relax. And that's something that you could potentially include during the day. Maybe 5 or 10 minutes of yoga, could be in the morning or maybe later on in the evening. And this really has been reported to show significant improvements in our general well-being. So just to summarize, really, mental health problems can help, and they can actually happen to anybody from all walks of life. And so there's nothing to be ashamed of, really. If you experience a mental health problem, just seek help. The only person you need to take care of is yourself. That's the only person you need to take care of. So don't feel guilty for giving yourself that me time. Give yourself that time to be able to assess your mental health, your general well-being, how you're feeling physically. And then, of course, if you do detect that there are problems, then take action, seek help, because it's okay not to be okay, but it's not okay not to seek help, support, and advice from a clinician, a family member, or a close friend. So I do hope that you found these guidelines useful. And I'd actually now like to, welcome Simran Ahuja, who's eminent. I've read up so much about you, Simran, and it's just incredible.
Thank you so much. At first, let me thank you for sharing with us all the aspects of life of mental health. Dr. Nora, we have a question. We'd like to ask you, most of us are working from home all across the world. So work is in abundance. It's not that we don't have work. Maybe, the finance is much lesser than otherwise, but work is not the criteria. Everyone is working from home. But still, to feel very normal with the new normal is not something very easy. And how do we realize that we are actually going through some mental stress? Like you spoke about some example, maybe we feel like having sweets, or sugary foods, or you have a craving for something. But how does one realize that one is having the mental health trouble to accept the new normal as the very normal? So I think that is something not really very easy for all of us. And, mentally, it really doesn't make us happy, being comfortable in our zone of working from home. How does one really get out of this feeling?
Absolutely. This is a really, really important question. I think we're all going through a very, very stressful period. This is something we've never experienced before. And I think one good thing that's come out of this is that we feel that we're all in it together. So we're all experiencing the same feeling that, oh, I'm stuck. I can't leave my home, or I can only leave my home once a day for exercise. All of these experiences are quite debilitating. So it's no surprise that we might have found that we put on a couple of kilos, but I certainly have. So this is something completely normal. And I'm not just saying this because I put it on, but I've heard from many people that I know that are, oh, I am eating lots of sugary foods lately. And this is something they haven't done previously. So it's completely normal. But I think one thing we can do at this time is to set some sort of agenda during the day. How is our day going to, what are we going to be doing on this day? Because every day is going to be different. Every day is going to be a challenge. But if we have something like an agenda, it really helps us get through the day. And if we are eating in a sort of unhealthy way, maybe we can find slightly more healthier versions. So if we do want to have something sweet, we could, for example, go for a yogurt, or maybe go for some fruits, rather than, let's say, having a tub of ice cream, for instance. There's nothing wrong in ice cream as well. But what I find is that if we were having it regularly as a sort of a sugar toxification, kind of to feel elevated, then it's not such a good thing in terms of, just because we feel more bloated, we might feel not so well. Maybe after 6 months, we'll think, oh, what did I do? So I think we just need to just have a plan and not to be too hard on ourselves. If we have a day which isn't as we expected, that's fine. It's okay. We are going through a rough patch and we just have to let go. It's okay.
I'm so glad that you're talking about sugar, because obviously, being a dentist, I'm seeing such an increase in people getting cavities, tooth decay, gum disease because of this increased sugar that's happening, especially during the quarantine. And now that you've mentioned it, it's also affecting mental health, which is really important, because a lot of that younger generation, the teenagers and the children and the adults, are eating so much more sugar, and it's affecting their oral health, which in turn affects their systemic health, increasing risk of heart attacks, strokes, and other things. But you're also causing severe mental issues coming up.
Absolutely, yeah. We tend to eat we tend to eat things which are just us satisfying ourselves, but it's on a very moment by moment basis. So today, right now, I'm feeling happy, so I won't necessarily go for a sort of a high sugar food. I might be like, let's have a nutritional meal, let's have a nice meal together. That might be my thought. But if I'm not feeling so great, maybe if I'm alone, and this is something that we hear about all the time. When you're alone in the house, you tend to go for sugary foods. It's something that happens naturally because we are social beings, and we might even have someone in our family who would be like, you know what, I've made a really nice meal today for you. Might be some paneer, for example, dare I mention it, or some really nice food, and you'd be like, okay, that's lovely, I'm going to treat myself today. And then there might be other days where you just want to go for that sugar kick. And absolutely, you're right that it can have a direct impact on our hygiene, on our teeth, for example. So what would you suggest we do? I mean, should we brush our teeth more, or what's the solution to that?
Well, the first thing obviously is to try and cut down sugar, which is very difficult because sugar is so addictive. So just reduce the amount and try and change sugar. Instead of having the raw sugar that's really unhealthy for you, you can have dates. So what I do is I make a cup of tea, and then I get a date, and I actually blend it in a mixer, and then I get my sweetness from that, because you want to go for the sugars that are just healthier for you, which is more the natural sugars. And then definitely more brushing and flossing at least twice a day. Rinsing out once you eat a sugary meal. And if you're going to have something like, let's say, Coca-Cola or something that has high sugar content, you want to be drinking the whole can in one go and not sipping it out throughout the day, so that you're not having constant sugar acid attack. So that should kind of help out a little bit.
Well, that's lovely.
But I had one question, because I've got we've got the two experts here. We've got Simran, who's the yoga meditation expert out there, and then we've got Dr. Nora. My question was, I'm reading a lot about mental health improvements because of meditation. And obviously now there's so much anxiety and depression out there that they're doing a lot of studies, and they're looking at monks, for example, and they're seeing their brain patterns are just so different. And if we do more meditation and yoga, we can actually build up our resilience so that we can handle situations that are more difficult. What can you say about that, Dr. Nora? And then Simran, I just wanted to know, is there something you can teach us today that can kind of quickly calm us down when we do feel anxiety?
Yeah, for sure. Dr. Nora, you want to go ahead? I'll come in my Padmasana posture till then.
Absolutely. Wow, lovely. There's been lots of research that's been carried out looking at the effects of mindfulness meditation on cognitive functioning, so things like memory, attention, planning ability. And there's been evidence suggesting that there's significant improvements in these areas within all of these cognitive domains. And it could be for individuals who undergo long-term meditation, those who've been meditating for 15 plus years. But also, if you look at the research, there's been evidence suggesting that even brief meditation for a period of 4 weeks, just 4 weeks, can significantly improve your concentration levels, maybe even working memory. Now, some of the research that my lab, we've been carrying out, has also suggested that it's not necessarily only 4 weeks. We've done work over 4 days. So we asked a group of participants, about 100 participants, to undergo meditation on day 1 through to day 4, so 4 days. And we assessed their happiness levels, their anxiety, their stress, their general wellness, and also working memory. So if you have the ability to remember a number, right, a 7-digit number, if I say that number, and then how many of the digits are you able to remember? Maybe if it's a boyfriend's number, you probably remember the number faster than if not, So these are things. So what we found is that after 4 days of meditation, there was a significant improvement in anxiety. People's happiness levels rose. But also when it came to working memory, which is really, really important, it's an important faculty of prefrontal cortex, again, there was improvements in that area as well. So just focusing a little bit in terms of the structural changes that Dr. Dubey was talking about, there's been evidence suggesting that if you meditate for 1 or more years. This is consistent meditation, right, on a daily basis, minimum of an hour or so. There's been evidence suggesting improvements in gray matter functioning. So your gray matter volume significantly improves. What does that mean? It means your cell signaling improves. Your ability to attend to things improves. So this is actually amazing, and it shows the power of neuroplasticity, that it's not that once our brains have structured in the particular way by the age of 18 or 21, we're done. No. Later on in life, if you meditate, even now, if you decide at the age of 40, 50, 60, that, you know what, I want to meditate, then you might find that you're able to reverse the deterioration that we often found in our gray matter as we age, because that's part of your life. As you age, your gray matter volume decreases. So absolutely, I think meditation is such a powerful tool, not only for improved wellness and general well-being, but also for in terms of how we feel, because Alzheimer's disease is, I think, what is it, by 2025, the percentage of individuals who have Alzheimer's disease is going to accelerate. It's going to be almost 40% or more of the population. So it's a problem. And one way of being able to deal with this could be through meditation and yoga. So looking forward to Simran's yoga positions, actually, so I can try some of these out.
Really kind of you, Dr. Nora. So I just wanted to show something that, we all are going through the same thing. This is a sweet box, and without realizing, every time I finish my shows, I just pick up, all the chocolates and pastries from here. This is a gift I received. And without realizing, post dinner, I just go to my room. I'm just sleeping. And I'm like, why am I doing this since a couple of days? And I deliberately made it a point to not touch this. And it was just kept here. So I thought of telling you all that we all are sailing in the same boat, not because of whatever we've gone through, but because we don't know how long. And whenever we have a question mark in our life, that thing somewhere or the other, would make us take decisions, not in a simpler or easier manner. So all I'm going to tell you all is that whenever you feel that, oh my God, you are at a point where you really can't decide, of course, you're going to take a decision any which ways. But just be happy, whatever decision you've taken, and make sure that you take care of your health. The first thing you get stress is on your neck. So I want you to definitely work on your neck. And I'll just take 30 seconds to teach you that beautiful exercise, which will really make you feel energized. So if you're getting sounds in your shoulders, and it's talking to you, so that's your muscles. They're very, very stiff. All they need is some breath, some fresh breath of air, and you just need to breathe in some oxygen. So I'm going to tell you, just be positive, and whenever you can't decide on whether or not or what, so just leave it on the universe and feel I'm surrendering myself to the divine love, and let the answers come to me. So I'm going to open my fingers wide open and spread them out, to the divine, and take them here within inside me. That's the divine energy. And you will really feel extremely relaxed. To a point, you will get the decision, at least you'll be in a position to take the decision. So you're going to sit in very comfortable posture, or you can also do this in a sitting posture and breathe in and breathe out from the throat. It has to be with, a lot of strength and pressure and all the faith. Let every cell of your body feel that, beautiful oxygen, coming in, and the carbon dioxide going out. So I think this is something which is going to really work wonders. You do just 20 reps of this without switching on your aircon or your fan, and you're going to sweat it out, and you're going to feel completely better. And, the second alternative would be just stretching it out completely, and the same thing, breathing in and breathing out from your throat. Works really wonders. Worked for me, as I said. Yes, I'm being very honest, and this is what we all are going through. And that is the reason, Dr. Nora, I asked you about the mental health, that when the future, when we're thinking that, oh my God, we can't decide of the new year. We don't know what's on with 2021, and you are stuck somewhere. So I would just definitely like to tell you that what Dr. Nora has mentioned, meditation and prayers work wonders. So this is 2020 is all about feeling at ease with your own self and knowing oneself. And Dr. Sheila, thank you for reminding us to not have the sugary foods. I do remember your session, and Dr. Nora, we will definitely try and be our best version and try to be at mental peace. I'm going to thank both of you all for this really amazing session, which I also needed as much as everyone needed this wondrous session.
Thank you so very much, Simran Ahuja, and thank you so much, Dr. Dubey. It was such a pleasure talking with you, and it was so fun-filled, so thank you very much.
Dr. Vyas, I think we're going to have to get you back on because I know we've already had a session with you and then we got lucky to have another session, but there is so much that we want to talk to you about, for example, anxiety in children, and obviously we want Simran to teach us some more techniques because I was getting ready to go backpack to the Himalayas and find a cave just to catch up with 20 years worth of meditation that I've missed out on. But knowing that we can do that in such a short period of time, and also there's so many apps out there now, there's Brain Tap, there's Calm, there's so many different apps that we can use to get our state in such a, to get ourselves quickly there. And I'd love to learn more from Simran because, I every time I speak to you, there's just so many different postures and techniques. So definitely let's get you guys back on at some point and maybe do something in collaboration where we can kind of learn from each other and get our audience a lot healthier. So thank you so much, Nora, and thank you so much again, Simran.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. It was so beautiful. Thank you so much. And I'd absolutely love to, in the future, very near future, have a discussion with you again. And I think this session's never enough, is it? And it would be just beautiful to have another meeting. Thank you.
And I'm definitely going to be sipping my water now. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure talking to two beautiful, beautiful ladies, and thank you very much to Healing Our Earth. Thank you.
Thank you, Simran. Always love seeing you. We'll catch up with you next week. And this brings us down to our next guest, who's Dr. Gagan Saho, who's actually born in India. And he started practicing Raja Yoga meditation at the age of 20. After his bachelor degree, he studied neuropathy, naturopathy, yoga and sukra therapy in India and London. For the past 12 years, he's dedicated his life to the services of Brahma Kumaris in Nigeria, West Africa, visiting different states in Nigeria, teaching Raja Yoga meditation via radio, television, public programs, and providing healthcare services within his community, and Sujok therapy, acupressure, and also teaching about vegetarian diets. Dr. Gagan has helped out many poor people with their chronic diseases such as cancer, diabetes, arthritis, heart disease, paralysis, and depression. And he's also very passionate about his humanitarian services. So Dr. Gagan, are you in Africa right now?
Yeah, ji, namaste. Thank you, Dr. Sila Dubey. Thank you so much. Yes, I am in Nigeria now. I am here for last 12 years. Thank you so much, Healing Our Earth team, especially thanks Brother Neil Kumar, who invited us. And my topic is nature to be nurtured. So I will speak about nature means we believe the jungles, the birds, the animals, yes, of course. And nature also meaning of 5 elements. 5 elements means I will show I would like to share screen. Yes, the 5 elements like fire, water, sky, air, and earth. So we human being and nature are connected each other. The body is made by 5 elements. So now we can see the whole world. There is upheaval, natural calamities, cyclone, earthquake, even COVID-19 also. So why this is happening? We need to nurture the 5 elements, the nature. But how? So for that, I will share my experience. When I was studying my graduation, at the age of 19 years old, that time I was feeling a serious back pain. It is not pain, actually it was feeling like a very heaviness in my backside of the head. So I tried to heal myself, but I could not. Then I went to a doctor. Our village, our home is a small town, so I went far away to see a senior specialized doctor. So the doctor gave me medicine and said, every month you come to see me. I took the medicine. I was taking every night and in the morning also. After taking of medicine 1 month, I realized, I felt that in the morning when I was going to the college for studying, the dizziness came to me. So I followed for 1 year, even 2 years. There is no any improvement. I was very much depressed and worried and tensed also, because even I was thinking, if I cut my head from the body, maybe I can get peace. It can be relaxed to me. I was feeling that time. So when there is a problem, there is a solution. God gives the way, shows the way. So that time, one of my friends took me to Brahma Kumari's Raj Yoga Meditation Center in our place. I went there. I did the meditation course and I started practicing meditation in the morning and evening. That time my graduation was completed, so I was full-time free, morning and evening. In 3 months' time, I realized that all my problems, pains, headache, heaviness, the backside of the brain, gone like miracle. I realized that the body is made by nature. So when, through meditation, we concentrate our mind to the supreme authority, the supreme soul, the energy comes. And then naturally, the body means the 5 elements healed. So from that day, I thought that I would follow all my life in this way. So I will show you another photo. Sorry. Yeah. क्यों नहीं आ रहा है? Sorry.
So while
Yes, yeah.
are you ready?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, next. Yeah. So this is the meditation image. I did meditation. In the meditation, I concentrate myself that who am I? Because when you concentrate yourself, you realize, you go inside solitude, you realize that who am I? Then when you consider yourself, who am I? Then connected to the Supreme, then you receive the power, like the battery. Mobile battery is discharged, but we have to charge again. Otherwise, it will not work next day. The same thing, I realized the power received and I was healed. So, sorry.
These are very beautiful slides. They look
Thank you.
very pretty.
See, yes. So, yeah. So then we'll discuss about the 7 qualities of the soul. Because soul, we have to nurture the nature. How? Whole world believe that we are a human being, and I am a man or woman, I am a black or white, whatever, I am Indian or a Nigerian or European. But actually, what is my original identity? My original identity is a point of light, a soul, a living being. We say in India, pran. In Chinese, they say chi. And in European, they say bioelectrical energy. So this energy is me. And that is the original identity of me. So I am a peaceful soul. I am a happy soul. I am a powerful soul. I am a pure soul. I am a loveful soul. I am a blissful soul. It is my own qualities. When I consider myself, I believe, then from me, the power goes to the whole world. Then the nature receives. Like a Japanese doctor who researched and found that he took the 2 glass of water. In first glass, he put love, and second glass of water, he put hatred. And after he researched that where in the water written love, that molecules of the water became crown shaped and it was sparkling, but where there is written hatred, that became not, they are not organized, scattered, and they are dark colored. So why it happened? Because human beings' thought affects the nature. What we think, that goes outside. That's why in the Gita, Srimad Bhagavad Gita, the famous scripture of India, it says that our mind should be neat and clean and pure for everyone. So when we start making our mind clean and neat, we send the pure energy to the world. This is the image that we practice the meditation. Yeah, we receive the power. Then I would like to come to naturopath, because I am studying naturopathy. Naturopaths don't use any medicines. Through 5 elements, we treat ourselves. Basically, the diet. This is Mahatma Gandhi, the father of nation India, who was full supporter and practitioner of naturopathy. In my childhood, I was studying, and that was a topic about Mahatma Gandhi. The story was there that Mahatma Gandhi's one of the son was very much high fever and pneumonia. He did not take his son to the doctor. He started giving the naturopath treatment. A naturopath treatment, even his wife opposed. What are you doing to my child? If anything happened, I will not forgive you. The first day gone, second day gone, third day gone, fourth day gone. In third day night, his wife warned him, if anything happened to my child, I will not forgive you in whole life. The Mahatma Gandhi gave only water and coconut water in 4 days, whole day and night, not giving anything other, only juice, means coconut water and ordinary water, and also covered the body with a blanket. And also Mahatma Gandhi was believing God, that God will help me. Then after 4th day, in the 5th day morning, the surprise happened, a miracle happened, that he was totally cured, because naturopath heals our body. So that another picture, I will share my experience about, because I am practicing here. So one day, one Nigerian lady came to me, and she requested me, please treat me. I said, what happened? She said, my tooth pain is too much, and there is pause for last 1 year. I am suffering. I said, then I said, okay, let me see your tooth. I saw, when I saw, she opened her mouth, and when I saw that, I saw yellow color pus coming out from his mouth. Is severe smell. I could not tolerate it. The vomiting sensation came to me. I said, please, I cannot treat you. You go to the dentist, so they can help you. I am a naturopathist, but you have this problem. You go, please. He cried and she said, I have gone 3 dentists and they have written me the medicine, antibiotic and painkiller, and they are suggesting when the pus will be dried, then we can remove your teeth. Until we can't. In that position, then I remember God. Okay, I said, okay, I am a naturopathist. If you follow my directions, I can help you. He said, yes, I will. Whatever you say, I will follow 100%. I said, welcome, good. Then I suggested the diet. I asked him, what did you eating up to now? What are you eating? He said, I am eating in the morning rice, meat, afternoon bread, some vegetable, and at night some local food and some vegetable. Every day she was taking 3 times a meal and a meat, chicken, all the types of food she was taking, though she has this problem. I said, please, you have to stop all the diet, whatever you are taking, you have to follow me. Yes. I suggested to take whole day, only 4 times juice. In the morning, orange juice, natural, not packet one, natural orange juice. Then carrot juice, watermelon juice, and grape juice. And in the morning and evening, 2 times natural antibiotic like yes, natural antibiotics like cumin seeds, coriander leaves, ginger, and turmeric. Grind together and drink every time. So when she did this every day, morning, evening, and follow all the times, 10 days. I said, follow 10 days and then come to me. And she followed. After 10 days, when she came to me, I saw the pus of the yellow color became white color, improvement. Even her teeth, this bone came out, and here was one wound also. And that time when the disease started, the tooth pain and the tooth problem, she was pregnant. After one year, her baby born already, and he brought the baby in backside of he carried the baby, 3 months baby already. So she followed. After 10 days, she came, little improvement. I suggested, please follow again 10 days and come to me again. After 10 days, she did. And then in 20 days, we saw the yellow color pus became white and amount of pus also reduced. Again 10 days she followed and came, and now no pus. But when she moved her tongue towards that tooth, then there is little salty taste, means still the pus was there. So I said, please follow again 10 days, then come to me. And after total 40 days, when she came, the pus already dried, even that teeth already set well. And I press here, is it painful to you? Are you feeling pain? She said, no pain. So what I'm saying, that naturopath means nature has a healing power. We observed many times something in the childhood, sometimes we fall down, a wound in the body. We don't put any medicine, we don't take any medicine, but naturally healed. So our body has its own healing power, but we need to allow them to heal. Because when we are eating the food, we eat in the morning, in the afternoon, and the night. Many takes 3 times, somebody taking maybe 2 times. But when we are taking, it takes time to be digested. 4 hours, stay in the stomach at least 4 hours. Then food goes to the small intestines, then large intestines, then waste material come out, throughout. So our body has its healing power, but is busy with digestion system. Digesting. Even when we are eating more the acidic food, like heavy food, like oily food, some like meat, chicken, egg, fish, pizza, burger, so many food we are taking, it is heavy to the body. It takes more time to be digested. That's why the best treatment in naturopath, that fasting. And if not fasting, then only juice. If not juice, only fruits. If even not fruits, then 1 time fruits, 2 time vegetarian diet, or we can add some salad. So it is a natural process. So that is, and we are now, I am showing some acidic food and alkaline food. Acidic food, that like meat and meat products, fish, all types of sugars, like all the cold drinks, and even the grains and grain products, they are semi-acidic, they are not totally. And chocolate, coffee, tea, fruit juice, and soda that available in the market in the packet, and all alcohol, they are acidic. Alkaline food, like all the vegetables, fruits, you can see all these available here. So when we are taking acidic food, what happens? Our pH level of the body, it should be 7.4 approximately. It should be. Body system always manage this. But when we are taking more acidic food, what happens? The body itself try to balance it, like from the muscles, from the bones, from the teeth, all the minerals like calcium, magnesium, potassium, all the essential materials, they comes to adjust the alkaline level. The body has to manage, and when the alkaline level balanced, or alkaline level balanced, the disease cannot stay. Naturopath believes all the diseases because of toxins who create the disease. If in the body there is no toxin, the disease cannot come. So I would like to give an example. Suppose in a room we stay. Suppose we don't know there is a rotten potato is there. Because of a rotten potato, what will happen? Definitely insects will come there. But we don't know where is the rotten potato. We go to the doctor and say, please, something problem. And doctor gave some medicines. We purchased and spray in the room. When you spray, because of medicine, that insects, that bacteria, they will die. But after 5 days, 7 days, when the power of the medicine is reduced, they will grow again. The root cause is rotten potato. If we remove the rotten potatoes from that room, no bacteria, no insects will come there. So that's why in the body, bacteria creates. Why? Because of toxins there. If the body is neat and clean, there cannot be any bacteria. In COVID-19, in Nigeria, compared to other rich countries, developed countries, is very less. Why? Because I observed, I see the people, they born and they grow by earth. Means they do hard work, the air is not pollution, the people are very hardworking, and the natural water, they many times no electricity, people sleep in without AC. So people are here, they live their natural life. When we are natural, then body is fit and fine, no bacteria, no toxin in the body, no disease can come. Because our immunity level is decreased, that's why the bacteria increase. And we gave the name, this is cancer, this is liver cirrhosis, this is stomach problem, this is heart disease, this is paralysis, this is brain stroke. So but naturopath says there is disease is one, that is toxin. And the cure is one, remove the toxin. I remember one doctor in India, I participated 15 days in naturopath center in India, near Hyderabad. A doctor who was completed his 30 years doctor service, and but she has the problem of knee, and he went many hospitals to cure her knee. All suggested, please transplant the knee. She said, no, I will not do this. I want to cure without any operation. Then that doctor went there and stayed there 1 month. And 29 days, she followed the naturopathy rules and regulations. 29 days, only juice. Means 3 times coconut water. No any other juice even. And water also. And sometimes honey and honey, 1 glass of water, 1 spoon honey, and 1 piece of lemon, that's all. And after 29 days, she announced herself that my knee pain, who I was suffering from 3 years, is totally gone. I am relieved. So it is the power of naturopath. The nature means nature has its own healing power. Nature can heal us. We need to support, we need to follow. When we follow, then we can be healed. The whole world will be healed. So I will show another picture. Yeah. Yes. This is the principles of naturopath. All diseases are one, causes are one, and treatment are one. That is toxins. When we remove the toxins from the body becomes cure. Second point, causes of treatment are not bacteria. Bacteria is our friend, not enemy. Bacteria created because they have come to eat. If toxin is their toxins, automatic bacteria come out. Even we can see if the something outside rotten things, automatic the bacteria comes. So then acute diseases are not our enemy, they are our friend. Any fever comes, we think fever coming, and we go to doctor and take a antibiotic, other painkillers and suppress it. So any fever, any acute disease comes because of inside something they want to go out. So our body immunity fighting with that toxins. Because of toxins is already bacteria created. So our immunity system is fighting with them. So allow them to kill them and they will go. It is natural process. Nature itself is a healer. Naturopathy heals our body, not a particular disease. When we follow naturopath, that means we are not healing a particular disease. We are healing the whole body. Whatever disease is inside, we don't know. All the disease will be cured. I remember one patient who came to me, she has malaria. When I treated her, she did not tell me that she had some tumor, like a big pimples like, and for last 1 year in the breast. She did not told me. I treated, she followed diet. Also, I am a Sujok therapy, I put magnets. After 3 days, she told me, doctor, I did not tell you that I have this problem, the lumps in the breast. But now I realized that lumps blasted and the black color mud came out from that. So this is the power of treatment. So then chronic diseases takes time to heal, but it will go permanent. Naturopath heals mind, body, and soul all together. Our mind also becomes calm, cool, because we are following diet. Because whatever we are eating, that affects our mind. Like those are eating non-veg. Non-veg takes more time to be digested, and we human beings, our system doesn't permit to take all the heavy food like non-veg, because our small intestines is large, is long. When that items means non-veg items goes to the small intestines, it takes more time to be digested, and all the essential materials used to digest that heavy food. That's why even our teeth, human being teeth, are not made for animal meat, chicken, fish. So we should think about. So thank you. Then I will share that some acupressure points, that all the treatment in this from here to here. In 2 palms, we can treat all diseases. Like we have 5 fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I believe this is not believe. It is a science. It is from Indian scripture books. In Indian scripture books, there is written, there is a Virat Roop. Virat Roop means they believe there is a Virat Roop means a huge human being. The hair is the Brahmin clan, then the face is the deity clan, then the chest is warrior clan, the stomach is the Vaishya clan, and the legs are the Sudra clans. So when we follow this, means this thumb is important. The Brahmin is the top notch because it's the top of the head. So this is the control of other part of the body, because the brain is here. Brain controls the body. So any brain related diseases, I tried those patients coming to me paralyzed or hypertension or depression. I treat only this thumb, they are cured. I don't use any medicine. I use small magnets. Sometimes I use the fenugreek seeds or other seeds. There is a point. The patient healed. Then here I use any ear, eyes, nose, mouth, any problem, we use this. This is from lungs, heart. This is for stomach related, small intestines, large small intestines, liver, pancreas, and stomach. And this is for lower part of the body, all the male female organs, and the 2 legs, knee pain, ankle pain, and back pain we use. So I applied. This is because I studied Indian scripture books and applied, and I got success. So that is. So even somebody has nothing, so they can try only 3 joint, 1, 2, 3 joint. This is suggestion. I'm not telling you follow. It is suggestion. So just methi seeds I try 3 joint. Even our immunity increases. In Corona time also many people they came. I suggested please follow this. Just try the fenugreek seeds. Take a paper tape and put the methi in the fenugreek seeds in the table, and then the paper tape will be pressed on the fenugreek seeds. Then all the seeds will be attached to the paper tape, and that paper tape you tie 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2 finger and 2 finger. Your immunity will increase. and follow the natural diet. That natural diet means 2-3 days we follow fruits. Even you eat one time eat cooked food, and other 2 times eat the fruits juice or fruits, then any disease means we can protect ourselves in this corona time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very interesting. I have a couple of questions for you, Dr. Gagan. You mentioned toxicity, that here in the Western world, there's a lot of toxic substances. What are the main toxic substances that we should be avoiding?
Yeah, basically what we are eating, that food we eat, like more acidic food, non-veg items, oily food, fried food, even artificial, that is sugar, more, even medicines also, we every day eat. Like in the morning we eat paratha, fried food, and afternoon we eat some pizza, burger, or non-veg, and night also we are taking. We can't control our mouth. We are taking, but we are taking. I'm giving an example. 30 years old boy, man, came to me. He totally blind. I said, what happened? I said, tell me, what did you take before, 5 years before, what you were taking, tell me. He said, in the morning I was taking meat, afternoon fish, and dinner chicken. 3 times he was taking non-veg items continuously, 3-4 years. You see, and 30 years from childhood, his eyes were completely okay. Suddenly he became blind. What is the reason? But that toxins can affect any part of the body. Not in the body system, there is a target organ. There is a dustbin in the body. All the we use all the waste material put in the dustbin. The same thing, the body use one place to put all the toxic, like somebody has a knee pain, somebody has stomach problem, somebody has a liver problem, or any headache or gout, any diabetes, whatever. So body tries to put all the toxic there, but that area, from that area should go away from through our urine, through our toilet, through the sweating body, so through the cough, they should go out. If not gone out, so what will happen? It will be stuck one place. Why the suffering cancer? Cancer, what is cancer? Cancer cannot come one day. The toxins becomes accumulated one place, and then it becomes tumor, and at the end it becomes cancer. The same thing, the toxic, what we are eating, that is toxic. We believe in nature path. It is not my suggestion, it is from nature path. Yes.
Yes, especially the diets nowadays. There's such an increase in people eating processed foods and sugary foods and food that have a lot of chemicals in them. And you mentioned one of your cures was juicing. Is there a particular juice that is we can do on a daily basis? Here in the States, a lot of people are doing celery juice. The first thing in the morning, they have celery juice, and then 30 minutes after that, they'll have breakfast. Is there anything you recommend that is good for us?
Yes, thank you. That is in a juice. Juice should be natural, like orange juice, pineapple juice. But we have to check if somebody's body is acidic. They can't drink the orange juice or pineapple juice. They can take the watermelon juice or other means the sweet juice, not that citric fruit juice. So, and when we are eating or taking juice or eating fruits, then 2 hours we should not eat anything. But people, they drink juice, and after 30 minutes they eat the chapati, means the bread or some rice or some other things. No, because when we are eating, the food goes to the stomach, and suppose we are eating the fruits or taking juice, and juice takes 1 hour. That juice will be staying in the stomach for 1 hour. In 1 hour, it will be, some person will be absorbed by the stomach muscles, and other will go down to the small intestines. But while we are taking other food, cooked food like bread or rice or something, then that juice will be mixing with other food, and that food takes 4 hours and juice takes 1 hour. So 3 times will be digested, and that juice becomes spoiled, become even toxic, 3 times digested. So juice should be taken empty stomach, and 2 hours before and 2 hours after. Should not be not 2 hours. Suppose you are taking lunch time 1 o'clock, some heavy food, cooked food, then you have to wait for 5 hours. Then you can take juice or fruits until the digestion and go to from the stomach, go to the small intestines, at least 4.5 hours at least. So morning, we suggest in the morning time, juice is best. Naturopath believes from 4 o'clock to 12 a.m., 12 o'clock, that is the detoxifying time. So we should not allow heavy food. But in allopathy doctor, their opposition, they suggest that in the morning, eat like a king. So it is his own method, so it's okay. But naturopath says morning time should be taking light food. And afternoon, if you are taking cooked food, is no problem. You can take cooked food along with salad, raw salads, like a carrot, cabbage, coriander leaf, even avocado we can take, and cucumber, green chili we can add. Even tomato we can add, because when the raw salad we eat, the cooked food is semi-acidic, and this salad, raw salad, natural, they mix with then their balance. You see that animals, they don't eat cooked food, but they stay under the sun, under the rain, but they don't fall sick. We human beings falling on sick. So because they are natural animals, birds, they are happy, they are enjoying the nature, they follow the rules of our nature, so they don't fall sick as we human beings falling.
It seems that with naturopathy, we're learning how to use the body to heal itself, because the body has amazing healing powers.
Yes.
And
yes.
Western medicine, we're kind of fixing, we're trying to patch things up. But in naturopathy, we're looking for what is the, like you mentioned, this toxin buildup. How do we get rid of that toxin? How do we not put toxins in our bodies? And what about, the other question I had was, you're mentioning a lot of the juicing. What about there's a lot of natural sugars that come in juicing, and a lot of health experts here in the Western world, we say that juicing is not so healthy because you're taking out the fiber, and we can raise the insulin levels. Do you have anything to say about that?
Yeah. Thank you. You see, I suggest to take the fruits like orange you can chew, and pineapple you can chew. But some cases, like a diabetes patient, I don't recommend a diabetes patient to take the juice. So whatever you are suggesting to taking the fruits, the fiber was there, is good. But in some cases, because naturopath believes the fasting. When you keep fasting, then yes, we have to take care of the potassium and sodium level of the body. If they decrease, the dizziness can come. So in that case, we give the honey water in 1 glass of water, then put honey 1 spoon in 4 times a day. That is one type of fasting. Another type of fasting, that only juice we take 4 times, because juice takes only 4 hours. Sorry, only 1 hour to be digested. Fruits we take, it takes 2 hours to be digested. So because our main aim objective of the naturopath, let the body take rest. When we are taking only honey water, the digestion system totally completed stop. Because we take honey water, means 1 glass water and 1 spoon honey and a small lime water we take, because the maintaining of the sodium and potassium level, that drinks goes to the stomach, and from the stomach it absorbed by the stomach muscles. It don't go down through the duodenum, through then small intestines and large intestines. So totally small intestines and large intestines, they are taking rest. When we give the rest to the body heals faster. That's why sometimes we suggest to take the juice, because juice takes less time to be digested.
Wow, that makes a lot of sense. And I know all the cultures, all the different religions, they do have some kind of fasting in there to allow the digestive system to rest. So this is kind of what the juicing is doing, right?
Is this system naturopathy for everyone? Maybe background, any religion. Humanity is one, and we are all human beings. Background, maybe Muslim, Christian, Hinduism, Buddhism, whatever. But everybody can follow this system.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gagan. Thank you so much, and a global namaste to you. Thank you for joining us and sharing a little bit of insight into naturopathy, which was something very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Sheila and Brother Neil Kumar and everyone who watched this. Thank you.
Thank you. So unfortunately, we have come to the end of Healing Our Earth this week. And don't forget to join us next week on the 17th of October for Navratri. And here at our Healing Our Earth, we would like to thank all the following people. Now, without these amazing volunteers, we would not be able to bring you these free sessions. And there's so much wealth of knowledge, and do go on to www.Healing Our Earth website to go to any of the recordings for previous sessions. We would like to thank our technical director, Nishik Kotak, the media team, Kesh Moroji, Anita Numala, Varsha Misri, the hosting team, Dr. Lalit Sudha, Vrasa Mishri, Simran Ahuja, the beautiful Simran, and the backup team, Sarita Mehon, Dr. Milan Shah, Prakash Kota, Malas Kota, Jayashri Chaudhry, Bhavin Ram, Dr. Renu Gudlam, Dr. Nora Vasa, Deepa Vitali, and Rajesh Kumar Singh, and the facility team, Dr. Mukesh Batra, Dr. Sunil Gupta, Clyde Mashima, Vasa Misra, Maria and Regina, Hina Palodici, Bita Seti. And let's not forget our wonderful channel partners, which is Sunrise Radio, Hindu Forum of Europe, Mental Health Connect, Hindu Matters in Britain, Enrich TV, Diwali in London, Simran Ahuja, Sarita Sabwal, and our Inspiring Indian Woman. Special thanks to Strategic Web Success and www.indusuk.co.uk. And let's not forget, let's remember our world famous Diwali in Trafalgar Square that will be virtual, and it will be brought to you by Diwali in London, which will be Sunday, November the 1st. So let's just want to say global namaste to you all. Until next time, join us on Healing Our Earth, where there's a lot of information there. And if you want to get involved, or you just want to even get an opportunity to speak and share your knowledge, please do so. And just also know it is a difficult time. And the point of this community is just to get together and be there for each other in Healing Our Earth. And I look forward to seeing you at our next session.